No spin, no bias, no censorship. Good morning, Patriots. I'm Lauren the Insider, and this is a special Unite the Kingdom episode of Outspoken. We will be bringing you independent coverage, and you are here to join us for what will be an incredible day. A day Keir Starmer has tried to stop. We've seen two-tier policing. We've seen Patriots banned from entering the country. I'm joined by my co-host Leo Kearse, who is live with us from central London. We will be having Dan Wootton join the stream, and I have some exclusive guests. Welcome. Leo, how are you?
I'm very good, Lauren. I hope you're well too.
Leo, can you hear me? You're live on the ground.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Going over to Leo, he will be reporting side of stage today, where he will be interviewing all of the speakers, and he has an Access All Areas pass to unite the kingdom. 4 nations, 1 kingdom, uniting despite every part of the establishment trying to stop today. So we have Leo on the ground, and if you are not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. We are on our way at Outspoken to 700,000 subscribers. I've been looking at the chat all morning, and we have people from all around the world joining us. There will be well over 1 million people, it is estimated, today at Unite the Kingdom. So it looks set to be an incredible day. And let's not forget, this is a day that Keir Starmer has tried to stop. We have seen the most horrific statements, branding the right, far right, agitators, racists. The way that Keir Starmer has treated Patriots has been abhorrent. But today we unite peacefully, and we will be bringing you an action-packed schedule. So we are just waiting for my co-host Leo Kearse, who is there. Leo, can you hear me?
Hi, Lauren. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, I can. A little bit louder in the studio if possible. How is it going? What can we expect today?
So far it's going great. I mean, you can see the assorted field of Patriots just to my right over here in front of our landmarks. And it's interesting, considering Tommy Robinson is often smeared as a despicable racist, that we do have such a diverse crowd. People I've been speaking to in the crowd have come from all over the UK. So the march hasn't started yet. This is still very early days. It kind of feels like, with the good weather above us, and with people in this field here, it feels a bit like a music festival at the moment. There's a positive atmosphere. Everybody's getting on, waving their flags, and the only difference between this and Glastonbury is that we've got Union Jacks, England flags, Scottish flags, Welsh flags instead of Palestinian. The evil, despicable racists fly the flags of nice, tolerant countries, whereas the good, kind people fly the flags of Islamic terrorism. But yeah, absolutely beautiful day, fantastic atmosphere here. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
And people have waited, haven't they? The last rally was obviously in September, and normally you would wait a year, but this rally is needed. What does Unite the Kingdom mean to you today, Leo?
I mean, to me, it's bringing together a fractured nation. We've seen decades of forced multiculturalism and mass immigration with no thought given to integration or to the well-being of the communities that people are dumped on. And we're seeing that rapidly accelerate in the last couple of years with the Boris wave, and things are accelerating so quickly. I mean, if somebody comes to Britain now, they don't even get a chance to integrate because they could be going into an area where there aren't British people, to be honest. Never mind British values. People won't even be speaking English. People won't have an opportunity to live side by side. I think, immigration works when somebody comes in and most of the people around them are British, so they then get imbued with the British values. I think if you have mass immigration, if you have no concern for who's coming over, then things can rapidly spiral out of control, which we can see, and we can see Starmer. And for Starmer to come out and say that the people here are despicable, racist, or are divisive, I think that's ridiculous. I mean, Starmer himself said that we risk becoming an island of strangers. Starmer's own words. Starmer himself said he wanted to stop the boats. He didn't stop the boats. He didn't do any of that. He didn't do anything that he promised. And these people are here today to say, follow through on your promises, Mr. Starmer. And they're being chastised, they're being denigrated by Keir Starmer for saying the exact same things that he was saying. I mean, I think that's ridiculous.
Absolutely. It will be interesting, won't it, to see how the mainstream media report on today. We have seen the media weaponised against Patriots. It has been absolutely disgusting. And that is why Outspoken is delighted to bring Patriots the inside story on what's going on. No censorship, no bias, unfiltered and directly plugged in to the action. What kind of activity can we expect today? You are side of stage, so there is no one that will get better access than you here.
Yeah, so I'm hoping to be able to interview all the speakers. Obviously, a lot of the speakers couldn't make it. A lot of people coming in from America and Europe had their visas revoked, even if they're legitimate journalists or even elected politicians. Dominic Sarczynski, he's an MEP in the European Parliament, and Keir Starmer, for all his love of Europe and all his love of the EU, has banned a member of the European Parliament from attending today. I think it's interesting that Keir Starmer can close the borders when he wants to. It's kind of revealing that he can do that, because it reveals that, with the small boats coming across, with the Islamic terrorists being allowed in to preach hate, these are people who are deliberately allowed in. The government is showing they can close the borders when they want to, they can stop people coming in when they want to, so that means that when they don't close the borders, that's a choice. They're deliberately letting those people in.
Absolutely. It's mad, isn't it, that if you're an unvetted male migrant of fighting age, you seem to be able to come in. But if you are an independent journalist or, like you say, a European member of parliament and you don't fit Starmer's narrative, you are blocked from entering. But this is the problem, Leo, isn't it? Because today, the optics, you cannot deny them. The left will try and say there's 50,000 people and it hasn't been a success, but no one can stop this movement. Why do you think this movement is so important to Patriots?
I think it's growing, and I think it's a positive movement. Most people can see past the mainstream media spin and the government lies. They can see that this is a positive movement. Tommy Robinson isn't a racist or an ethno-nationalist or anything like that. I mean, you can see that in his friends and the people he works with. You can see it in what he says. He's a civic nationalist. He believes in British values, and it doesn't matter what the colour of your skin is. There are lots of people who came here in the 60s and 70s, the Windrush generation. Lots of people integrated and deeply loved this country, and came here and proudly wore the Union Jack, proudly saluted the royal family. Deeply believe themselves to be British and hold British values. And we're not seeing that from everyone who comes across. So I think as that problem grows, and as we see the repercussions, we see the rise in anti-Semitic attacks on Britain's streets, we see the terror attacks, we see British women and girls being targeted for assaults by asylum seekers and grooming gangs on a pretty incredible scale. People are seeing that something needs to be done, and when the government isn't listening, that's when people have to take to the streets. So, I think this is genuinely a positive movement, and probably, the safest off-ramp for the current nativist sentiment in Britain, because there are people out there with much more extreme views than Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson isn't an extremist at all. He's just shouted down because he's popular.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy Robinson, though, poses a problem to the establishment. And Tommy Robinson poses a problem because he holds a light up and actually shows how corrupt they are. So there is so much support for Tommy Robinson. Years ago, people would be scared to say they supported Tommy Robinson, and now people are putting their name to Tommy Robinson. People are backing him. Millions of patriots have come out. And today is a show of unity, because when the state can come for Tommy Robinson, The state can come for you, it can come for me. And we are seeing grandmas be branded far right because they're wearing a Pink Ladies t-shirt and they're protesting peacefully. So today is a very special day. I know we have many Outspoken viewers that can't be on the ground but are joining us for the live stream. So if you are joining us now, hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 700,000 subscribers. I am Lauren the Insider, your host, and I am joined by Leo Kearse, my host on the ground. Leo, I want to ask you, we've got 2 counter protests going on today as well, haven't we? What is happening there? How far away are they from Unite the Kingdom?
We haven't actually been up to I believe there's a Nakba rally, a pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas rally, and then I assume there's another counter-protest of assorted socialists and communists who want to destroy the country so they can reign in the ashes. But we haven't, just because we know things are going to get very congested. We haven't been up and actually seen those rallies. I'm hoping to nip up and get some footage and speak to some of those people later on, because this isn't about we're not just covering the people here today. We're also going to be covering the other side, the people who are against this sort of United Kingdom rally. So I want to understand what those people think and what their motive is, and why they've got such extreme views about what's a peaceful gathering of patriots. I mean, I know Tommy isn't perfect. I know in the past he's been a naughty boy, and he's also, some of his rallies in the past had a violent element to them, but I mean he's done a lot of work to sort of keep the more nefarious elements away from this, and that's work that I wish the Palestine rallies would do, because I mean I've been through some of those rallies and people talk about feeling intimidated by patriots waving a Union Jack. I think the Palestine rallies are a lot more intimidating to a lot more people.
Well, Leo, it's interesting because last year I was on the ground at Unite the Kingdom for Tommy Robinson, and it was the safest I've ever felt in London. And I met people from all walks of life. I met dog walkers, grandparents, single mums, traveller families, and everyone was united. It was actually people from other protests that caused the problems. Last year, there was only 22 arrests because one was de-arrested. And if you compare that to the likes of Notting Hill and other big events that take place in London, it's so peaceful. But this is a problem for the establishment because this is millions of people uniting. Do you feel that there could be some planted agitators? There are rumours swirling. Some people, some citizen journalists have had tip-offs about this. Do you think it's something that we should potentially look out for? Because Tommy has been very clear. No face coverings. We will never hide our faces. We are proud to be out there and putting our name and faces to unite the kingdom. So do you think people need to be looking out for potentially planted agitators in the crowd?
Faces. I know there's a risk because the government is using, or the police are using facial recognition technology at this event and others. I mean, normally, maybe a few years ago, I'd have said that's a crazy conspiracy theory to say that there could be nefarious elements in the crowd agitating, pretending to be part of the rally, but actually secretly planted there to stir up trouble, to give the government an excuse to clamp down on this and further rallies and arrest patriots. But I think the government is now pushed into such a corner, the establishment, the authorities. We've seen, people are really getting sick and tired of this, of the migrant camps being spread throughout the country, migrant hotels being spread throughout the country. Even my hometown, Dumfries, which, a sleepy little town in Scotland, has now got a migrant hotel, and they're causing problems. So these people who...
Leo, I can't take my kids to the local town. My grandma, it's not safe for her to go out. What's been happening in my local town, which is a sleepy little market town, it's been torn apart. And then I go on and I see Keir Starmer's statement yesterday, which is ultimately calling patriots thugs and racists. This is I believe he's a dangerous man. You know, he brands Patriots dangerous under national security. The way we're being treated is terrible, and it's about time that he is held to account for what he is doing, because Outspoken viewers are joining all around the world, and the chat, we've got thousands of people in it, and everyone is saying this is extraordinary that the Prime Minister is behaving in this way. How much anger is there from Patriots you've spoken to and met regarding Keir Starmer's disgusting treatment towards patriotic people there today?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have just laughed about it. It's the one thing that keeps coming up that's on everybody's lips is Keir Starmer banning people and Keir Starmer's absolute transparency. You know, Keir Starmer said he was going to stop the boats. He said we risk becoming an island of strangers. Then he doesn't do anything to actually fix those problems. And then when people ask him, when people say, "Can we stop the boats? Can we unite the kingdom? Can we stop becoming an island of strangers?" He's like, "Oh, you divisive bigot! Why are you being so divisive?" This is what you were saying, Keir. But I think this is a dangerous moment for Keir Starmer. His back is against the wall. He's got leadership challenges in the Labour Party. He is clinging on by his fingertips. I mean, fair play to him. He is the Japanese knotweed of politicians. I thought he'd be gone by now, but he has managed to dig in there, and they haven't prized him away. But because his back is against the wall, this is, a bear is most dangerous when it's wounded. So I think he's lashing out. I think what we saw last week with him banning speakers at this rally, that's him lashing out and trying to create a boogeyman, trying to give justification to sort of and trying to rally the far left behind him. So, I mean, who knows? I think when somebody's back is against the wall like that, like when Tiananmen Square in China, or whenever we see people with an authoritarian bent like Keir Starmer, when they're threatened, that's when they can lash out and do something dangerous. Obviously, I think most of the police. I've spoken to a couple of police officers. They were great lads, and they obviously couldn't say too much, but I think they broadly support what's happening here. So,
Yeah, well, there's a lot. There's a lot of police that do support Tommy Robinson. He has been receiving messages, and people have asked to stay anonymous. But there's a huge amount of support for him. We've seen also Patriots come out and say they wanted to go, but they're watching our live stream because if their work found out, they would be fired. And this is just extraordinary. This is a march that is uniting the kingdom. Unite the kingdom means something different to everyone, but it is a peaceful protest. And we have to move past this point where corporate DI companies are weaponizing political beliefs against people. So if you are joining now and you are not able to be on the ground at Unite the Kingdom, do not worry, Patriots, because I am Lauren the Insider, and I am your host today with Leo Kearse, my co-host on the ground. He is backstage, and he will be speaking to all of the speakers. He will be speaking to Tommy Robinson, and he will be bringing us the inside scoop on what's going on. It is going to be an incredible day. We saw last year there was over 1 million Patriots there. People had flown from all around the world, Australia, America, Europe, and the scenes were extraordinary. But this year, it looks set to be bigger, better, and bolder than before. Leo, can you tell me, in the counter-protest, are you hearing there that people are wearing face coverings? Because we obviously know digital ID is being used just for Unite the Kingdom, so we see two-tier at play here. Are people wearing face coverings at the counter-protests?
Yes, they are. They're wearing face masks, but they're also wearing the roll-up it almost looks like a French poet's turtleneck that they're rolling up over their face, which we've seen that at Palestinian rallies before. We've seen that at far left rallies because they, as we saw at the rally last year, they're the ones who want to foment the violence. They're the ones who quite often start the violence. They're usually not the ones who come out better as a result of the violence, because socialists tend not to be the beefiest guys. But yeah, we're seeing that. I'll need to check on that rally and see, if they're if they're still wearing all the face masks, because then they can hide. They can hide from the facial recognition cameras. They can hide then, any nefarious elements can hide in that crowd. Their identities hidden. They can't be traced. Whereas you see the people here, no face coverings whatsoever. Everybody's happy to be here, proud to be here. And, I think...
Leo, you make a great point. Leo, you make a great point as well. It's interesting, isn't it? We see many people from Unite the Kingdom will speak out against the full burqa, wanting it to be banned. And you don't see people wearing face coverings at Unite the Kingdom. Yet when you look at the pro-Palestine rally, you see people, I find, very aggressive and people turning up in full coverings. So thank you for joining me this morning, Leo. I will be throwing back to you. You are our eyes and our ears on the ground. Keep us updated, and I can't wait to catch up with you shortly. So if you are joining us, we are about to speak to the Governor of Free Speech, Dan Wootton. Dan Wootton can't be here today, but he is joining me remotely for an exclusive interview. And today, Patriots, we will be bringing you the coverage you won't get anywhere else. Dan Wootton!
Lauren, firstly, I am so proud of you. I am so proud of Leo. You are doing an incredible job. Thank you so much. It's so important for me that we provide independent broadcasting of what is a major event. It is so obvious that you cannot trust the mainstream media to do that. And so what you are doing today is a service to patriots all around the world. Little bit of background in terms of why I'm not there, because it has actually been my mum's 70th birthday this week, and we had a long planned trip. So I am currently in Linz, Austria. I'm visiting a concentration camp this afternoon, Lauren, and in some ways I think that is actually quite an appropriate place to be watching Unite the Kingdom. When you look, Lauren, at the authoritarian madness that we have seen this week from our Prime Minister. I have been speaking to people, Lauren, on this cruise from America who are looking on in horror at Slippery Starmer operating like a dictator, banning Americans from attending this rally. Now, we are told, Lauren, and this is very exciting, that Nick Shirley, the brilliant independent journalist who has uncovered so much corruption in Minnesota, has actually somehow evaded the travel ban and will be speaking today. So at least there will be one American on stage. But remember, Don Keith, the host of The Real Beef with Don Keith, was meant to be co-hosting with you today, and he was banned. Ezra Levant, the boss of Rebel News, and Avi Yeveni, a longtime reporter for Rebel News, both journalists, both banned from attending this march. And Slippery Starmer is boasting about it. So I have a key message today, Lauren, which is to the Patriots who are turning up in their millions. Do not let Starmer win. He is trying to stoke violence. I have absolutely no doubt that what he wants today is riots on the streets of London, and he would then use those riots to not only lock up patriots, but to try and stay in number 10 Downing Street. I have never seen a Prime Minister act so despicably in my entire life. And I am awful, so Dan. Disgusted.
I really worry about Patriots' mental health with this, because we are seeing he has weaponized his power so badly, and Patriots are good people. We see so much of the establishment be weaponized against Patriots, the policing, the media, two-tier. What do you think Starmer wants to happen today?
Oh, he absolutely wants full-on violence on the streets. I believe there is a plan by the deep state to try and make that happen. We've seen Sadiq Khan, the despicable mayor of London, who is apparently in charge of the Metropolitan Police, post about hate today, and he is talking about hate coming from the Patriots. He's not talking about the pro-Palestinian marchers who have spent months and months and months demanding violence, calling for blood on our streets. He's not saying a word about them. He is talking about the honest, hardworking Brits up and down this country who work hard every single damn day and have seen our country invaded, have seen an Islamist takeover of the country that we love and that we are so proud of, and feel completely helpless to change anything because, let's be honest, there is no democracy in the United Kingdom anymore. Democracy is a mirage because we have been voting against this, Lauren, since Enoch Powell. And even today, I was disgusted to see in the Daily Telegraph, Simon Heffer admit that the UK is now the sectarian hellhole that Enoch Powell predicted. But do you know what he said in that same Daily Telegraph headline, Lauren? He said, but Tommy Robinson is not the answer. And I say that's not suicidal empathy, which is the brilliant term that Gad Saad coined to come up with what we are seeing happening in Western societies today. That's suicidal snobbery. Who cares that Tommy Robinson is the man leading this revolution? We need the revolution. And I was reminded again, Lauren, why we cannot trust the mainstream media, why we cannot trust the Uni Party. Kemi Badenoch, who everyone has been raving about all week, went on GB News last night and said that she supports Keir Starmer implementing these travel bans for Unite the Kingdom. Well, I'm sorry. Damn you to hell, Kemi Badenoch, because we need people who are going to stand up for us. And I call on all politicians, because what we're seeing at the moment, Lauren, is a lot of politicians and mainstream media types from GB News and Talk TV tiptoeing around what's going on, condemning slippery Starmer, but not actually being prepared to show up at Unite the Kingdom, to fully support Unite the Kingdom. Well, there is no time for your mealy-mouthed grey area approach anymore, because we are going to hell. We are going to hell, and the Patriots know it.
Because we have seen Talk TV and GB News who have censored Tommy Robinson. I exposed them on Outspoken when I was outside court reporting for you, Dan. We've seen them now, they're starting to report on Unite the Kingdom. But they won't let Tommy on their show. Outspoken is the only news channel that has Tommy and supports Tommy. We see them all so scared to offend people and they just won't back Patriots. But now we see, if you come for Tommy, you come for all of us, because this is no longer about one man from Luton who took on the system. He has so many people behind him. So, Dan, what kind of coverage do you think the mainstream will be leading with today?
Oh, Lauren, they're looking for violence. They're looking for trouble. I mean, I couldn't bring myself to watch it because I'm on holiday. But Piers Morgan this week had the cheek and the front to suggest that Tommy Robinson would be lucky to get 150,000 people at the rally. He went with the official corrupted police figures, which said that there were only 150,000 at the last rally. We can see with our own eyes. That's why it's so brilliant that this year Tommy actually has a helicopter, which is going to be in the sky today, providing incredible aerial shots. And hopefully we will get some of them on Outspoken over the course of today as part of our coverage. But Lauren, what they want is violence. They don't give a damn that people are literally stabbed to death during the Notting Hill Carnival. Sly News will turn up and say, this is a great party, isn't it? Celebrating the best of British. Trust me, one arrest today and they will go crazy because they are scared. They don't know what's happening. It's like the fact that even The Sun, my former newspaper, still has to use the words far-right extremist anytime they talk about Tommy Robinson. So no, that's why there has to be an independent media revolution. That's why I'm so grateful for every patriot that is watching today, whether you're in the United Kingdom or around the world. Because let's be honest, this fight is international. And all I ask is that you share this link, because you will get honest coverage today. And look, Lauren and I have spoken about this a lot. If there is trouble today, of course we will cover it. But what we're not going to do is buy into the Antifa-led madness, which is trying to suggest that patriots are turning up today to try and cause violence. That is just so far from the truth. We know that the vast, vast majority, and I would say 99.9% of patriots who are there today are because they know that their country is going to hell in a handbasket, and they know that voting routine no longer does the trick. So there has to be a cultural revolution. And Lauren, we're seeing the Overton window shift, aren't we? We're seeing politicians no longer condemning Tommy Robinson and Unite the Kingdom in the way that they did before. Certainly politicians on the right, I am referring to. And so the Overton window is changing. The way that we can encourage that today is by pointing to the amazing patriotic effort on the ground, by proving that Keir Starmer is a liar, that Sadiq Khan is a filthy liar, by suggesting that the Patriots who are marching today are far-right thugs. What, are you really saying that 5% of your country are far-right thugs? Because that's the sort of numbers that we're talking about. So, Lauren, you won't get honesty from the mainstream media today. I just want to be honest about that right from the start. You're not going to be told the true crowd numbers. You're not going to be told the truth about who is really causing any violence or trouble on the ground. And you are going to get a hyper focus on anything that they can possibly use to try and tear down Tommy Robinson and Unite the Kingdom. That is why I'm so proud that we have this live coverage so people can see direct. I know there's Leo on the ground. There's going to be amazing Patriots joining you over the course of the day. You are going to have brilliant guests in the studio too. And I'm going to be watching because for me, this is such an important broadcast. It is the most important broadcast that we do. So please share the link because we want people to see the truth, not what they're told on the British Bashing Corporation or Sly News or Woke ITV, or I hasten to add, even GB News. Because remember, GB News might claim to be the #1 broadcaster in the country, news broadcaster in the country, Lauren. And obviously I helped launch that channel. Have they interviewed Tommy Robinson?
No, they
once?
haven't.
Not once.
Well, look, Dan, thank you for joining me and thank you for
Lauren.
having me
Good
today.
luck today.
I love Outspoken. You gave me my break. Without Outspoken viewers, there would be not, my YouTube wouldn't exist. And I love my country. I love what Tommy Robinson stands for and I love Patriots. I will not be shamed into holding the flag. I will not be shamed into saying what I think. And what I think is what many of you, agree with. We want our country back. It is not racist to say that. I do not want things like Sharia law being normalised. I do not want my children growing up in a country whereby it is two-tier. And so today I will be delivering you the Outspoken coverage with my co-host Leo Kearse, who is on the ground at Unite the Kingdom. And we will be bringing you the inside story because Unite the Kingdom is a day like no other. I was on the ground last year reporting for Tommy Robinson, and meeting patriots from all walks of life was one of the greatest honours of my life. We are good people. We come from all around the world. And today we unite. If you aren't there in person, you are with me and my co-host Leo, and we are going to have an incredible day because Starmer wanted to stop this.
Reporting on it and keeping you abreast of everything that's happening on the ground. We're also going to hopefully get up to some of the counter-protests, the Nakba pro-Palestine protest, which for some reason is happening here and not in Palestine. And we've also got your standard smelly socialist protest. So I'm here in a purely journalistic capacity to see what's happening. You see there's Welsh flags, Union Jacks, English flags. I saw a Scottish flag earlier as well. My people are represented, and an Israeli flag. The British people showing their solidarity with the people of Israel and British Jews who are increasingly being persecuted in this country. And we've got the stage here with the band tuning up. You can see them here. We've got the surviving members of Earth, Wind and Fire. And then later on we're going to have Blur. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who's coming on. But this has got a bit of a music festival feel to it. We've got beautiful weather today. I think it's going to get a bit cloudier later on, which is going to be good for the Scottish people in the audience. They won't get too sunburned. And there's a real positive spirit. People are walking around, making friends, catching up with old friends. And for all that Keir Starmer said, it was going to be a hotbed of horrific racism and far-right thuggery. I haven't seen any evidence of that whatsoever. Maybe we'll see some when we go and see the other protests, but this protest is very peaceful and very positive at the moment. We're going to have speakers on the stage as well. Obviously, a lot of speakers have been banned. Eva Vlaardingerbroek. has been banned. Basically, anybody who's civilised, attractive, is only going to stay for a couple of days, has some good ideas about border policy, they get banned. And anybody who is a former Janjaweed militant gets invited in and gets to stay forever and gets benefits. I don't know why the system works like that. I think it'd be nice if Keir Starmer changed it. I think a lot of people here are also here because they want to change that system. I think some of the people who've been banned, it's an outrage. We've got legitimate journalists being banned, and also elected politicians. Dominik Tarczynski from Poland, he's an actual sitting politician, a member of the European Parliament. I'm surprised that the government, considering they're so pro-Europe, wanted to ban a member of the European Parliament. We've also got other speakers who've been banned who were saying they're going to try and get across on a small boat. If that happens, if some of them got across on a small boat, that would be the funniest thing I've ever seen. And I'm a comedian. I do see some funny things sometimes, but we've sort of reached the point with our border policy where things are getting so farcical. You sort of need to be a comedian to make sense of it. And behind us, we've obviously got the Palace of Westminster, where our elected representatives sit and where the House of Lords sits. And we're hopefully going to get a message to them. Well, not me, because I'm just an independent, non-partisan journalist with no particular allegiance whatsoever. But hopefully these good people in the crowd here, of all different genders. I'm sure I saw a non-binary person earlier. All different races, all proud British patriots. They're going to send a message to the politicians to say, stop ignoring us. Stop ignoring us. But we've got a positive day ahead of us. I'll keep you updated on what's happening.
Hello, Patriots. Welcome. We are live. This is Outspoken, and I am your host, Lauren the Insider. Now, you will notice I have some little England flags on my head. Let's just remember, today is a day where Keir Starmer wants us to think these are a hate crime. I think not, Poppet. So I am joined in the studio with three amazing guests. Howard Cox, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. Nuria Khan, thank you for joining me. And Lee Harris, thank you for joining me. I want to start, Howard, by saying you have a history when it comes to Tommy Robinson.
Certainly have.
For anyone that hasn't been aware of it, what is your link to Tommy Robinson?
Well, it's interesting. Up until about 2 years ago, I didn't know who the hell he was. And what happened was, as I was standing for London Mayor at the request of Nigel Farage, you may have heard of him.
No, I have no idea who he is.
Yeah, and Richard Tice, because I have 1.8 million people support a campaign I've been running for now 17 years, which is Stop Fuel Duty going up, and quite proud of the success that we've had with that. It wasn't my good looks that Nigel wanted me for, it's because of the 1.8 million supporters. But bless his cotton socks, I said, after the third time he asked me to do it, I said, OK, I'll stand as London Mayor, mainly because of the ULEZ expansion, if you remember that issue, because it fitted quite well in with the campaign I was running. To cut a long story short, I didn't do very well in it. I came fifth out of it, and I stood for reform. I had no help whatsoever. And even on the day I voted for myself in Westminster, there was not one senior reform person there coming along with a camera to take a picture. You'd think they would do in one of the biggest elections possible. The only person that did turn up was Rupert Lowe. And Rupert is a good friend. And of course, that didn't help my relationship with Nigel, being friendly with Rupert. And I was also very close to the deputy leader of reform at that point, a guy called Ben Habib.
Right.
So those two, the three of us, as you know, we got a bit of a checkered history of reform. And what happened, it was simple. On this very show, Dan Wootton show, he asked me, Dan, I said, what do you think of Tommy Robinson? I said, well, I don't know much about it, except to say he should get amazing credit for highlighting the child rape gang issue. You know, for God's sake, incredible the work he's done. Yeah. I don't give a damn about his past. I don't know didn't know him from Adam. 3 or 4 days later, I got a phone call from certain senior people from Reform who simply said, if you continue to speak so lovely about Tommy Robinson, you will be expelled from the party. By the way, I'd already stood down in Dover for Reform and came second, got 23% of the vote in 3.5 weeks of campaigning. So I'd done a lot for Reform, a huge amount. And to get that, I thought, hang on a second, probably 9 out of 10 policies I agree with reform. But one of them is, I would have thought, is freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, critical thinking.
I mean, Tommy is such a problem to the establishment. Lee, what do you think it is about Tommy that poses such a problem? Because people within political parties, mainstream media, it's like they're allergic to him. They try and smear, distort him. They can't be near him. And we're all going, hang about, this is the man that's done more for children than the whole of Parliament put together.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Tommy's done a huge amount to move the Overton window, and I think we should all be very, very grateful, him and others. But Tommy's spearheaded it, in my view, over many, many years. He got there early. Tommy's problem was, and it's not his problem, it's kind of our country's problem, is that he was there too early, right? So mainstream media vilified him, and it stuck. And I kind of understand where some political parties are coming from, because when the mainstream media have completely unfairly labelled him as a racist, it's all complete lies. You have to run... If you're running a political party, you have to run with what the media are going with until you can kind of move the dial, right? So I sympathise, Howard. I probably would have said the same thing, genuinely. Yeah. I would have sat here and said, I don't know much about Tommy Robinson. I probably would have said it about the same time. However, you've got to give the guy credit, etc. So I would have said the same thing. So I'm very sympathetic. However, I'm also sympathetic to a political party that's got to navigate these tricky waters to try and gain popular support. Because people like us, we get it, right? But there are so many normies, right, who aren't as tuned into
But see,
politics.
isn't this the problem? Because,
totally.
The mainstream media, Naria, the mainstream media are weaponised, aren't they, against us all the time. And think of all the coverage that's run regarding Tommy Robinson, smearing, distorting, lying. This is now against us. I take this as you come for Tommy Robinson, you come against me now. How do you feel that Tommy Robinson's been treated for simply being a better journalist than anyone in the mainstream media and safeguarding children?
Yes, so for me, that was a very crucial issue, because I had been out of the country for many years. And when I came back and I saw the extent of the scandal that had rocked this country, and I thought, hang about, there's hardly any people that have the guts to talk about this. And the people that I was researching that were talking about it, one of them was, lo and behold, Tommy Robinson. And just from the background and the family that I grew up in, we're taught that he is the boogeyman, the far right, part of the skinhead era, absolutely hate the man. And I also saw that the mainstream media was reinforcing that same belief. And so if you're at home and you're constantly consuming Sky News and BBC and all of the kind of mainstream media, that's going to be constantly reinforced. And all of the good work that he's done to highlight, as Lee was saying things that are so explosive 20 years ago, just mentioning Pakistani or Muslim, or saying that Islam might be a problem here, had him written off in a way that I had to come and try and, not that he needs any validation, but when I left the faith, I was like, Tommy, there's not many people that know the extent of this religion and how dark it is and how that's played a part into one of the biggest scandals and cover-ups in this country than you do. So I actually had to offer a genuine apology to him that I even thought the way I did initially about him. So I had my own awakening about Tommy, and that actually made me want to sit down with him. And thankfully, because of all of that, I've realized there is another side of media, thanks to channels like this, independent media, breakaway channels, that we can disseminate the truth.
It's interesting you talk about breaking away from the faith, because this is something that we don't hear a lot about from people, because it is incredibly dangerous, isn't it? When you break away from Islam, there are many, many people that put pressure on you, and it's very hard. How widespread do you feel Sharia law is within the UK?
I think it's an incredible... So this problem has been festering for over 2 to 3 decades now. Like I said, when I got back to this country, I could not believe... I'd grown up in the Middle East, and I didn't realize that there was a more of an emphasis in enclaves in Great Britain on Sharia being practiced as an alternative to UK law, when we have one of the best... We did have one of the best judiciaries in the world, was respected the world over, and yet there's people live their entire lives under a archaic, law, choosing to get divorced and married and have, experience bigamy and things like that are happening in this country, which are illegal, child marriage, all sorts of things, FGM, under the guise of a Sharia council. You just have to open Google Maps and see how many dots around. If you Google your local Sharia council, where I come from in London, there's plenty. They're marked very well. You know exactly where you want to go to if you don't want to have any run-in with British law. If I want to live my life as a Muslim, I know exactly which sheikh to approach, which mosque to approach, and I can happily do that and exist in a parallel world.
You're very, very brave for speaking out, because I know it's not easy. And I know that, you know, many former Muslims or even Muslims I know that speak out, that it comes at a cost. And you are able to tell people what is going on. You are giving them the story that the mainstream media won't. And like you say, it's almost like an invisible world that people don't know exists. If it weren't for people like you, and if it weren't for people like Dan Wootton and Outspoken, they would not have, you know, a clue what was going on. What kind of problem do you think Islam is for us?
I think it's a big problem. I was just thinking, actually, when you said about how Islam has kind of, you know, use the right word, has become a lot more ingrained into British society, it made me immediately think of Saudi Arabia, where they have banned their students from studying in the UK because they're worried about them getting radicalised by Islamists.
The UAE, actually, it was the UAE.
Oh, it was the UAE, was
yeah.
it? Sorry, it was the UAE. I just read that and I thought that makes... you don't want to believe it, but it's shocking, but it makes sense. You can actually believe it. So for me, we've got to pay serious attention to this, and we've got to talk about it as much as possible. Now, you know, I'm not going to label all Muslims as Islamists. There is a big difference, but we need to talk out as loudly as we can about Islamism. And this is why I think, as I said before, that Tommy has done a fantastic job at moving the dial, moving the Overton window, because I swear to God, we couldn't do this. We couldn't have these conversations. And again, thanks to Dan Wootton and shows like this and independent media, where we can have honest conversations, because that's what mainstream media have done for decades. The moment you even mention something as tame as immigration, you're a racist. Yeah. So let alone going to talk about Islam, you're absolutely, you know, blacklisted. Yeah. But we're able to start having these conversations now thanks to independent media. We need to keep talking about it. And again, this is why I think the days like today are so important, because what we're doing today is we are celebrating what it is to be British, celebrating our values and our culture. That's what needs to be dominant in this country by far. And we need to start being proud of ourselves, and we need to make sure that we're a Christian country, and that needs to be the dominant religion in this country without a doubt.
You bet, yeah. Look, this is a constitutionally Christian country.
100%.
I went to a Christian school. I'm a mum to 2 daughters. I will not be shamed for saying this is a Christian country. If I hear diversity is our strength one more time, Howard, we see politicians hide behind this diversity is our strength. Who are they asking? They're not asking us, are they? They're not asking the people that have paid into the tax system, the people that, you know, are crying out for our culture to be looked after. That's all we want, assimilation. Why are we seeing so many politicians hide behind this gaslighting and this diversity is our strength nonsense?
It's an incredibly good question. For 17 years, I've worked with politicians in Westminster, and I mean closely. And there's some brilliant backbench, mainly obviously the Tory party while I was fighting the fuel duty issue. And these are great people. But it's funny how when they get into government, they walk across from the backbench to the government situation, everything changes. And so there's some sort of control going on. And I believe it. I do think the globalist issue, the World Economic Forum, we're talking about, all of the major unelected bodies around the world seems to be influencing them. And most of those unelected bodies are driven by billionaires. One of the things I didn't mention earlier when you spoke about Tommy, when I said I didn't know anything about Tommy, I decided to, and Paul Thorpe, bless his cotton socks, arranged this for me, to meet Tommy in prison. I said, well, I've got to find out about this guy now. I've been asked about all this sort of thing. And so I did. I met him in his solitary confinement time there. I went through 16 doors to get to see him, this sort of thing.
To get to see that Luton boogie man.
Yes. But I also went past, and I listened to, Muslim prayers going on in the prison. And obviously, poor old Tommy, he had to, eat out of tuna, his own cans and things like that, because he was worried about being poisoned in there. But what I learned in that 2 hours I spent with him, I spoke for 5 minutes, by the way. In that 2 hours, he spoke for an hour and 55 minutes. I was inspired. I couldn't believe this man the so-called nasty right-wing thug Luton bother boy, was one of the most well-informed, intellectually driven person I've ever met. And you said about being a great journalist. He's a bloody great journalist, and he's being penalised for telling the truth. And
Well,
that's
it's
what politicians
interesting.
can't handle the truth.
If we look at this panel, you know, the mainstream media want people to think Tommy Robinson, it's the EDL, it's football thugs. Hang about, you know, we've got someone that used to be a Muslim, someone in politics, a very eloquent commentator. You know, I'm privately educated Christian mum. I mean, I'd probably get the money back on my education. My spelling's not great. But what I mean is we are all very different from that stereotype. But I'm sure we've all, you know, paid the price in some way for supporting Tommy, which is crazy. What kind of risk has it been for you to support Tommy? What's the backlash been for you?
Oh, it's interesting because leaving Islam didn't come with as much backlash as sitting down with Tommy Robinson.
Really? I bet you wish you left Islam earlier then.
I know, I really do, exactly. But deciding to sit down with Tommy Robinson was also like, I had to think about it a lot, you know, because I also was a bit apprehensive that he's shown the world what happened with the grooming gangs and things like that. But, you know, is he really a man that I should sit down and talk with? What does that mean for the rest of my life? And lo and behold, that's when, you know, my entire family and community cut off from me. They were like, this is a step too far. Maybe the Islam stuff wasn't, we could coexist, but sitting down with a thug, a right-wing racist like Tommy Robinson, that's it. Like, you're not one of us anymore. We draw the line here. So that actually was a very big turning point in my life where, you know, I had to really take a stand and be like, I'm not going to apologize for sitting with the man. In fact, I apologized to him in that conversation for all the media, the way they vilified him. And genuinely, it was a cathartic moment for me because everything that he ever said about Islam, when I compare it to what I know about Islam, I was like, Tommy, there's not a single thing that you say that I could disagree with. Your knowledge is next to none. And the funny thing is, Lauren, he actually, even in the conversation I had with him, within his activism, he actually stands up consciously for Muslim women as well who are victims of Islam. So,
Absolutely.
I mean, how are you going to call him a racist? You're going to call me a white supremacist and you're going to call him a racist when he's defending Muslim women who have been abused at the hands of Islam as well. He doesn't have selective care in this country for the women or girls he stands up for.
I love that point on, you know, selective care. And if you are joining us right now, welcome. You are going to get the best coverage for Unite the Kingdom 2026 here on Outspoken. Hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 700,000 subscribers. I am joined by an incredible panel. My co-host Leo Kearse is on the floor, on the ground at Unite the Kingdom, and we are breaking it all down. You are watching now Parliament Square, where there are thousands and thousands of people. Keir Starmer wants you to think that these flags are a sign of hate, but I'm afraid, Keir Starmer, that gaslighting no longer works. What we are looking at is flags of unity. We are looking at 4 nations, 1 kingdom, and we are looking at a movement that cannot be stopped. They've tried to smear us, they've tried to gaslight us, they've tried to bully us, but we come together. Unite the Kingdom was one of the best days of my life last year, and it only took place in May. It only took place in September. We're now in May. It's not even been a full year, and this is how much it's needed. Lee Harris, what does Unite the Kingdom mean for you today?
I'm absolutely buzzing. Last year was fantastic. What it means for me today is exactly why Keir Starmer hates it. Right? Keir Starmer hates today because we are uniting. Right? We are coming together as a country. It doesn't matter, you know where you're from, what part of the country you're from. Today is the day where we come down, we celebrate being British, and we push back against this horrific, authoritarian, nightmarish government. But it reminds, for me, what it does is it's really important because it reminds us that we're not alone. Sometimes when you can sit in front of your keyboard or whatever, and you can have conversations with, you know, some of the normies who aren't necessarily into politics, you sometimes feel like it's a bit of a lost cause. sometimes you kind of think,
But days like today
days like
cannot
today,
be denied.
Absolutely. You just see thousands. I mean, there was hundreds of thousands of people there last year. I was absolutely buzzing. I had a permanent smile on my face. It's going to be exactly the same today. And just seeing all these smiles, families, young, old, everyone coming together. We are not alone. We are the majority people.
Yeah.
We are the ones who are going to bring forward, hopefully, a whole new set of a whole new government, hopefully, at some point, and we're going to make a change. And if you don't see days like today, I think days like today motivate the cause. And that's why I think this is so important. I really do.
Absolutely. And we're going to take some feeds now and look at what is going on the ground, because it can be lonely at times being a patriot. You can feel that, oh, you can't say that you support Tommy or the cause in your job, or perhaps your family aren't happy. But today we are loud and we are proud patriots. There is nothing to be ashamed about. This is the movement that cannot be stopped. I have said it time and time again. You come for Tommy Robinson, you come for all of us, because this is no longer the boogeyman from Luton. This is Tommy Robinson, backed by millions of patriots, and not just patriots in the UK. We are talking about patriots from around the world. We have seen people fly in from Australia, America, Europe. People are voting with their feet today. They are peacefully protesting, but my word, are they going to make their voices heard? And you will see Parliament Square is starting to fill up now. This is going to be packed. They have had to go for a bigger location from last year because over 1 million people turned up, although the mainstream media wanted you to think there was 100,000 people last year, which was...
But Lauren, they're still saying that in the Mail today and the Sun, 100,000 expected. The Mail said 80,000 expected.
That's ludicrous.
I mean, they just make it up. But look, I spent 20 years in mainstream media, and the narrative is written before. I predicted the headlines from last year. It's just so predictable. But I always think now, when these mainstream media outlets brand you far right, well, time to disengage with them. And that is why Dan Wootton and what he has built on Outspoken with all of you is so important, because this is giving you the inside story. And we've got Leo Kearse on the ground. We will be cutting to him shortly to see exactly what's going on. And he will be interviewing all of the speakers. Let's not forget, Keir Starmer decided, what do you know it? The man that can't stop the boats manages to block 11 far-right agitators. They're not far-right though, are they? And they're not agitators. So my original co-host, Don Keith, was blocked by Keir Starmer. We have seen Keir Starmer record a video message and weaponize his position of power. But it's laughable at this point because it doesn't work. And they've tried to shame us all, but again, it doesn't work. And today we have seen people that were on the fence about going today. They decided to go because Keir Starmer did that message. So nothing can stop today. Lee, what kind of problem are we for the establishment?
Oh, a huge problem.
Oh, I love it.
Absolutely huge problem. Well, you saw it. I mean, I was actually shocked how much Keir Starmer seems to take this personally. I would describe it as a nervous breakdown he's having. I mean, when I saw him do that message to the camera yesterday, I was genuinely shocked. It seems to be that every single decision that man makes is the worst decision for him personally. Because what he's done, I think two things, right? One, I think it's dangerous, right? He's putting a target by calling a bunch of patriots, people, you know, families, kids, normal Brits, hardworking Brits, labelling them as far right. And he used the word thugs and
he
violent.
did use the word thugs.
Right, and I just thought to myself, that's bang. What was there, 26 arrests last year?
There were 23, and one was then de-arrested, so it was 22.
And you compare that to what?
Notting
the
Hill
Notting Hill
Carnival.
Carnival. There was hundreds of arrests, 2 murders, by the way, as well. The pro-Palestinian. So anyway, the fact that he's willing to label hundreds of thousands of Brits as far right, that's dangerous in my view. And the second side of my opinion to what he did was he is just basically that's a massive advert for today. Like you, I saw GB News presenters, some friends of mine who have just gone, right, do you know what? If you're going to call all of us far right, I'm going too. And I thought, fair play to you. So hopefully we're going to get even more numbers this year, thanks to Keir Starmer's paranoia. We have the most paranoid, authoritarian prime minister this country has ever seen. If you say something you don't like, he's going to put you in prison. We've seen that happen. You know, God rest his soul, Peter Lynch would still be with us today. He would still be with us today if Keir Starmer hadn't have lent on the legal system to basically fast track anyone who said anything bad about send them to prison. I think Lucy Connolly is another one. I was
just going to say that about Lucy Connolly. You know, we're boats of migrants, unvetted men of fighting age. And then Lucy Connolly is in jail. And, you know, every night I put my kids to bed, I think of what Lucy Connolly went through, because for that to happen in our lifetime is unbelievable. But Keir Starmer and this kind of authoritarian dictatorship, it just can't continue. What would you tell him about Islam that you think, Nuria, that you think he doesn't know? Because he seems to think diversity is our strength. He seems to think we're the problem, you know, the mums and the grandmas and the women with our flags. We're really the agitators. But what will Islam do to this country?
He is sleepwalking into the demise of this country. That the entities that he is pandering to, with this obsession of this Muslim vote bloc, which, by the way, aren't even that loyal to him, because as soon as he gets a bit too soft or not as harsh as they want the approach to be on, let's say, Gaza, they move over and they've all kind of gone sectarian on him and, you know, turned towards independence and Greens. But he is, I don't know if he's stupid or he's willfully ignorant. He is courting some very, very disturbing ideas that this is an ideology that wants to not coexist with you at any level. This is an ideology that wants to take over this country bit by bit in very nefarious ways, through entryism, through exactly what he's allowing to happen, through normalizing hate marches, through normalizing anti-Semitism, to the point where we're discussing things like Islamophobia bills and what you can't say. They issued new legal guidance for the marches for today. Where was this before? Because I'm so concerned that if you're holding a flag today which says something like a placard saying, something like, no Islam in Britain, is that going to offend the institution of Islam, which we've heard some courts and judges say is a thing? In 2026 Britain, you can offend an institution of Islam, which is non-existent. But, I mean, you look at any country in the world where Islam thrives or theocracy is at play, it is a barbaric ideology that suppresses women, sorry to say, hates British people, hates the British way of life, cannot tolerate free speech. They will use your free speech against you. And he's allowing that to fester.
I mean, what you've just said as well, I really, really support and respect you for that, because it isn't easy to say those things. You've left the faith. And what you've said is absolutely spot on. I mean, we're seeing two-tier policing. We're seeing digital Face ID at Unite the Kingdom, yet the pro-Palestine marches, there'll be full face coverings. The full burqa is legal in the country. Howard, do you think the full burqa will ever be banned here? What kind of battle are we up against?
Well, it won't be banned while we've got a Labour government or a Green potential, and that's what is even more worrying for me, is the Green and the move to the Green side of things. Let's not get away from the fact that, and I'm going to say this quite bluntly, Starmer is a pathological liar. That is what he is. And what he's done, he's promised you his manifesto to get into government. And let's face it, he only got in because the Tories weren't the Tories. And Tory in name only. They buggered everything up themselves. And I am a Thatcherite, by the way. I'm declaring I'm a big fan of Margaret Thatcher. But the thing that gets me about Starmer is that he's running scared now. And he's using every single tactic out of the children's playground sort of Enid Blyton playbook is, oh, it's your fault, not my fault, your fault, this sort of thing. And listening to you, I'm in awe of you. I watched your, on Dan Wootton show recently, that debate with the pro-Muslim young lady, who is actually quite a bright woman. But from my point of view, you were absolutely awesome.
Oh,
I mean it. And my wife and I sat there and we thought, wow. Looking at you, and it wasn't because of Dan Wootton's good looks either. But seriously, we've got to understand that everything Lee said is dead right. I'm so proud to be here today. I'm very old. I'm 72 years of age, and I've seen a lot in the past, and I am worried sick about our country. I believe our country is on the verge of dying for good. That's what I feel at the moment. Ben Habib and I regularly talk about this in various media talks about this, and I'm worried sick for our country at the moment. And I'm glad, to be honest, I'm at the end of my life, on this planet. For my children, my daughter got married last week. I gave her away. She's 34, and I'm worried sick for her. You know, those sorts of things, and grandchildren, and all those sorts of issues. And today, I said in the tweet, today there will be young kids, there'll be babies, there'll be children, there'll be all sorts of people, retired people, everyone, all genders, all sexualities will be there today wanting to unite the kingdom. And there's the clue, Starmer, unite the kingdom, because you're doing the complete opposite.
Yeah. And I've been very vocal about things like, I don't want halal meat, ban it. I don't want the burqa, ban it. I'm not having my children, I don't want them learning about other religions in school because I'm a Christian. My children are Christian.
Yeah.
I want them going to a church. I don't want them going on mosque visits. That doesn't mean I don't, you know, our
But it's
whole
Christian
space.
values, isn't it?
Well, it's Christian values, but, you know, come on now. This is a constitutionally Christian country. Our king is head of the church. It's not rocket science, is it? It's not like we're asking for something that isn't, you know, something we should have. Where do you stand on the halal meat, the burqa?
I agree with you. Certainly with halal, I'm very much a pro-animal rights person. Right? I love animals. Probably sounds quite wet saying that, but I genuinely do. I think that we should approach this from a cultural point of view and an animal welfare point of view. Very, very straightforward for me. It doesn't even need to be about Islam. Right?
I agree. But the thing is, what we see is we see them hiding behind Islam all the time, don't we? And, oh, you can't say this, you can't say that. Well, you are watching Outspoken where we can say it, and we will say it, because we are not like the mainstream media that package it up, cut it up, fry it, squash it, and then serve it up to you where it makes no sense. Hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 700,000 subscribers. And if you are just joining us, we have a day for you. We will be bringing you the exclusive on the march. Let's go over to my co-host.
The Unite the Kingdom rally, reporting on it for Dan Wootton, Outspoken. And let's speak to some people in the crowd. Sorry, what's your name, sir?
Taylor.
Taylor, nice to meet you, Taylor. And why have you come here today?
See, it's to support my country.
Nice one, man. And what do you see as the why does your country need supporting right now in particular?
We're just we're not allowed to no freedom of speech, is there? We need freedom of speech here. We ain't got none. So everyone's here today supporting. That's why I'm here. Show support.
Nice one, man. And what do you make of Keir Starmer this week trying to shut down the rally, trying to get speakers banned?
He needs to step down, doesn't he? He needs to step down. He needs to go like yesterday. We need Rupert Lowe in. We don't want Keir Starmer no more.
The people have spoken. The people have spoken, Keir Starmer. If you're listening, I think a lot of people in the Labour Party would like to hear that as well. And what's your name, sir?
Pete.
Pete, nice to meet you, Pete. And why have you come here today?
I'm worried about the future for my grandchildren. I'm concerned about the madness in that place over there.
Yeah.
It seems to have taken over the country completely. Can't understand it. So I'm here to lend support to common sense, basically.
Fantastic. And what do you make of Keir Starmer and him banning people?
Personally, I don't like him at all. I think he's just two-tier Keir.
Yeah.
He's got double standards. He's showing them from what he said just recently, and I think he's going to be history pretty soon now.
Yeah.
And just hope somebody who takes over, like Nigel Farage, can put us back to sense and common sense, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this rally will be here next year when Keir Starmer isn't. But Pete, thanks so much for speaking to us. Let's find somebody else. Excuse me, madam. Can we speak to you for a moment? Amazing. What's your name?
Karen.
Karen, do you want to just step over here?
Yeah.
So Karen, great to meet you. And why have you come here today?
I've just had enough of this Starmer bloke. I'm sorry, he's got to go. He really has. I've been on this planet for 67 years and I have never known anything like it.
You sound like a Labour backbencher right now.
Oh, please don't tell me that's brush, please. No, he's just got to go. He really has.
Yeah. Who would you like to see replace him?
To be fair, Rupert Lowe.
Rupert Lowe, interesting.
I want him in. I cannot pick from any of the others.
And a lot of people have sort of criticised Rupert Lowe, saying, he's too extreme or doesn't have the sort of credibility to get mainstream success. But do you think his big wins in Great Yarmouth show that he could replicate that across the country?
Most definitely, definitely, yeah.
So you'll be voting for him next time round?
Certainly will.
Okay, nice one. Great, thanks for talking to us. Okay. Should we move down and find other people? We got somebody here. What's your name, sir?
Graham.
Graham, nice to meet you, Graham. And where have you come from today?
Huddersfield.
Huddersfield, all the way up in Huddersfield. That's up north, or to me, you're still southern.
But came down last night, though.
You came down last night?
All weekend.
Oh, nice. You staying for Sunday as well?
No, we're driving back on Sunday, but we came just for today, but we wanted to make sure we got here because they cancelled some trains last year.
Right. Oh, did they cancel the trains? Do you think that was to stop people getting to the...
Definitely, I'm sure that's why the reason that the trains were cancelled.
Right, yeah.
And we didn't know until the morning, and luckily I got a lift.
Right, yeah. Well, it's a shame you're not staying till Sunday night, because I've got my almost sold out comedy show at Backyard Comedy Club. But enough about me. What do you make of the rally today? What's the atmosphere like for you?
Same as always. I love it coming here. It's patriotic. Yeah. It's peaceful. Everybody's happy. All different nationalities. Everybody's speaking to each other. We're all here to make a good day of it.
Yeah.
So,
what do you make of because one of the accusations that's levelled against this rally is that it's racist, it's far-right thuggery, but, everybody I've spoken to, everybody seems really positive. I've spoken to people from all, different backgrounds.
We're mainstream, normal people that are completely disillusioned with the government. What's going on? They're allowing people totally unvetted to invade our shores, and there's no repercussions for it. Yeah. And yet now we hear that these 11 people, I think it is now, that's been banned for just being normal people that wanted to come and speak in our country. What right has this man got? Who does he think he is?
Yeah, there's a cruel irony in people being banned when they're civilised, they're journalists, they're politicians, and they're only going to stay for a few days when...
MEPs?
Yeah.
MEP. You ban an MEP. I just don't get it. I just don't understand why people aren't standing up in other countries to see exactly what's going on in this part of the world. It's unbelievable. We just can't carry on like this.
Yeah.
It's wearing us down.
Yeah.
We need help. We need people to speak up for us.
Yeah.
We're doing the best we can, civilised, without causing any trouble. We need a voice.
Yeah. Well, I'm getting a sense of the frustration in the crowd here. Hello, sir. What's your name?
Raymond Connolly, Acker, Tory councillor's wife's husband.
Right, nice to meet you.
Right. Other half.
All right, you're Lucy Connolly's other half. Amazing. Yeah, I followed that case. That was a classic case of two-tier justice in Britain. So, I think it's quite obvious why you're here today, but do you want to just tell us why you're here?
I'm really here. I'm here with a lot of my friends, the far right. I was on the train, the carpenters, surveyors, typical far right people, but they have the heart and the soul of this country. Yeah. So I'm here to support the people of this country today and to get rid of this government. It's bloody awful.
Yeah, and what do you see as the problems facing this country that the government hasn't tackled?
Well, obviously, people will say immigration. But where I work, there's people having to work extra hours just to keep a roof over their families' heads. So there is an immigration problem, but this Labour Party is supposed to be the party of the working people. But I'm yet to see it. He comes in with a fully costed plan or whatever, and he changes his mind every 5 minutes. So absolutely rubbish, the government are, and quicker they're out, the better.
Yeah. And who would you like to see replace this government?
Oh, crikey. Obviously I've spoke to people like Nigel and Rupert, and they are, great patriots of this country, and they are new to the reform. A lot of their councillors are new, and it will take time for them to get up to speed. But anybody other than what we've got at the moment, for me, Lord knows what the people who take over I don't know what mess they're going to be inherit. It's going to be a momentous task to pull us out of this, that's for sure.
Yeah. And what do you make of the sort of media, mainstream media representation of people like you and people like the assorted people we've got in this field today?
Yeah, I came down. I listened to what Keir Starmer and his speech yesterday, and I just thought, you just don't get it, do you? I mean, these people here today really are the heartbeat of this country. You know, I come on the train today talking to people. They're from every sort of lives you can think of. Every sort of trade, and they're here just to show the support and just to say that we are not happy with the direction this country is going under the Labour government.
Yeah, we're really getting a sense of everybody I've spoken to so far. Nobody's said, yeah, I'm really happy with Keir Starmer. He's doing a great job. Let's keep him in. Let's speak to some more people. Hello, what's your name?
Sharon.
Sharon.
Sharon, yeah.
Nice to meet you, Sharon. And where have you come from today?
Kingston. On Thames.
Kingston on Thames. Also, not too far for you. And why are you here today?
Basically, to put our country back together again.
Nice.
We need more people to stand up, put it back to the way it was, not sort of way they're doing it now. We need everybody to stand up, speak their mind, and give it all back to us.
Yeah. And when do you think when do you think things went wrong? Like, what was the golden time for Britain?
Oh, Christ, now you've got me. We need to go right the way back, sort of when proper prime ministers were prime ministers and they stood up for the people and everything else. I'm probably going back to Churchill and even before then, sort of from my grandparents told me what was going to come and what was going to happen. So that's when we need to go back, because they stood up for the people back then.
Yeah, and also when leaders were strong, because I think the trouble that politicians have got now is that the country is so fractured because we've got all these different demographic groups, these sectarian groups, that it's impossible for somebody to come in and appeal to everybody.
All these politicians now are ruled by the WEF and the NWO and the HO. They're the ones that pay their wages. It's not us. They tell us it's us. It's not. They're owned by them, and they have to do what. That's why he wouldn't stand down.
Right.
Exactly the same as what they did in America. Yeah, Biden was exactly the same. Who then was running him?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was Obama, and exactly the same what's happening with Starmer. He's being ruled by Mr. Tony Blair.
Yeah.
So that's exactly where it's coming from. It's nothing to do with anything else. That's why he won't step down. Yeah. He's being told what to do.
Right.
So his speeches, if you even look at the way he looks at the camera, he's not looking at the camera, he's looking down reading the speech that's in front of him.
Right, yeah.
But that's who's running this country, not us. It's the WEF already. That's why they want the digital ID in.
Right.
That's why they want everything else. And then go and watch the films, the Hunger Games. Go and watch Handmaid's Tale. It's all there in front of you. It told you what was coming.
Okay, well, we've got some strong words there. We've got Tony Blair. Could it be? And the NWO, one of my favourite rap groups, also involved. And let's speak to somebody else. What's your name, sir? John, nice.
From Sheffield, near Sheffield we're from. There's three of us.
Nice, you come down from Sheffield?
Yeah, we came last year. It was a brilliant day out. Yeah. Hopefully we'll have the same this year.
And what's the atmosphere like in the crowd today?
Fabulous. Friendly, everybody shaking hands, passing things on to each other.
Yeah.
Can't beat it, mate.
Amazing. And what do you see as the problems facing this country?
Immigration is probably the main one. The Labour government, absolutely useless. We need a change. We need a change. The change has got to come, regardless of what happens. You can't replace him. How can you replace somebody as bad as him with somebody who's probably equally as bad?
Yeah.
Don't work.
And who would you like to come in and replace this government, replace Starmer?
Well, either Nigel Farage or what's his name? I forgot his name now.
Rupert Lowe.
Rupert Lowe.
See, this might be the trouble that Rupert Lowe has. People want to vote for him, but they can't remember his name. So I think perhaps...
I'm thinking of Rupert the Bear.
maybe he needs to dress like Rupert the Bear.
He speaks how it should be.
Yeah.
He speaks, and so does Farage, to some degree, how everybody speaks.
Yeah.
Whether you're in a pub, a shop, we all talk about the same thing.
Yeah.
We all want the same answer, but we're not getting it.
Yeah.
We're just not having it.
And what do you make of the claims in the mainstream media that, you know, people here are racists or bigots or far right?
No. I mean, just look around. There's every colour, creed and everything.
Yeah.
Maybe some people aren't here, but we'll leave that alone.
Yeah.
But you do get everyone. But in the UK, there's only one certain part that's causing a problem.
Yeah.
The rest, loving people, friendly. But unfortunately, we have a portion of the UK that is not complying.
Well, it's interesting because I haven't seen anybody threatening to behead Jews at this rally, which I have seen at the Palestine rallies. So we're going to speak to one more person. Hello.
I would just like to have a photo.
What's your name?
Hi, I'm Toria.
Nice, Antoria. And where have you come from today?
Down south, down in Weymouth.
Down in Weymouth, nice. And what brings you here today?
Well, that's one hell of a question. That's a question. So we've been up to the last few, and it's nice just to see people that think like we do. Just nice, normal people.
Yeah.
But apparently I'm a thug. Did you know that? This is news to me. I didn't know this. This is news to me. We're thugs, so...
Have you committed any thuggery today yet?
Not yet. I do keep getting lost. You keep shouting at me.
Sorry for you.
He keeps looking and going, will you stop wandering off? I'm like, I can't help it. It's nice, it's the safest place I've ever been, so it's really nice.
I've spoken to other women in the crowd who say that this is they feel safe here. They feel safe here, and it seems like a really peaceful, positive place.
Just people. I mean, he's a delivery driver.
Yeah.
I'm a salesperson. Like, we're just nice, normal people that like everybody. Like, you do what you want. It's not a problem. You leave me alone. I leave you alone. It's fine. But...
And what would you like to get as a result from this rally? What do you want to see the change come from this rally?
If I say storm her out, do I get shot?
There's no snipers in the roofs. Don't worry.
Can we not just go back to like it was in the 90s? You know, when like everything was normal.
Go back to like it was in the 90s when everything was normal. That would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Nice.
Would I be alright to take a photograph, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Can you keep talking to me at the same time?
The living room is clean because of you lot, because he has it all over telly. So I think I should be able to take a photograph.
That's the first time I've been responsible for a clean living room, I think. That's amazing.
It's everywhere.
Nice. Come on, let's have a photo.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're glad you came down here today?
Yeah, it's amazing.
Really?
Like I said, it's one of the safest places I've been.
Yeah.
I haven't been very well. So the first one, I had surgery the day before.
Right.
And it's so safe, so nice people, which is great. And then I got diagnosed epileptic a month before the last one.
Right.
So being in a place where I know I could, if I get lost, I could stop random people and go, I'm so sorry, can I come and sit here with you? Yeah.
And you can ask anybody, and people are going to look after each other. Well, we're going to have more interviews from people in the crowd and from the speakers on stage later on today.
Right now, we are seeing extraordinary scenes take place in London. Ryan from Raising the Colours has been arrested. We are bringing you this footage on screen shortly with sound down so you can see it. We are waiting to find out exactly what has gone on. Ryan is a friend of the show's. He is an absolute patriot and has worked incredibly hard for the movement. It's interesting as well, he's previously been arrested on suspicion of causing alarm and distress for simply putting up flags. This is what we are dealing with in the United Kingdom in 2026. Now, these scenes of Ryan being arrested, Britain is Broken has said, watch, police have just arrested Ryan from Raise the Colours. This has just happened outside Euston Station in central London as he was heading to the UTK march. Seems like the police are already getting heavy-handed and making arrests. It's extraordinary that Ryan has been arrested. We don't know what for. We're waiting on more information. But whilst Ryan is arrested, you can be sure that there will be boatloads of unvetted male migrants that are coming into this country. We don't know if they have any weapons. We don't know who they are, and they are being positioned in our communities. But Ryan from Raise the Colours has been arrested. Howard, are we seeing two-tier policing at play?
Without doubt, this has become a chronic situation now, dude. What has he done? There's no signs what I'm looking at there. And I've been watching the tweets going there and other people reporting it, and they're all saying he's done nothing. It's just because facial recognition, is he something that ticked this box? If you see that man, arrest him. That's what I believe is happening, the two-tier policing. Is there going to be two-tier justice as well? I'm sick to death of this, Lauren, and all of us in this studio, I think, share the same feeling that, today, I think there's going to be a lot more arrests today based on who you are rather than decent patriots. And your point about the fact, I lived near the South Coast and I see regularly those people coming across in dinghies like that, young, fit men over here to try and change our culture and ruin our lives and rape our children.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely spot on. And I can see in the chat, so many of you feel like this as well. Drop any questions in the chat. And if you are just joining, hit that subscribe button. You are here with us to get the inside scoop on what is going on. And if you fancy it, subscribe to me on YouTube. I'm at Lauren the Insider. Lee, this is extraordinary that we have just seen Ryan from Raising the Colours arrested. Do you think now the police have a too cynical?
No, I think there's probably some element of truth to that. My view on this immediately is this is being driven by this Labour government, right? If you think about the narrative behind Raise the Colours, I loved Raise the Colours, right? I thought it was absolutely fantastic. Who wouldn't love the fact that we can be proud to be British? And we have got, I know I'm biased, but we have the most beautiful flag in the world.
We do.
Right? We have the most beautiful flag in the world.
As we can see on your tie.
Absolutely, right, on this tie. And I just absolutely loved it. And all of a sudden we had leading figures from the cabinet ministers, the Prime Minister himself, saying that this was a racist movement. Now, if you listen to how they describe it, we're going to arrest you for alarm and distress, right?
It's all subjective.
Exactly. The narrative has been created by the government that this is alarming and distressing.
Yeah.
It's alarming and distressing to see people putting up our nation's flag, our own flag. So they're making it alarming distress. So people can say, I feel alarm and distress. Keir Starmer's told me that this is racism. Seeing the St. George's flag is racist. So therefore, I feel alarm and distress. And I've seen it. I'm from the West Country. And the Bristol Patriots, I'll give them a little shout out. They're good lads. They went round on a flagging campaign. They've been hassled by the police. And it's the same thing, alarm and distress. Now, if we had a government that wasn't so anti-British and mental, and that's authoritarian and vile, then maybe the police wouldn't be treating it in the same way. So I'm not quite sure whether it's chicken or egg, but I'm going to take the view that the government is leading this narrative, right? That what we are all racist, we're all far right, all of us. Personally, I take that as a badge of honour now. You're doing something right if you're being labelled far right by this government.
Absolutely
it means
right.
you're just a normal bloody Brit.
Yeah.
But that's what, in my view, is what's happening. The government is setting the narrative. They're saying it's alarming and distressing. Look at all these flags. They're all racist.
Yeah.
And that is why the police are starting to arrest them.
Isn't the Deputy Prime Minister saying the same thing?
It's disgusting.
I mean, if we look at this coverage as well, let's take a look. This is absolutely shocking. This is, we don't believe that Ryan has a weapon, but this to me, and I'm giving you my personal opinion on this, this is giving the mainstream media that narrative that they want, that they're so desperate for. And let's not forget, the mainstream media are controlled by the government. It's propaganda. I see no reason why that many police would have to jump on Ryan from Raise the Colours. This is absolutely insane. But what you are seeing here, and I'm so glad we have thousands and thousands joining us live that can see this in real time, because what you are seeing here is a crafted narrative by the deep state that will then roll out through all the mainstream media. We do not believe that Ryan posed a threat. We do not know why he has been arrested, but he is a friend of the show's. We are all very, very friendly with him. We know him and we support him. So to watch one of, our panelists be treated in this way. It's very, very concerning when people are there that are good patriots, that are uniting. It's a lot, isn't it, seeing coverage like this? What do you make of how we've just seen Ryan kind of pushed to the ground and I would say manhandled?
Yeah, horrific. Absolutely manhandled. What was there, like 6 policemen to 1 man? And, people are saying that they are deliberately, there's kind of undercover police hanging around Euston Station. And then that coupled with the facial recognition, as Howard was saying, is, they want a man, because the march hasn't even started yet. They're trying to agitate people early on. They want a reaction from the crowd.
Exactly that.
And they want to get their clips for mainstream media to, even before it's kicked off, to say, look, this is exactly, we told you so. And just as we were mentioning as well, on the way here, the Uber ride, the taxi had the radio on, and it was LBC. And Keir Starmer said just one line they played on it was, Tommy Robinson is creating hate and dividing the country today with the Unite the Kingdom. And they cut it off right there. And I could imagine a Muslim taxi driver hearing that is just going to be like, right, that's what's happening here, coupled with the footage that we see now, is that he's known for raising the flags. You drive around parts of this country, it's draped with Palestinian flags across houses.
It's a crime now, isn't it, to fly our flag, basically. We've got a tweet as well from David Lammy I want to discuss with you all. And, viewers, if you are stood up, you better sit down for this because we are being pushed to the limit. David Lammy has tweeted, the Unite the Kingdom march organisers are spreading hatred and division. They do not reflect the Britain I'm proud of. Well, we'll just stop there. No one asked you, David Lammy. Peaceful protest is a fundamental right and one I will always protect. But if protest turns violent, we will act swiftly with extra court capacity in place. Well, the narrative is set, isn't it? So we have seen Ryan from Raise the Colours thrown to the ground in the footage that I've seen. If you are seeing other footage, tag me on X. I'm at Insider Lauren and I will share as much as I can. But we've always said the state can come for Tommy, they can come for you. And looking at this footage from Ryan, Lee, it looks exactly like this is almost a targeted approach.
It does look like they're trying to agitate by doing this. And again, like Howard said, for the cameras almost to rile people up. But like Tommy said, don't rise to it. Smile in their faces. Today only, do it for your country. And do you know what? I believe everyone is going to do that. And this is why I'm so angry. I won't swear, but I am absolutely furious with that tweet from David Lammy and Keir Starmer, to be honest. It's disgusting. What they're doing is they know this is a peaceful protest. The police also know this is going to be a peaceful protest. They saw the amount of arrests last year. They've seen the messaging that Tommy has put out, the responsible, well thought out messaging that he has put out. I showed my wife last night and said, what do you think of this then? Because she had her concerns. And she's like, well, you can't put it better. That's exactly how we should behave. And this is projection. What David Lammy and Keir Starmer is doing is they are trying to pretend that this is a violent, far-right, racist march. And by putting out tweets like that, the people who aren't necessarily there or watching the stream, they're going to be given this impression. I remember when I went to the last rally, right? And again, that was the first rally that I'd really gone to observe properly. And I went there completely open-minded. And I remember getting back to my hotel room, reading I think it was the Metro that I picked up first, looked at their headlines, far-right Nazi, all of this stuff. And I'm like, hold on a minute, I've just been there. I've just literally walked from this rally, speaking to people from all ethnicities, children's, families, people having a lovely time, smiles, literally no violence, nothing at all. This is it's irresponsible. It's disgusting. David Lammy should be bloody ashamed of himself. I'm furious with that. Absolutely.
But it's all predictable, isn't it? I mean, this was always going to happen because it doesn't fit the story. Tommy is the thug from Luton, according to them, but he isn't. He is the best journalist this country has and will ever produce. But the optics are set now. The optics are set that the mainstream media will run with. And I believe we will see a lot more Patriots targeted if this footage, and I want to bring this footage up again, if this footage is anything to go by, because Ryan is not, from anything I know, an aggressive person whatsoever. And we know two-tier is at play. We have facial recognition. We have 4,000 police that have been deployed. And isn't it interesting, Patriots, that we can't keep a child safe in London, but there are 4,000 police officers that are able armoured vehicles and riot police that are there to micromanage optics for Unite
100%.
the Kingdom. And it will be kicking off in a matter of 1 to 2 hours. And they've done everything to try and stop this. We have seen Patriots blocked from entering the country all the while.
David Lammy should be called out for lying in a public office situation, as with Starmer. In that tweet, he's done two things that lies. One, accusing us of being racist, all those sorts of things, and then saying he believes in rallies, peaceful protests. I mean,
which one is it?
Exactly, and that's the point. And he should be held to account. And the word treason is moving up my vocabulary at the moment every time they speak.
And can I just say very quickly on all this, isn't it just an interesting contrast that we've had hate marches in London every single weekend? Where were the tweets like this when that was going on? When we were seeing people carrying Nazi symbols?
Where was the meeting with the Met Police Commissioner? They had yesterday.
Where were the shots of Keir Starmer? Sitting there with the Met. It couldn't be more obvious.
It's really bullshit establishment plots, isn't it? We see Starmer come out and say, I'll give more money to the Jewish community. Yeah. Well, you are importing anti-Semites. Yep. There's no amount of money that is going to help our friends and family in the Jewish community when this is what is happening. Do you think we will look at planted agitators today? Do you think we're going to see some people that are planted by the deep state to get more optics that serve the mainstream media?
I think that's a real concern, yes. And I'm really grateful that everybody who's been commentating in the lead up to this rally has been mindful and told everybody, just be careful. That's why no face masks, be on your best behavior. Even arrests like we've just seen of Ryan's is possibly just to agitate so that they can get those clips. So it is more necessary than ever now to, even Tommy said it perfectly, I think in his final video yesterday before, is to stay calm, have that moment in between your confrontation with whatever police officer it is. They've got their own security as well as a breach between having to interact with police first, but have that moment of calm before you do react, And the Patriots have got everything going for them, and that they've been instructed in the best possible way, yet they are going to find one thing like this and it's going to be played ad nauseum on Sky News. I bet you now if we switch over, there will be clips of that going on, and underneath saying there's already been arrests and the march hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, I mean, the mainstream media, they just churn it all out, don't they? And this is why you are getting unfiltered coverage here. Hit that subscribe button, Patriots. And if you are just joining, we are seeing two-tier policing at play already because Ryan from Raise the Colours has been arrested. And these optics will serve the mainstream media exactly what they wanted because we know it's propaganda. And so we have Patriots being bullied and gaslit by slippery Starmer. He has desperately tried to stop the Unite the Kingdom rally. We have seen Tommy Robinson targeted by the establishment for decades. But they can't just go for the lad from Luton now. They come for all of us. And we, the people, say no. So wherever you are joining us from around the world, welcome. And you are going to see the speakers. You are going to see my co-host, Leo Kearse, backstage. We have Liam Tufts on stage. We've got Tommy Robinson. Starmer tried to block Patriots coming into the country, but there are a few more surprises up our sleeve for you. And we are seeing thousands and thousands of people. You can see the footage on the screen. And it's extraordinary, isn't it? These very pictures are what the establishment want you to think is aggressive and is divisive. There is nothing divisive about coming together. You are not racist for loving the United Kingdom, and you are not racist for wanting to protect our Christian values. Wow, look at these scenes. They're unbelievable, aren't they?
Busy now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful.
And they've had to really expand on how big it is because they underestimated, didn't they, the size of it last year. Lee, what was it like last year? How could you kind of bottle up that energy and explain it to people that haven't been?
Oh, God, I remember I was interviewing Carl Benjamin, backstage, and that was the moment, I think, because we were in a position where we could see all the way down the.
I'm just going to cut you off now with some breaking news. Apologies for that. We have a statement from the Metropolitan Police who say officers have made 2 arrests in the vicinity of Euston Station. 2 men wanted on suspicion of GBH following an incident in Birmingham where a man was run over, were spotted arriving into London to attend the UTK protest. Well, it's extraordinary again, isn't it? The police seem to be very quick to update on that, whereas ordinarily when we're looking at arrests, there seems to be quite a delay on getting this information. So we don't know whether this links to Ryan from Raise the Colours. I would assume perhaps it does, but we're waiting to hear. And of course, the Metropolitan Police have their replies turned off on their Twitter. So this is the facial recognition coming into action already.
I think we should have a freedom of information request at what happened at that meeting yesterday with Starmer and Khan and the Met Police Commission and say, what did you discuss? I bet you they put down that these are the people that we know are coming to here. Tick the boxes when you fill them up and fill the Black Mariahs up, with the necessary people who are nothing but proud patriots. This is sickening. I'm getting quite emotional here looking at that. It is so wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we've also seen Danny Tomo. I don't know. He's put on X, the boys are en route, unite the kingdom. And it's a picture of the Top Gear guys. I'm not sure if they will be attending. We know that there has been the likes of Sharon Osbourne that has said she will attend. And we've seen John Terry previously come out in support of Rupert Lowe and banning the burqa, but obviously the mainstream media went into meltdown that they actually said what they thought.
But there'll be no Piers Morgan, will there?
Well, there'll be no Piers Morgan. Let's talk about Piers Morgan. So
do we have to?
Yes, we do. Get your sick buckets ready, Howard. But we recently saw Piers Morgan use his show and his platform to create rage bait, clickbait. And what we saw, Lee, what did you think about the way he approached the whole Tommy Robinson? It's just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a bit of a history, haven't they? Going back to a very early interview between Piers Morgan and Tommy Robinson, where Piers is, I find the guy infuriating. The thing I'll say about Piers Morgan is, I believe that he doesn't really have a view. And if he does have a view, he keeps it to himself. He has whatever view gets clicks. That is what Piers Morgan does. And he chops and changes his position. But I saw the very early interview. I think about it. The thing about Tommy is he knows his stuff, right? Yeah. And Tommy tried to bring it back to a normal conversation. That's what I found so frustrating watching it, because I wanted them to have a clash. I wanted them to talk about what was in the Quran and the bits that Tommy wanted to talk about. But he refused to do it because he wanted to make a rage bait moment, a clickbait moment out of that interview, and he just will not sit down because do you know what? I think Piers Morgan knows that Tommy would literally destroy him in a proper sit down if they weren't shouting at each other, which I don't believe Tommy would do that anyway. I think Tommy would want to have a proper debate, and Piers doesn't because he knows he's going to get battered.
But the left can't debate.
They can't.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah,
It's
so true. You obviously left the faith, and you've said that Tommy Robinson has been spot on about everything that he's said. It's extraordinary that someone like Piers Morgan will use his platform for millions and millions of clicks. And ultimately, when he smears Tommy, he smears millions of patriots. And let's not forget, this is about children that have been failed.
Exactly. And when Tommy is trying to give you an understanding of why that may have happened or the thinking behind it, and Piers is stuck in that, the same mainstream mentality of like convicted thug. He's been, in prison for this. And I'm so glad that Ben Habib actually the other day shut him down and said, that this was a civil dispute. It got completely out of hand and explained and again, you can see, as you're saying, Lee, Piers is just kind of a fence sitter. He wants the rage bait. He's just riling people up. Tommy had gone in there with such a genuine concern. Piers should be able to discuss any holy book like that out in the open, but suddenly when it comes to the Quran, he was just like constantly on the side of pandering to the Muslims without hearing somebody out. And people have honestly said to Piers, get an ex-Muslim on then, have them validate what Tommy's saying. You can't call them the same things you call Tommy, and you can't smear them the same way, but he never will.
He never do
He
it.
absolutely won't.
And we can see on the screen now, there are thousands of people coming in. I mean, look at those scenes. That is just glorious. And that is what London should look like. We should be proud. We should be, you know, encouraged to raise our flag. But this is now a crime. In Oxford, if you put a flag against a lamppost, it is now a crime. Would you believe? Only in the United Kingdom could you probably go to prison for that.
I fly the Union flag and St George's flag outside my house in Cranbrook in Kent. You can go by and drive and see what it like that. And the woman, I was out there mowing my front lawn, and she came up to me and says, "Do you mind taking those flags down? I feel very threatened by them."
Joking.
And she was about, I'd say, 30.
Oh,
and she had 2 children with her. And I said, "Why do you feel threatened with it? This is our country." And that's what we're up against, because they are being indoctrinated by the mainstream media and other factions, which I'm afraid are getting larger and larger. And I'm sick to death of this. And looking at those pictures there, Lauren, I'm so proud.
Again, they've been brainwashed. They've been brainwashed by our Labour government and the left.
Yes.
And I would actually argue the Tories allowed this to happen.
Yeah.
They sleepwalked into it to try and please everyone, and they've allowed it to fester. So the Tories, I find, to blame. Obviously, that Labour have put it on supercharge, but they've been brainwashed. They genuinely believe that the St George's Cross is directly related to the far right. And that's what they see. When I see the St George's Cross, it makes me smile. When I see bloody hell, our Union flag. I was going to say Union Jack.
You can't do that,
but it's not. It's Union flag. When I see the Union flag, it fills me full of pride. And that's what it should do. I just don't understand people who see it in a different
Talking
way.
of the Union flag, we've got on X the inevitable West. We're going to try and bring you this coverage now. But Inevitable West writes, "Holy shit, this isn't the march. This is people heading to the gathering point of the march. This is unprecedented." And what we've got is the big wooden crosses. You know, everyone else is allowed to have their religion, aren't they? But, if you're Christian, that's a crime. Not today. So we are seeing wooden crosses. We're seeing flags. And this is incredible. What a day. If you are joining us now, welcome. I am Lauren the Insider, and I am joined by my amazing panel. I have a co-host, Leo Kearse, on the floor, backstage at Unite the Kingdom. Hit that subscribe button and hit all notification bells. I think that's what they say. And then you will get all the news coming to you. Today is a huge, huge day for Tommy Robinson. We saw he was in court last year. We've seen the establishment try to stop him, try to slow him down. But this movement has gathered pace. He has had the weaponization of the establishment and the media against him. But the more they come down on him, the higher we rise, and we rise together.
Well, Starmer's so jealous of the fact he was asked to speak in Congress.
Yes.
And also the Israeli parliament.
Yeah.
These are the sorts of things that who else could command 1 million people coming to London?
And that's what scares him.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is exactly why he put that message out. He's terrified. Yeah. He can see the way this is going. And do you know what? He's speeding it up. Part of me actually thinks that we need this Labour government a little bit. Hear me out. So the British people,
I'm with you on this.
The normies, see how utterly terrible they are. The lies will be exposed. This narrative that they've had for the last 20 years or whatever, that Tommy's an evil racist, it's all utter nonsense, and it's cracking. It's falling apart, and they are speeding this process up. So I'm actually a little bit optimistic about all of this. And it's days like today, it's seeing this that absolutely terrifies them. And that is why today is so important.
And that's why, it's like when you see Keir spiraling almost, when he, like yesterday, he did the video with the music in the background almost as a montage to manipulate people about the far right. He can't even mention the name of the rally because it's got such a positive connotation.
Yeah. And let's not forget as well, this is on the backdrop of him essentially trying to save his own skin at the moment. He is just about to get booted out of office in disgrace. And this is probably, again, he's amplifying some political messaging to try and, I don't know, keep himself in office and maybe a little bit longer by pandering to the left of the party, by calling out the so-called far right. They have to have a boogeyman. They have to have an enemy. They have to divide us. They have to keep us in our separate groups. Otherwise, Labour, their entire not just Labour, the left, their entire narrative falls apart.
Well, the party comes before the country, and
this
is what's so worrying. You know, you've got 100. I mean, I talked to a lot of backbench Labour. I was with them yesterday talking about road transport strategy. I know that's not a sexy thing today in the cost of living crisis, etc. But, you know, I spoke to them and there's not one of them. And there's some really senior people there. I won't give their names out, I'm afraid, but they can't bear Starmer. They absolutely, their own boss, they cannot bear him.
Well, we will be cutting to my co-host Leo shortly. And you can see that thousands and thousands of people are arriving now. There have been people that have camped out overnight to make sure they are at the front. Last year was the first year that Tommy had done Unite the Kingdom. People didn't really know what to expect. And this year is bigger, bolder and better than ever before. He has openly invited political leaders to come and join. It will be very interesting to see who does put their name to this, because Tommy Robinson is no longer the baddie from Luton. If they come for Tommy, they come for all of us. And being a patriot is such a wonderful thing. We should not be ashamed of this. So today is about unity. Today is about bringing you the inside story. We've seen Ryan from Unite the Colours and Raise the Flag, already arrested, and there were 6 police officers that descended on him, and it looked in the video like he was thrown to the ground. So the police issued a statement saying that there was a suspect wanted for alleged GBH from Birmingham. We are waiting to find out if this relates to Ryan. But the arrest was very much the optics that I believe the police want you to see, that the mainstream media want to run, that this is racist, this is aggressive, they are thugs. But we know this is not true. And that is why Outspoken is the only independent news channel where you can get unfiltered coverage. So we are also the only news channel that back Tommy Robinson. We don't back Tommy Robinson a few days before like GB News and Talk. No, we back Tommy Robinson. Dan Wootton previously went to visit him when he was in solitary confinement in jail. We support free speech, we support patriots, and we are standing up against the Islamic takeover. We're a constitutionally Christian country, and patriots, we stand with you today. So drop your questions into the chat. Let us know, where in the world are you watching from, and what does Unite the Kingdom mean to you? We know that Tommy has put out clear warnings, no masks. So we do believe that there are rumours agitators will be planted. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. And these scenes already look far bigger than last year. They had to upgrade the location because it was simply too small. Last year, they did not expect anywhere near the amount that were coming. And oh, look at all those far-right agitators. Don't they look terrible? Oh, they're very
dodgy,
aggressive.
Very dodgy lot.
So intimidating. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. I met Muslims last year. I met Sikhs. I met travellers. I met atheists, Christians, Jews. It really does bring people together. How many people from, the Islamic world do you think we'll see there today? Because you've obviously previously left it, haven't you?
This actually shattered. So I actually had the pleasure of talking at not the previous rally, but the one before that. And like I was saying, I had just kind of, gotten the bandwagon of Tommy Robinson has been vilified. So when I went on stage, I thought, oh my gosh, I know Tommy might not be the boogeyman we're told, but is everybody else out here still, the football far-right hooligans? And I just went up and I addressed the crowd by saying, good afternoon, Trafalgar. And the entire uproar was so
I spoke
warm.
at the same event.
Well,
we did,
yeah, so you... And I could
all
see
far-right
faces.
thugs, they were in front of her. This old-age pensioner with a Zimmer frame.
Exactly, going, woo, yeah, like literally. And then I saw people from the Caribbean. I saw some Muslim women with headscarves on that were genuinely concerned about...
Just breaking now, sorry to interrupt you. Britain is Broken has run on X. I'm hearing multiple reports that real Danny Tomo has been arrested at Unite the Kingdom.
What are they doing?
Okay, so we're waiting to get this news confirmed, but there is a picture building. There are many people that are commenting on X that it almost looks like a targeted approach to try and cherry pick off key people around Tommy Robinson. I was interestingly passed some intelligence to say that last night. So I'll just leave that there. We'll see if that comes to fruition. I hope it doesn't. But we are staying across X and bringing you multiple live feeds. We have my co-host Leo Kearse backstage as well. Let's not forget, Tommy Robinson has a fatwa out on his head as well. So Leo Kearse is backstage. He will be with Tommy as well shortly. Let's go over to my co-host and see what is going on the ground. Look at these scenes.
Hey, I'm back on the ground at Unite the Kingdom, keeping you updated with what's happening. You can hear the band tuning up in the background. There's people milling around down here, and the crowd is really starting to fill up here. We're still a long way from the actual march getting here, but let's talk to some more of the Patriots in the crowd. Excuse me, so what's your name?
Hi, I'm Pat from East London.
Pat from East London, and what brings you here today?
Well, it's just a good thing that we're all united. You can see the flags from everywhere, where the government are saying we're divided.
Yeah.
We ain't. We're all here for the same reason. We're fed up with them destroying our country, and we want it back. You've got a geezer running the country who ain't got the brains to stand down. Even his own party are against him, and he won't go. Yeah. So it's just all corruption, and it's just wrong. We need our country back, and people are here to show that.
Yeah. And what do you make of Starmer banning some of the speakers from this rally from actually entering the country, even when they're journalists, they're legitimate commentators, they're politicians, and they're civilised people who are just going to come and visit and contribute and give some ideas?
Because he knows that the bloke from Poland who stands for his country is excellent, and that's what we want, someone like that. And he don't want him here because he thinks he influences us. It's what we want. We know what we want, and our Prime Minister won't do what we want. He's there for our voice. That's what politicians was for, to support the people. And they're all doing their own little thing and their own back deals. And we want our country back. We want him gone.
And do you feel ignored by the politicians in Parliament over there?
Oh, 100%. They don't listen to the people. Everyone's here for that reason. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to come out on the streets and do this.
Yeah.
They're wanting to divide colours, different cultures, everything. But you can see from everywhere, there's different colours, people from different countries. So it's going on all over Europe.
Yeah.
It's like a game plan to destroy Europe. The boats need to stop. He can't even stop the boats. How easy is it to stop the boats in the channel?
Man, my granny could do it with a knitting needle. You know what I mean? It doesn't take, we're supposed to have a navy. Like, it's not, like you say, it's not a difficult thing to do. And do you think some of the criticism that's coming from politicians, about the people here, calling people far-right thugs and things like that, is that because the politicians feel threatened by this rally?
Well, I think they are threatened. And that's why they've got the other side out, the ones, the great unwashed and the Blue Air Brigade, protesting up the road to counteract this. I was here last time. The police was pushing people with shields in the back, shoving them, pushing them over, and yet they was fighting up the road at the same time, and the police had no protection on, no helmets, and yet they was just letting them get on with it. But they made us look bad.
Yeah. Well, so you saw that last year with your own eyes.
With this same march. I was here last time, but it was that busy. They shut us off and wouldn't let us get closer. But all that was going on up near Trafalgar Square and that fighting, and they weren't showing that on the main news. That's why you've got a lot of people now using YouTube and things like that to show what really is happening in the news, because the mainstream won't show it. It's like they're paid by the government to show what they want.
Yeah. And do you think, are you worried about there being any violent elements in the crowd, either, people who are here authentically or possibly people who are coming deliberately to disrupt it, to cast the march in a bad light?
No, everyone's here, everyone's friendly. I've met these people we've been speaking to, people I've been speaking to. It's a good, friendly atmosphere like it was last time.
Yeah.
No one's here to cause trouble. We're just fed up with what he's done to our country. Not just Starmer, the previous government as well.
Yeah.
So...
Yep, I've got to agree with you. I mean, this feels like a music festival. It feels like, I'm back in the 90s. Maybe my hip creaks a bit more when I bend down to pick up 5p. But, it feels like that sort of that music festival vibe. It's just, I guess, the flags now. The flags have changed, whereas if you went to Glastonbury now, you'd see Palestine flags, Hezbollah flags. Here we've actually got the flags of our great nations. We've got the flags, the Union Jack, the English flag, the Scottish flag, the Welsh flag. We're all, Israel, Northern Ireland.
Northern Ireland flags. There's flags from all over the world. If you look further back.
The Iranian flag as well, in solidarity with the Iranian people. The Irish flag, in solidarity with the Patriots across the channel. So, it's great to see.
Polish flags and that back there. It's brilliant for everyone to come out and support this.
Yeah.
Tommy's done a lot and was shut up for a long while.
Yeah.
And it's now coming out and it's got a good few people behind him and it's slowly coming through. It's all down thanks to him that this is starting to happen.
Have you noticed a change in the sort of public perception of Tommy Robinson over the last few years?
I think it's really changed from what they voted him down as and belittled him and imprisoned him for what speaking out with the grooming gangs and all that sort of thing, putting him in prison several times. It's now coming out that he was right all along and he has changed people's views and they're all coming around to know that he was right in the beginning.
And it feels like everything that they do to try and stop this movement just makes it grow. Even today, Starmer banning the speakers. I know people who are coming to the march now because they're so angry that Starmer tried to silence people's voices.
Last time they shut all the stations. People had to come from miles because they couldn't get here. So they had to get in as far as they could and then get other transport or walk or whatever just to get here to prove a point. And they had helicopters up that didn't tell you how many people was actually here. They hid the numbers.
Yeah.
If you was here, you could see how many was here. It was unbelievable last time. And it will be this time.
Yeah, I remember that drone shot going over the march and it was like, wow. And to be honest, I felt kind of reassured by that because we saw the Palestine marches, we saw how huge they were, and I think it was an eye-opening moment for a lot of people when we realised for the first time, it's like, wow, this is a huge, huge demographic we've got in the UK now. That sides with Hamas, sides with Palestine. So that was a real eye-opening moment. So when I saw so many, true British patriots out in the streets, I think a lot of people felt reassured that, there's also numbers of people willing to stand up and make a stand.
The difference is with our marches, most people work. Yeah? And they can only do it weekends. Well, the others, they don't work. Most of them are on benefits or getting handouts from the government, and they can do it 24/7. And a lot of them are paid for it as well by the government, apparently.
Well, I've heard, and certainly in America, and when you see the people stand up to racism, the placards are clearly manufactured. It's not like that. I mean, I can see the signs here. They're clearly homemade. So yeah. Okay, but I'm gonna go and speak to some more people. But thanks so much for talking to us. Cheers. Cool. Let's talk to some more people. Hello. How you doing? All right, no worries. Let's speak to some more people. Hey, how you doing? Can I speak to you? Can I interview you for Dan Wootton Outspoken? Brilliant. What's your name?
My name's Matt. How's it going?
Matt. Nice to meet you, Matt. And what brings you here today?
A lot of things. It's been a long road. I've been aware of Tommy and what's been going on with the girls for many, many years. Most people are asleep to it. I live in a really nice bit of Surrey. But I'm from my family's working class. We've worked hard to strive up. We live in a nice area now, and I've seen I'm from an area originally near Luton, so I know what's been going on there. My mum worked in Luton for decades, and she saw what happened, slowly what happened there, and took over there. And now it's just compounded. Now I'm a big fan of the United States. I've lived around the world. I've lived in the United States. I'm a big believer in free speech. If you can't defend your ideas, you can't stand up for your ideas, they're pretty weak. And on top of that experience as well, I've had my ex-wife is Russian. She fled the Soviet Union. I've spoken with them about what it was like to really live under communism. I spoke to her grandfather, her grandparents. That led me to read the Communist Manifesto, Solzhenitsyn and other material on that. And I see the creep of globalism and authoritarianism, not just in the UK, but globally, even in America, what the Democrats have been trying to do, create a one-party state. And it's really what Tony Blair started, trying to import voters. So they never get. Now it's backfiring on them. Just a little bit we're agreeing.
Well, isn't it interesting that, Labour kind of had they openly admitted, I think Andrew Neither, one of the advisors, admitted that they wanted to rub the right's nose in diversity. They wanted to import people who would always vote Labour. And now we're seeing those people aren't voting Labour anymore. They're voting for their own sectarian Islamist candidates.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with anyone. As I say, I lived all over the world, including Muslim countries. And when I was there, I respected their laws. That's their way of doing things. We have people here. We were just, when we were walking over here, I was with a group of lads. We had an England flag up. And some guy with an African accent, like obviously a guy who's not from here, but he's driving a van, he's doing a job, everything, yells at us and swears and abuses us in our own country. It's not right.
Well, thanks so much for talking to me, Matt. Good to meet you. Cheers. Thank you. And cheers. Cool. Well, we're going to keep you updated on what's happening here at the Unite the Kingdom rally. We've got people coming to the stage now. There's Ryan Williams, the Scottish Korean. He's going to play some cello. We'll keep you updated on what's happening.
Okay, you are joining us live. Leo, how is it on the ground? We are hearing that there are arrests that have started. We've seen Ryan from Raise the Colours arrested already. Can you give me any insider knowledge on what is the mood like on the ground? It looks incredibly peaceful and patriotic from where we are. Okay, we are waiting for my co-host to come back in. We are hearing rumours that people are being arrested. We've seen arrests take place outside Euston Station. And also we have some tweets to share with you. Lee Harris, my co-host in the studio, has put, "This is starting to feel like the police are deliberately trying to sabotage this event by picking off people who are close to Tommy Robinson as visibly as possible. Hold the line, Patriots. They want to provoke a reaction. Do not give them what they want." So we have seen two-tier at play for the entire process of the lead up to this event. And now we have seen a key patriot, an ally of Tommy Robinson, that has been arrested. So we are bringing in my co-host, Leo, who is on the ground. He is backstage and delivering the coverage. How is it going, Leo?
I'm just going to tell them. Yeah, it's starting to fill up now. You can see people arriving. The Parliament Square is starting to fill up with people. All kinds of flags, Iranian flags, Israeli flags. There's not many places you'll see those flags fly side by side, but this is one of those places. That's how inclusive we are. Obviously, Welsh flags, Scottish flags, English flags, Northern Irish flags, also Irish flags. And the march is going to be proceeding down here, so then we're going to see much more people arriving. But yeah, it's really starting to fill up. Not much of a police presence. There are police dotted around. All seems very good-natured. The police, all the police that I've spoken to have been on very good form, and they seem to, quite enjoy being here. I didn't actually ask. Next time I'm gonna ask and see if they prefer policing this rally to the Palestine rallies, which, you know, I know the Palestine rallies can be quite an intense and aggressive atmosphere with people covered with face coverings, chanting for terrorist organisations. Obviously, then you've got Green Party politicians there, so there can be a bit of an odour. So this is a much more pleasant day out.
I mean, it's a family day out as well. We can see the beautiful scenes behind you. There are people from all walks of life. And at Unite the Kingdom, Tommy is very, very open and upfront that everyone is invited. There's to be, you know, no excessive alcohol. There's to be no face coverings. And this is a peaceful protest. Yet, just a few miles away, we see the pro-Palestinian event whereby the Jewish community would be in danger. We are seeing such hostile, behaviour from that type of protest. How are people feeling at the front? The mood must be incredible. You can almost feel it from here.
I've spoken to are all enjoying themselves. I was just talking to somebody who mentioned he saw the counter protesters last year, and they were violent and aggressive. And I think that's where the majority of the arrests last year came from. It was actually it wasn't people at the Unite the Kingdom rally. It was people outside. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get up there and get some footage from the counter protests later on. But like you say, yeah, they're intimidating, and for the Britain's Jewish community as well, which, you know, isn't a huge community. I think it's just a couple of 100,000 compared to, I think there's 4.5 million Muslims. Although obviously, you know, I'm not suggesting that all Muslims would take part in the Palestine rallies. I know there's a lot of far left British agitators, communists who want to ally with the Islamists to as they did in Iran to bring about societal change, and I think that would come back to bite them, as it did in Iran. I mean, in Iran in 1979, the Islamists and the socialists allied to overthrow the Shah, and after they'd had the revolution, the socialists, the leftists, turned round to the Islamists and said, "Oh, great, can we have our queer vegan poetry cafes now?" And the Islamists said, "No, actually, we're going to execute you and exile you and jail you." So that might be the future for the leftists if their dreams come true. But I think Britain is really sort of showing its voice here. There are lots of people out here unafraid of being called silly names by politicians. They just want their voices to be heard, and they just want to stand up for some positive ideas and a positive future for Britain.
Leo, as well, these are, normal people from normal backgrounds. We are good people. We want our country back. It is not a crime to say that. Now, Tommy Robinson has a fatwa out, so he is in danger wherever he goes. What is the feeling backstage? Are there security measures put in place to keep him safe? He's obviously doing the march, isn't he? What are you hearing about that process?
I wouldn't say there's, an incredibly high amount of security, to be honest. Not that I'm giving, if you're an Islamist and you're watching this, don't think, don't be jumping on the bus now to try and, jump over the fence or whatever. But I mean, I think the thing that's makes people feel secure is the fact that there's obviously some ex-military guys here. Tommy's got his own security guys. I wouldn't want to mess with them. They look tougher than the security in most of the comedy clubs I perform at. So I'm sure they know what they're doing. But there isn't a sort of oppressive, ring of steel feel to this area. Everybody's just here for a good time, and I can't see any nefarious elements. I can't see any loutishness or thuggishness. I mean, when I came down to report on this, I felt I had to. After seeing Keir Starmer throw people out of the country, I felt, man, this is too much. I've got to come down and report on it. I thought there would be some, not thugs, but, guys drinking, you know, that kind of vibe. And to be honest, I think I'm the drunkest person here.
But this is two-tier. We are seeing Keir Starmer and Sadiq Khan and David Lammy just keep poking Patriots because this doesn't fit the narrative, does it? All of a sudden, there are millions of people who are peacefully protesting, and we are not the far-right agitators that they have made us out to be. So have you had any more information regarding the arrest from Ryan regarding Raise the Colours? We've seen the footage and the police look to be very heavy-handed. Or, you know, is everything calm where you are?
Everything is calm where I am. You probably know a lot more about that than I do. The police, I mean, there's some police over here just out of my eye line, just giving some people some directions, telling people what's going on, because obviously we're in Parliament Square, so there's a lot of tourists coming down. We've got Westminster Abbey right behind our cameraman there, and, you know, various landmarks, Big Ben. So, you know, tourists are here wondering what's going on, and I think some of them, these people look like they might actually join the march. They might join the rally, so maybe they will.
I mean, Leo, it's funny, isn't it, as well, that the flag is now a sign of division and hate, according to the left. It's all right for them, though, to monetize it, isn't it? So we see how many millions and millions of pounds is made from tourism and from selling our flag. Well, Leo, thank you for joining me. Keep safe, keep coming with the information, and we will come back to you shortly. And viewers, if you are just joining, welcome to a very special episode of Outspoken. This is the Unite the Kingdom Rally 2026. The establishment tried to stop it, but nothing, and I mean nothing, can stop this movement. I am joined by an amazing panel. I have Howard Cox. Howard, thank you for joining me. What does Unite the Kingdom mean to you?
Didn't think we'd need to have a Unite the Kingdom rally. I thought we were proudly British, our sovereign, you know, nation, you know, and as you keep saying quite rightly, you know, our Christian culture, our Christian faith, you know, I'd like to see the Archbishop of Canterbury coming out and supporting this today. You know, where is she? And those are the sorts of things. But what it means to me, it means everything. And I've just had a text from my family saying, you know, they're really pleased about what we're doing. And I have a daughter that who got married a few weeks ago, and she said she's so proud of being British. You know, I hadn't told her to be that.
Yeah.
She's actually worked that out for herself. But unfortunately, there are people around us who are trying to destroy our nation. And that fundamentally is what I'm keep campaigning for, and I'm going to continue to campaign for, and I'll continue to support Tommy Robinson.
Well, we see, you know, some places you can't take dogs now, more or less. We're being fed halal meat. We have to agree with the burqa. I say no, I don't want a burqa. I don't want my children growing up thinking that's normalised, putting their safety at risk. Nouria Khan, you previously were a Muslim and you left the faith. What does Unite the Kingdom mean to you?
Oh, everything that leaving something like Islam behind represents, to be honest. The actual act of being, you know, British and being able to integrate and assimilate and accept this beautiful country for what it was, you know, not live in this victimhood complex of the British Empire or the ills of the past. Which I think a lot of current Muslims, you know, there are plenty of amazing assimilated Muslims, but so many of them have hang-ups about the past and, you know, what the British Empire did, and therefore it's their right to kind of be hostile to the state or not integrate entirely and want to have factions or halal meat and this and that and keep themselves to themselves. But I think today represents standing up for British values, and you've got, you know, 80-year-old grandmothers coming out who don't usually leave the house. You've got people from all walks of life come together and celebrate the one thing that we all stand for is free speech. And, you know, sorry to say, but the Labour Party is despicable. There's not an ounce of self-reflection into why they feel that all these people need to come out on the streets and demonstrate, because they all in unison think the country is going down such a dark path that all they can do is name call.
You don't have to be sorry to say that.
No,
yes,
you don't.
Right. Sorry, I'm not sorry.
And Lee Harris, we see Tommy Robinson pull in millions of Patriots, not just people on the ground, but people that are tuning into this live stream. There are millions watching around the world. at what Tommy is doing. He's a problem for the establishment, and so are we.
Absolutely. I mean, it's astonishing. It is an astonishing. I mean, just sit back and think about what he has achieved.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm casting my mind back, not even that long, to Sir Trevor Phillips, a mainstream presenter on Sly News, as we like to call them, who went to the last rally and actually said, and I love the guy for this, but he stood on, on national television and said that the most alarming thing that he found about the event was that how normal everyone was, and the smuttering of black and brown faces, he said, and it closed off with a gospel choir. And you know what? To be able to achieve something like that, but I just wanted to extend on what you were saying, because you absolutely nailed it. The British people have been demoralised. We have been bruised and battered. We've been told that to hate our country. It's been years of sheer attack on the British people, and this is a result of that. What you're seeing today is you're seeing the British people stand up and say, do you know what? No. Britain is a wonderful country. We have a fantastic culture. That's why people come here, because we are a welcoming, open and tolerant country, and we should be proud to be British.
So what we are seeing here now is we are seeing a heavy police presence. This is predictable because 4,000 police have been deployed to the London streets. We're seeing two-tier with facial recognition and horses, dogs. The police are throwing everything at this, just like they did last year. When I was covering Unite the Kingdom last year, it was the first time I'd seen riot police. I found, in my experience, the police to be very hostile. So it is setting a very kind of clear picture, isn't it, for the mainstream media. They get those shots of the police in all of the gear. They've had an arrest already with Richard Ryan from Raise.
It's all optics.
The flags. And here we see people gathering. This isn't even the march yet. London is going to be decorated with flags, with unity. Drop any questions into the chat and welcome wherever you are joining us from. Many people are not able to be there today, but you are with us and we are united in the fact that we love the United Kingdom. And Tommy Robinson has come a long, long way. I'll give you a little bit of a story here, everyone. I spent 20 years in PR making people famous. Many people I wish I hadn't. I'm sorry for that. Not a lot I can do about it now. But I will be bringing up my daughters to know that Tommy Robinson is the person they should put on their wall. He is a hero. And I have been in that industry and seen how they have tried to destroy him. And together we unite. Today is a very emotional day. We are all marching and we are all supporting for different reasons. Whether you are a Christian and you want to protect our constitutionally Christian country, or perhaps you have been personally affected by the grooming gangs. You may have been an early supporter of Tommy Robinson, or perhaps you just think, enough, Slippery Starmer, stop it. We are all here for different reasons, but we are united together in love and in also huge respect for Tommy Robinson. Today is only possible because of him. And today is also in many ways only possible because of shows like Dan Wootton's Outspoken. Dan Wootton and Outspoken and you Patriots are the only people that have consistently supported Tommy Robinson. He's still censored in the likes of GB News and Talk. There's my friend Wendell, by the way. Wendell from Urban Scoop. Oh, I was on Messenger to Wendell this morning. Wendell does brilliant work. And you will probably see him popping up around the stage in his Union Jack shirt. But, you know, every viewer of Outspoken that has supported Tommy, you've played a huge role in making today possible. He has not had the support of the establishment. He's had the establishment try to end him. But today cannot be stopped. And that's why when I was, interviewing Tommy outside his court case last year, I said, nothing can stop this movement because we are united. And it's an amazing feeling. It can be quite a lonely experience sometimes being a patriot. You think, oh, is anything going to change? Yes, it is going to change. Look at these beautiful scenes. This is Starmer's worst nightmare. And it just makes me think, go on, buy those extra flags, really give him a nightmare, because this is what he doesn't want the world to see. The optics. He wants to be as far-right agitators. He's blocked 11 people from coming into the country. But if anything, this has made Unite the Kingdom trend worldwide. It's got onto Donald Trump's radar. It has gone global. And so Tommy Robinson, a lad from Luton, has us backing him. We are bringing you the full coverage. And last year, Unite the Kingdom was one of the best days of my life. First time with a microphone and in front of the camera. Tommy Robinson said, do you want to do a screen test? I said, sure. Where? And he said, Unite the Kingdom. I thought, right, okay. But you were all so supportive and so lovely. And to be joined by Patriots on this panel, Leo Kearse on the ground, and all of you. We love our country. We want our country back. We are not racist for saying that. We are not racist for not wanting to eat halal meat. It's not racist for standing against the burqa. This is a constitutionally Christian country. It's not bloody rocket science, is it? So we want our country back. We do not want illegal immigrants coming in and potentially putting our safety at risk. We are here marching for our daughters, for our sons, for their future. And today, Tommy has been working around the clock to give you this day. He has been going back and forth from America. We saw him speak at Congress, interestingly, before the King. And he has really amassed huge support from big, big names in America. He's got more respect and clout in the US than obviously Keir Starmer, who is an absolute laughingstock to the world. But nothing will slow this down. And so today it ramps up. It ramps up peacefully. And we are seeing amazing scenes on the ground. Oh, I met that gentleman last year outside court when I was reporting and interviewing for Tommy. And then we see Wendell from Urban Scoop and AY Audits. Now, AY Audits, if you don't know, is the migrant hotel investigator. Let's cut and see what they are saying. 3 absolute patriots.
Ever since I've got here, and I was here since about 8 o'clock this morning, it's been joyful, it's been happy. There's a good vibe in the air, there's a good atmosphere in the air. Everyone seems to be smiling and laughing and joking, and yeah, it's a really good atmosphere, really good vibe.
And it is so great to see so many patriots out on the streets today.
Yeah.
And after Sir Keir Starmer made the foolish bans this week, do you think that's motivated even more people to come onto the streets?
Do you know what, Wendell? I've actually met 2 of them people on that ban list personally and spent quite a bit of time with them, and there's nothing far right about them. And let's just remember, Keir Starmer has sat there on his YouTube, whatever he is, and he's telling everybody that everybody here is far-right racist. Yeah. And I said earlier on, he's made some serious slanderous allegations because he's actually called people convicted racists. Yeah, and to my knowledge, the organisers of this are not convicted
but
racists.
What?
You know what I mean?
How does it feel to be standing next to a white supremacist? That's what they call me, a white supremacist. So how does it feel to be standing next to a white supremacist along with so many far-right people?
Do you know what?
Big up the far-right.
It gives me, do you know what, it gives me, it's an honour to stand with you, regardless of what the media say. Like last year, I was accused of many things, from the media, so I know myself how much they lie and twist things and make things up, but listen, it's an honour to know you, it's an honour to get to speak to you and to have our little chats at 6 o'clock in the morning, etc.
Or earlier.
And to...
I'm getting worried about you, bro.
To ride along, I'm being nice to you for a change,
Big up.
But listen, just remember, what this Labour government has done, but remember what the Conservative government have done as well, not just what the Labour government have done, but remember what this Keir Starmer has actually tried to label us all. He's tried to label us all as far-right racist because I say it politely because we don't want people coming here, invading our country and raping our women and children. Yeah, and that's the fact. And when you look at it and you say, let's just look at Dorset. 0.8% of the population are asylum seekers in Dorset, but they make up for 44% of the sexual crimes. How can 0.8% of people make up a 44% of sexual crimes? It's ludicrous.
AY, have you been educated at Oxford or Cambridge and you're chucking out statistics, boy?
Listen, I'm educated on the streets of East London.
Big up. We're from the streets, man. We don't have to go Cambridge.
Not East London, but where normal people are coming from, where normal people are from, working class people. And all I see here today is just working class people for miles in that direction, and I don't even know. There's nothing in that direction, but there you go. Yeah,
but can I be honest, AY? For me, can you smell that sweet perfume?
Yeah, I can smell the 420 ganja in the air. Yeah, I smell it. It's got my lips licking.
Yeah.
Straight from Salford.
But
Big up Salford. Yeah.
Big up Salford.
Yeah, big up Salford.
But it is great.
Big up Manchester, Liverpool, wherever you've come from today. Yeah, well done. Do you know what? I can't thank you people enough for actually travelling to these events, And there we go. We hear it here. Starmer is a wanker.
I don't know. Come here. Come here. Why? Hold on. Who?
Hayden.
Hello. Where is it? We're right behind you.
Hey, my name's Leo Kearse. I'm here on the ground at the Unite the Kingdom rally, and I'm here with Canon Phil, or Father Phil. He goes by both names.
I do. It's one of those things. Why have one name where you can have two, or why have two titles where you can have one? I don't know. It works.
Canon Phil sounds great because it sounds like you fill a cannon. Have you ever worked as a human cannonball?
No, you see, people spell my title wrong with C-A-N-N-O-N.
Right.
Which is something that gets fired.
Yeah.
Right, where actually I am C-A-N-O-N.
Right.
Which means I work for the church.
Right. I can't believe you've never been fired. You must have been fired at some point in your career.
Yeah, for speaking out in this nation. I lost my church building.
Right. So you lost the church that you had a flock at, a congregation?
No, the flock are still with me.
Oh,
So the trustees locked me out of the building.
Right.
So the church all came with me, or most of them. And actually the church has grown since that point. And it's been Dan and Laurence and others have done a fundraiser for me to actually, get a building, and the fundraiser's still live, so a shameless plug.
Yeah, and what actually happened? What did you say that caused you to lose your church like that?
I spoke out over Southport.
Right.
And I criticised Keir Starmer and this whole two-tier far-right nonsense that just seems to get worse by the week. And with this event here, and you can hear the noise behind me, and the viewers can hear the noise of people having a great time because they love the timing there. Right when the priest is on air.
Can you hear that? People are making themselves known, making their opinions on Keir Starmer known, and I think they're saying he likes to pleasure himself with his own hands. And so why are you here today?
So I'm here today because I've supported Unite the Kingdom really since the beginning, and I've had the privilege of giving blessings and speaking at Unite the Kingdom. This nation needs to be united, and it needs to be united around the values that made this country great, which is Christianity. We are a Christian country, and we've forgotten that identity, and it seems that we have a government and successive governments that have wanted to do away with everything that's Christian.
Yeah.
And you pull the identity, it's like pulling a thread of a jumper, all of a sudden everything unwind. And, you know, we have the Abbey here, we have the Houses of Parliament, the Palace of Westminster over there, all founded on Christianity. And we have a government and a Prime Minister that is just not interested, and they talk about this, the supposed British values. Well, let me tell you what British values are. They're Christian.
Yeah, well, and I also see that rot in the church as well. I see the Church of England, actually abandoning, to a certain extent, Christian values.
And unfortunately, I'm an Anglican priest, and my licence now comes out of the Anglican Church in North America and the Confessing Anglican Church of the US, and I took my licence to America because of the state of the church here. We're doing everything other than speak out for Christian values and declaring that Jesus is the way, the truth and the life, not another religion. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth and the life. It's on that understanding that we have monarchs crowned, that we have lords, clergy, bishops in the House of Lords, but they refuse, it seems, to speak out for that which is Christian. And the nation of Israel got itself into trouble in the Old Testament because it forgot its God. And that's exactly where we are right now. We've forgotten our God. And the more that we step away from those values, Leo, you know, the worse it becomes, because we're rudderless.
We can see it happening in the country and in the sort of dissolution of social cohesion, and, you know, people not having anything to cling to believe in. But you're seeing your own church growing in numbers.
Absolutely. I mean, so we came down in coaches today. You know, and it's like we've got people giving out Gospels of John, you know, in the crowd, like now. You know, people want to hear the Christian message. They want priests and clergy who stand up for righteousness. And you know, Leo, every time I celebrate Mass, my deacon, as he gives me the sacrament, he says to me, Father Phil, always preach God's word and always preach the truth. Every time he gives me communion. And we've forgotten to do that. We have made Jesus about social action. And Jesus actually was the one that, when things were wrong, turned over tables. He was the one that actually said, I've come to the lost house of Israel. And we have a lost nation here. We have a Christian message, and what should be declared in the Abbey, which is a royal peculiar, and what should be declared in Parliament, which starts with prayer every morning, is anything but. And we're now having the Adan prayed over there. You know, we're having the influence of another religion, and the point that I made in August 2024 is Jesus says a house divided against itself cannot stand. And what governments have done is they've divided the house. You cannot serve Islam and Christianity.
What do you make of the rise of Islamism in the UK? Do you see it as a threat? And you also see, because I think Christianity's rising in numbers because people are feeling that tribalism and wanting to return to their own identity.
Leo, that's a great question, and it probably needs to be answered in a couple of parts. Today, there are more Christians in the world than there was yesterday.
Right.
Okay, so let's give that context first of all. There are far more Christians in the world. Christianity is growing at a far greater rate. And interestingly, in places where Christianity is being suppressed and persecuted. So, in that context, no, Islam's not a threat. Jesus is the way, the truth and the life. However, in this nation, we have been plotted against, and we've been pitted against a religion that's the antithesis of what Christianity is. God is a covenant God, not a God that subverts and makes people submit. Whosoever will make up. And so in this nation, we are losing, the church is losing its right to speak into society and life because it is not preaching and teaching the good news of Jesus, which is take care of the widows and the orphans. We're taking care of anything but the widows and the orphans. You know, and it's criminal, and there's no other word for it than that. So is Islam a threat? to Christianity. Globally, no. In this nation, we have a real problem.
Right, okay. And what do you want to come from this rally? Oh, I think we've got to go now. So Canon Phil, thanks so much for joining me. Really wise words there.
Thanks, son. Great to talk with you as always. Great. Every time we meet, we seem to end up laughing, so I'm sure.
No spin, no bias, no censorship. Wow. That was amazing. What we are seeing now is people come together, and Keir Starmer wants you to think the words Christ is King are hate crimes. He wants Christianity to disappear, but not today, because millions have come together and we are protecting our Christian values. We will not be shamed into loving Christianity. We will not be shamed and not come forwards to protect our country, to protect our children. The scenes in London are giving me goosebumps. And if you are not there on the ground and you are with us watching this, these are scenes that will go down in history. But they won't be in your mainstream media history books. Oh no, that is why you are watching totally independent coverage here on Dan Wootton Outspoken. There are no tech billionaires in the background pulling our strings. We say what we want when we want. And Tommy Robinson has done today what no politician can do. He has pulled together millions and millions of people to vote peacefully with their feet. The scenes are extraordinary. It's actually making me very emotional because as a mother, I want to protect this country. I want my children to have, like many of you parents, grandparents, you want your children and grandchildren to experience what we experienced. And many people believe this country and the United Kingdom is unrecognisable now. How crazy is it that we're sat here discussing a constitutionally Christian country and the very people that are holding those wooden crosses and the flags are smeared as far-right agitators? The scenes are stunning. People have travelled from all around the world. And this, viewers, this is so exciting. So what you are seeing now is people walk towards the start of the march. This isn't even the march yet. And the atmosphere in the crowd is electric. I met so many amazing people last year, so many outspoken viewers who have named Dan Wootton as the governor of free speech. And I am here instead of Dan Wootton today. Dan Wootton hasn't gone blonde and put a red shirt on. It is me, Lauren the Insider. Please follow me on YouTube. I am at Lauren the Insider. And thank you to all of you viewers who have played a huge part in today taking place, because Outspoken is the only news platform that has supported Tommy consistently. GB News won't have him on. Talk TV won't have him on. And Dan has backed Tommy always from very early on, because Dan, myself, and Tommy know how the mainstream media can be weaponized against you. So we have a video from Tommy that we are going to share with you that he posted on his X. And let's not forget, without X, many people would not get the news as well. Thank you to Elon Musk for, working with us in the fight for free speech. Never did I think we would be fighting for free speech in 2026. So let's take a look at this video from the man of the moment, the superstar that is Tommy Robinson.
We're walking to the front of the march. Get ready, Britain, for the biggest show of unity and patriotism this country. Come on! Keir Starmer, the country's awake. Your days are numbered.
Wow. And I'm sorry, I am going to swear, Mum. I know you're watching, but there are lots of people that are chanting Keir Starmer is a wanker. And I do have to agree with them. Not my words. I'm just reading, what I'm seeing in the chat. It really is a fact.
Honest broadcasting.
We're fed up. We're fed up of it. We're good people. We are so fed up of being pushed to the limit. And our flag is beautiful. We have had so much support as well from people from America, Australia. We've got people in the chat that are joining from all around the world. And because of Outspoken and because of X and because of Tommy, they can see exactly what is going on. But this story is far from over. Today, we have seen the policing start off being very two-tier already. So we are hearing rumours that there are people around Tommy that will be cherry-picked. Obviously, we will keep an incredibly close eye on this. We are also hearing rumours, and various citizen journalists have had tip-offs that certainly the police may want to... how should we say this? There are rumours that agitators may be put into the crowds. We will see how this takes place and what comes in the next few hours. But ultimately, you have been with us, Patriots. You have seen this stream, and it is incredibly peaceful. It is calm. There are people, from all ages, dog walkers. They are, who knew those far-right agitators were dog walkers? Unbelievable, isn't it? But Tommy is making his way to the start of the march. And this is the biggest day for Tommy Robinson. We have another video. Let's cut to it now.
We're walking up towards Trafalgar Square. The crowd's going. Parliament Square's already full. The crowd's stretched from here to Euston Station, apparently, which is miles. Okay? And miles. This is the biggest event in British history. This is the moment, a turning point for Britain, a message to the leaders. Britain's ready for the fight. Right? People are up. We're awake. We're not going to back down.
Most proudest moment ever.
Wow, this is a moment in history, like Tommy Robinson said, and millions of you finally feel seen, you finally feel heard. We are not now the quiet 99%ers. We will not have it. Slippery Starmer's gaslighting no longer works. And today, people are coming out in their hundreds and thousands. We will be bringing some drone footage later on in the stream, and Tommy is on his way to the start of the march. Now, what is very interesting about this is there is a fatwa out for Tommy Robinson. The jihadis want him dead, and he has not received protection from the state. We see the likes of Prince Harry qualify for protection, but Tommy Robinson from Luton, oh no, he does not qualify. And so his security team are bringing their entire force to put around him. He is having a ring around him to try and keep him safe. But this is a risk. Tommy Robinson is a target. We saw what happened to Charlie Kirk. And Tommy Robinson is not hiding away in light of everything that happened with Charlie Kirk. In light of all of these threats that are out for Tommy Robinson, not only is he not hiding, he's coming back bigger, bolder than ever. He is just not going to be silenced because he represents you, he represents me, he represents our children out there. And so he will march with Patriots. We can see Big Ben here with the flag, and here is the entire crowd that we're going to cut to as well. They are making their way to the start of this march, this peaceful march, this march that is a problem for the establishment. Howard, what kind of atmosphere is going on there? You've been there before. It is just magic.
Well, it's probably the safest time I've ever felt. I mean, we're going into this environment where, I've been to football matches, rugby matches all around, and I felt a bit nervous about people with their pints. You go to this one, the last one on September the 13th, it was just full of camaraderie, friendship and love for people. There was not, even today coming up here to the studio on the train, someone wanted a selfie with me and saying, "Are you going to it? You're going the wrong way," because I was coming up out of London. But I am going there, and I can't wait to get there. And I'm going to be, with Lee Harris, and and it's a shame you can't make it. But I'm so looking forward to meet with people. I've got messages galore that people give me loads of points to meet. I've got to cut myself into about 10 pieces to go to the different places. But the point is, and to answer your question, it is a fantastic feeling because these are true, genuine British patriots.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lee, it is just amazing to see people come together. The treatment of patriots has been absolutely abhorrent. You know, our parents, our grandparents, they didn't work all their lives for us to inherit this kind of country. What kind of changes from today do you think we'll see?
I hope a lot. I hope that this is, well, we can see that it's already had a massive impact on Keir Starmer. It's having a massive impact on the cabinet. They are probably trying to capitalise on this for political reasons, which is clearly going to backfire. And again, you know, echoing what Howard has just said, you know, I was there last year as well. They know, right, despite what they're putting out on X, David Lammy knows, Keir Starmer knows this is a peaceful event. He knows it. And this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to smear the event to change the narrative because they know Tommy's running the narrative. He has gained control of an unstoppable narrative, if you ask me. It's not going to change now, and this is why these events are so important. We have to keep them going, and I don't think we're going to struggle to keep them going, to be honest, looking at the amount of people that have turned up.
Will you try stopping Tommy?
Yeah,
no
exactly.
Way.
It's just
He's
not going to
an immovable
happen.
force now.
This is unstoppable now, and they know it. And I've got to admit, even I am shocked. I mean, I can... You know, we can all be a little bit conspiratorial in our minds, can't we? But even I'm shocked at how we've seen the government react to this march. And that is how much of an impact that both Tommy Robinson is having and the patriots that are attending in their numbers here. We're looking at these are incredible images. And it hasn't even started yet. The march has not even started yet. And thousands of people are already there with smiles on their faces. And that is why Keir Starmer is terrified.
And we have a video of Tommy Robinson interviewing Nick Shirley. Now, Nick Shirley managed to get in. Starmer forgot him, didn't he? He did block 11 far-right agitators who are not far-right agitators whatsoever. And he blocked those 11 patriots, all while, you know, unvetted male migrants are coming in to destroy the country, in many people's opinion. So let's go to this video and see Tommy Robinson and Nick Shirley.
All right, guys, today's the day. It's May 16th, so everyone's here. People have their flags. Everyone's excited. I was saying that it's such a big city, London, but this community makes it feel like a small town. Everyone's really kind. Everyone's really excited. So, yeah, it's going to be a fun and positive day where everyone's united. That's what the whole thing is about.
Tell me when we're on. Okay, so we are back live. If you are joining us, welcome. Hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 700,000 subscribers. And go on, give me a cheeky subscribe as well, Lauren the Insider. So we are gearing up for the start of the march, and hundreds of thousands of people are making their way through London. The scenes are unbelievable as Slippery Starmer is hanging on for dear life and trying to make out we're all the problem. The optics don't lie. You are seeing how peaceful everything is here. And we have another Tommy Robinson video we are bringing you right now.
Look at this. Look at the sound system. These boys are ready? Listen to this. Let's hold it in.
This is unbelievable. I've got goosebumps. Let me know in the chat, everyone, how you are feeling. I am so proud to be a patriot. I love this country. I love the United Kingdom. I love Christianity. And I will always use my platform to amplify people that are backing this movement. What is so interesting with this as well is we have really seen Tommy spearhead citizen journalists. He has backed the likes of AY Audits, John Hannam, Gauci Reports, Richard Donaldson. These are the future. This is the media now. And part of what has made Unite the Kingdom so big is Elon Musk and X. So we have some more footage that we will be bringing you shortly. And what a day. This is a video from Gauchi Reports, an incredible citizen journalist. And look, you can just see there are so many people. The flags are beautiful. Today, we unite. We have been through it, Patriots. Starmer is pushing us into a corner, but we will not bite. We will continue to be peaceful. And this is exactly what you're seeing with Unite the Kingdom. We are going to throw back to Leo on the ground, who is backstage bringing you the exclusive. Let's go.
Hey, we're back here at the Unite the Kingdom rally, and I'm here with the Scottish Korean Ryan Williams. Ryan, how are you doing today?
I'm feeling not very Scottish with your accent. I sound like a posh English twat. But yeah, I grew up in Edinburgh, so I guess people from Edinburgh can sound like a posh English twat.
Yeah, I mean, Edinburgh is the kind of England of Scotland, if you know what I mean.
I'm going to get killed if I say yes to that, but yeah.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about, you're talking about getting killed, about death threats and things like that. I know it's some that Tommy has. He's in fatwas against him. I think he still does. I don't think they expire. And you have had quite a lot of threats as well because you've spoken out against Islamism.
Yeah, I don't have any fatwas. Maybe some skinny was, but you know, kind of lighter end. I just get the kind of I'm going to kill you, but I don't really get all the beheaded. Yes, love it. I don't get any of the like serious threats.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you tell what's a serious threat and what's somebody just giving a light-hearted "I'm going to kill you"?
Well, they got my address once. That's a serious threat.
They got your what, sorry?
Address. Once they have your address where you actually live, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Once they've got your parents' address or something like that, it's not good.
Isn't it funny that, you know, this rally is described as violent and thuggish, but you haven't been threatened by anybody here?
No, this event is loud, very musical, and you're going to hear it. Like, everybody's having a good time.
Yeah. You're going to be on stage later. What are you going to be doing?
I'm going to be playing the cello. It's a big violin, big machine gun. Yeah, and I play it between my legs and I just scratch the thing. Loads of practice in with that.
And are you going to be speaking as well?
I don't think I'm allowed to open my mouth, no. Just to scratch the thing between my legs.
And have you had any criticism or any prohibition or bans as a result of your outspokenness about radical Islam?
Yeah, I got detained as a terrorist on the Schedule 7 at Heathrow Airport.
At Heathrow Airport?
Yeah. You know about this, no?
Yeah, so just for anybody back at home who doesn't know what happened, just explain why you're detained and what happened.
Yeah, I got detained for Schedule 7 Terrorism Act for speaking out against Islam.
Right. And what you said?
Well, I said, we should be able to criticize bad ideas and it should be going after real terrorists. But, it's now a pretty good pickup line, I just fancy dating a terrorist, I need all the help I can get in a dating world. I'm still single, so, Korea's got a very low birth rate.
Yeah.
So please help us out. If you want to have babies, go get a Korean woman and carry on our race. Yeah, they don't really like Korean men. They love white guys. They love Jewish men, to be honest. They love that circumcised beef.
Yeah. And has your career been affected by your outspokenness about radical Islam?
Well, I've always been a bum, so nothing's really changed that much.
What are we doing?
Just a musician that play for sandwiches.
Right.
Yeah.
So are you still performing as a musician? Are you still where do you perform?
I perform wherever I can get paid in sandwiches, and I'm performing here. I get a few donations here and there, but it is hard to make money. I sleep on people's sofas. A Tinder date will maybe give me a bed sometimes, but that's about it. It is genuinely hard to make money from critiquing Islam.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because so many people say Anybody who speaks out against Islam must be a grifter. Anybody who's slightly to the right of Keir Starmer must be a grifter. Just doing it. And speaking personally,
I would do it for the money.
Yeah, yeah. If there's any money in it, I think
that'd be great.
As a comedian or as a musician,
holy shit, we'd be rich.
It's easier to make money if you don't tell the truth.
Yeah. Well, maybe I shouldn't tell the truth. I need to make some money. No, but yeah, have to piss off Islam a little bit.
Yeah. And what happened when you were detained under the Terrorism Act, which is, hilarious. I don't think we've got a history of like Scottish Korean terrorism in Britain, but you were detained under the Terrorism Act. And were there any repercussions? Did they charge you? Did anything happen?
No, they let me go because I think I just bored them to death with Quran verses. And no history of Scottish Koreans. There's only one. There was another Scottish Korean, but I killed him. Can't have Yeah, he was better looking than me. I always say I'm hung like a chipmunk, but I've got enough balls to buy Islam. So.
Okay. And what are you hoping is going to come as a result of this rally today?
I hope to make Islam illegal in the UK. Not genuinely. I think it's an HIV, human Islam virus. Everybody says it's a cancer, but I'm Asian. We're all about the viruses.
Why do you? What set you on this path? Because Korea, has South Korea got many Muslims?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Muslims have 4 wives.
Yeah.
It doesn't leave much for the rest of us. That's why I'm still single. So I'm at war. Like get back our woman.
Well, no wonder some of the guys coming across in small boats are so desperate if there's just a few men taking up all the women. Maybe if they put that right, they'd be able to sort everything out. Anyway, Ryan, thanks so much for talking to us today, and I'm looking forward to seeing you play cello on that stage. Brilliant. Right. It's Ryan Williams, and this is Leo Kearse at the United Kingdom Rally, reporting for Dan Wootton Outspoken. Back to you in the studio, Laurence.
No spin, no bias, no censorship. This is Dan Wootton Outspoken. Welcome back to a very, very exciting episode of the show. This is the Unite the Kingdom Rally 2026, the only place where you will get fully independent coverage. And the scenes we are seeing are unbelievable across London. People have flown in from all around the world. Patriots have spoken. They have had enough. They want their country back. This is a constitutionally Christian country, and we will not be shamed for saying that. Tommy Robinson has a fatwa on his head. Today is a very, very risky move for him. He has a security team who will be guiding him through the march, but we will have to see if he remains safe and what goes on, because we know that the jihadis are out to get him. The mainstream media are painting a picture that this event is full of far-right agitators. I think not, Poppets, because what you are actually seeing is families, is grandparents, is people like you and I who are fed up of slippery Starmer. We are fed up of unvetted migrants. We are fed up of the establishment being weaponized against us. And this flag to us, Patriots, it symbolises unity, it symbolises love, and nothing will stop this movement. So you can see, look at these scenes. This is so, so beautiful. It's giving me goosebumps. I love this country. I love the United Kingdom, and I am so proud of all the patriots that have come out to support this movement and Tommy Robinson. This is the movement that gave me my first break only last September with Tommy Robinson when I was presenting, and I met incredible people. The scenes in London, you're seeing them in real time. You are seeing this is not far right. You are seeing that this is just ordinary people. This is a peaceful protest. The day started with Ryan from Raise the Colours and Raise the Flags. He was arrested at Euston. We have seen digital ID come in and be used. Only for this march, though, obviously not for the pro-Palestinian march. And we've also seen an arrest for the pro-Palestinian march. Let me bring you this breaking news. A woman has been arrested after she appeared to refuse to remove a fabric face mask she was wearing at a pro-Palestinian protest forming up in South Kensington. She was part of a group of protesters who were all asked to remove fabric and surgical face coverings. Isn't that interesting, though? Tommy has asked everyone at Unite the Kingdom, do not come in face coverings. We are proud. We have nothing to hide. And it will be very interesting to see if there are rumours that agitators may have been planted. It will be very interesting to see if any of the potential agitators are wearing face coverings, because every single patriot is proud to be there. We don't wear face masks. We want our faces to be seen, and we want to be aligned with this movement. But pro-Palestinian rallies and marches, they're always covering their faces. It's different rules for them. We've seen Starmer's comments, statements, videos absolutely weaponised, saying we are thugs and racists. No, we're not, Keir Starmer. We're fed up of you. We're fed up of your terrible government. We are fed up of being bullied for simply wanting to be us, to protect our country. There are many people marching because of the grooming gangs. There are many people that are putting their weight behind Tommy Robinson that may have not before. Tommy Robinson has amassed millions. He has got more support in the UK and the US than Keir Starmer would ever like him to have, and all around the world. This is a problem. So the deep state will try and create a narrative that people were aggressive. But just look at these far-right agitators on the screen. I mean, honestly, it's just the most wholesome event. And that is why people take their children. That is why grandparents take their grandchildren. That is why you see dog walkers there. These are incredible scenes. I want you to remember this, Patriots. When you see these scenes now, I want you to compare this with tomorrow's front pages of the national newspapers. The mainstream media is not our friend, and that is why hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 700,000 subscribers, and this is a fully independent news channel. There are no tech billionaires behind the scenes. Dan Wootton set this channel up for you to get the news that you deserve. I have been part of the mainstream media ecosystem, and I know just how much is kept from you. And that is why Outspoken is the only channel I will appear on. And you are seeing now, Patriots are calmly collecting together, starting to get ready for the beginning of this march. There is no trouble. These images speak for themselves, and these scenes will go down in history books. This is the biggest protest the country has ever seen. This is the biggest free speech rally. Now, obviously, Unite the Kingdom means something different to so many different people. There will be many survivors there today, many survivors who, when the establishment didn't listen to them, when the police covered things up, when they were failed in social care, it was Tommy Robinson that came forwards. And when Tommy Robinson came forwards, it was the likes of Piers Morgan that smeared him and made him out to be the baddie. And today we can see exactly what is going on. We have a new Ryan Bridge video coming in as well from his arrest. We are seeing a lot of Patriots are concerned that two-tier is at play. Let's have a look at this video and you can make up your own mind.
I'm the only one he hasn't shaken hands with.
Ryan, look at the effort. Ryan, you want to watch here?
I know I'm going to get grabbed. I know.
Have you got rid of that?
So go on, folks.
Box formation, guys.
Box formation. Box formation.
Box it now.
Nobody move. Nobody move.
Why?
Taking him, Kellen. He hasn't done anything.
He hasn't done anything. He hasn't done anything.
Get out, scumbags! Wankers!
He hasn't done anything. Nothing. Calm down. Why are you cuffing him? He hasn't done anything. Why?
And Naria, I'm saying it correctly. I always get worried. Welcome back. So you can see this footage it's clearly shocking. Naria, what do you think about this? Because this to me looks like a very aggressive way to arrest someone who was not being obstructive.
Very heavy-handed, wasn't it? And I mean, before the march has even taken place, you know, they had their eyes on him from the beginning, just because of the things he stood for. And, you know, obviously they mentioned something that happened previously in Birmingham. But this is what people have been saying, that they're going to try and reach for the people closest to Tommy. They're going to try and agitate the crowds. And this is exactly the kind of reaction that they're expecting this to have a knock-on effect across the board. But as you can see there, Lauren, you can see such a mishmash of flags. For example, I've seen so many Iranian flags in the last half an hour. Does Keir Starmer think they're all far-right racists as well?
Yeah.
They're just absolutely dejected with how he couldn't call out a terrorist regime, you know, right from the outset. There's so many people here absolutely fed up with the establishment, and that's all this is. So I do urge people to please be careful. As you said, there was not going to be excessive alcohol being sold, and the pubs had been closed. Again, I don't really agree with that. These poor landlords have lost out on good business on a Saturday.
But Starmer doesn't care about good, hard-working patriots. This is the man that has put illegals in front of everyone that has built this system, that has paid into this system. You know, he is, at any opportunity, he likes to come down hard on the very people that have created this country, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, this is so refreshing to see today, because usually the streets of our capital are just flooded with Palestinian flags week in, week out. So this is such it's so nice on the eyes to see this today. But yeah, the one day that working class, hardworking Brits from across the country who have made this country, let's be honest, he chooses to come down so heavy-handed, come up with new legal guidance, sit with the police, be informed of every single action. Where was this energy all of these years when we've had literal terrorist chants being spoken up and down the country? We've had Jews murdered on the streets of London. And today he chooses to go for the very people that, you know, represent every part of this country.
Absolutely. We see Keir Starmer, don't we, talk time and time again about, we will fight anti-Semitism. Well, look, you clown, you are literally importing anti-Semitism in. This is the real danger, isn't it? Because people don't feel safe now. And today is the safest many people have felt at Unite the Kingdom. And if you are just joining us now and you are not able to be there, you are here with us and we are delivering you independent coverage. Today is a day that will go down in history. Tommy Robinson has done what no politician could do. He has. Look at these scenes. There are millions of people joining from around the world. There are hundreds of thousands of people on the ground. We are waiting to get exact numbers. And because Tommy knew that last year the mainstream media lied and they said there was 50,000, there was 100,000. He's rented a helicopter this year to bring you the aerial footage so you can clearly see how many people, because he has more reach than the politicians. This is the patriot that has spoken in Congress. Tommy Robinson has more clout in Washington, D.C. than the laughingstock that is Slippery Starmer. And so these flags, the establishment want you to think this is divisive, this is hatred. No, it's not. It's your grandma with a flag standing for her grandchildren's future. There is nothing divisive about this. I've got goosebumps. Let me know in the chat, everyone, where are you joining from? And if you are wondering, has Dan Wootton put on a red shirt and dyed his hair blonde? No, he hasn't. He is on a cruise for his mum's 70th. So you are with me, Lauren the Insider. Welcome. Please hit that subscribe button. And also go over to my YouTube, but don't leave the stream, and hit the subscribe button. I am Lauren the Insider. And look at these flags. This is a problem. The establishment will be panicking at this point because they want the world to think that we are all far-right agitators. But no, you are seeing such a sense of calm a sense of unity, a sense of peaceful protesting. And we will be bringing some coverage and exclusive insights from the pro-Palestine event, which I can tell you right now, there have already been arrests. There are people wearing face coverings that are refusing to take them off. But digital ID and digital, recognition, it's not being used there at all, is it? No, because two-tier is at play. So people are making their way to the march. This is unbelievable. The West unites today, doesn't it? It is not just a small group of people. This is the entire West.
People outside of this are calling it Unite the West as opposed to just Unite the Kingdom because, eyes on from America to from Australia to New Zealand, all eyes are on the United Kingdom right now because we are considered the first frontier against Islam in the Western world. What's happened in this country over the last few decades has been unprecedented.
Yeah.
And this is electrifying seeing this, being there in person. Everybody says it's a sheer party atmosphere. You feel that the hairs on the back of your neck stand up when you get the music going as well. And it hasn't even got to that part of the day yet.
Yeah.
But it's absolutely an electrifying atmosphere. And Tommy said this himself. The first time he felt that was in Poland when he attended a march there.
Yes.
And that's kind of what inspired him to let me recreate that feeling in the UK. And is it possible? And lo and behold, he has made it possible year in, year out.
He has made it possible. And all of you watching have made this possible. You are such an important part in today, moving the Overton window and making today happen. I want to share a super chat as well from Aaron Clark, who says, unite the kingdom. Unite the kingdom indeed. And we are trying to go through as many of your messages in the chat as possible. And what a day. We are seeing people from all parts of the United Kingdom that have come over. So thank you as well, Aaron Clark, for your £100 super chat. That is lovely. And wherever you are joining from today, you are here because you, I assume, want the kingdom to be united. Everyone has a different reason for backing Tommy or Unite the Kingdom. And the stage now is being set up. We are going to see today as well a real breakthrough when it comes to citizen journalists. We are the media now. We will not be fed that disgusting propaganda. No, thank you, because that propaganda is the very propaganda that wants you to think you are a far-right agitator. I don't think so, Poppets. So we will see some amazing journalists today that will be bringing you coverage and insights as well. I've got a video from independent journalist John Hannam as well, which I'll be bringing you shortly. And there is just a sea of flags. Let's not forget, in parts of the UK, it is illegal to put a flag against a lamppost. Truly, this is what we're dealing with under Starmer's government. And I'm bringing another super chat. Steve G7718, a £20 super chat. Thank you. You say, this is beautiful. This is amazing. Lauren ticks both them boxes too. Oh, Steve, stop it. Thank you. This is my first time in a studio. And I love this country, Patriots. And I love Outspoken. You have given me a voice. I left the mainstream media. I left before they could cancel me. I left because it was deeply toxic. And so for me to be able to report for you and for Dan Wootton to give me this opportunity, I am so grateful. Tommy Robinson is someone that I have supported since I came into independent media. And by doing so, I have lost many, many people in my life. And do you know what? I wouldn't change a bloody thing, because you either have a moral compass or you don't. Now, talking about losing things, you've also lost things, haven't you, from speaking out? You've left Islam. It came at a cost.
Yes, and I completely hear what you're saying, Lauren. And I was just thinking as you were saying those lines that we make room for better people to come in, because as you're saying, I can't be in the same room and I can't respect somebody who does not care for the actual, women and girls who have suffered at the hands of, as you said, men who do not belong in this country, should not be in this country. And when you cannot call a spade, I would rather let those people go. So yeah, that speaking up comes with a big price. Tommy has paid the biggest price. They have done all sorts to silence him,
Yeah.
which is why it's so glorious to see him come out like this. And none of the criticism that the mainstream try gets through anymore. It just does not stick. So I really have a lot of respect for you choosing a side as well. And I've been through the exact same thing. And here we are standing up for what we believe in. And so are all these people in front of us.
Absolutely. And we will see as well, the speakers will take to the stage. Slippery Starmer, he tried to throw a spanner in the works, but it didn't work. So we've seen 11 not far-right agitators blocked. But we are now seeing, look at these scenes. That was from last year as well. When Tommy came on stage, he didn't know what to expect. And I don't think any of us did. And what we saw last year went down in history. And this is with no mainstream backing. This is with the full force of the establishment being weaponized against Tommy Robinson. We are seeing Patriots go up against two-tier policing. We are seeing Patriots that have had enough. They want their country back. 4 nations, 1 kingdom, 1 dream. This is what unites people. Last year, we saw, obviously, the assassination of Charlie Kirk take place. We know Tommy Robinson has a fatwa out for him. This is an incredibly risky move for Tommy Robinson. Any time he leaves a house is a risky move. So we have my co-host Leo is backstage. I think we're going to throw to him shortly, and he is on the ground with an access all areas pass telling you exactly what's going on. Let's have a look at the scenes from backstage. We are seeing the flags and Big Ben there. That is unbelievable. This is a problem, isn't it, for the establishment? We're seeing the press start to run as well, that protesters are beginning to march in central London. What do you think the headlines are going to be?
Oh my gosh, far-right rally begins, arrests already made, the same one arrest of Ryan being played over and over again. I mean, Sky News have a habit of doing this. I have literally gone to my parents' house afterwards and watched their coverage versus the mainstream coverage versus what we've seen all day. And you'll notice the stark difference, the tone, the words they use, the people and even when there's agitators in the mix and the police have actually said, right, that person was wrongfully arrested, he was not to do with the rally, they will continue to peddle that as if it was part of the rally. And Lauren, if I may just quickly, if you look at the opposite march for the NABCA today, the poster calls itself an anti-Tommy Robinson march. And you mentioned Charlie Kirk earlier, and what's very, very, very insidious was that they have a picture of Tommy on the poster with his eyes glared out. It's just kind of inciting as well to look at, and it's very, I do hope he stays completely safe today.
It really is, and they are coming for all of us, I believe, when they do that. And so we now are hearing the speakers are backstage. Things are hotting up. What a day this is. And people are making their feelings very clear. You can see on screen, this is a woman. Get them out is the poster she is holding. This doesn't look like a football thug, does it? That doesn't look like a far-right agitator. It's someone in a red cowboy hat. So you are seeing the real coverage here on the ground. We are taking multiple feeds and we are giving you the clearest insight into what is going on. The mainstream media have already started peddling that silly coverage. So they are talking about arrests, but the coverage of the Palestinian march and event is very, very limited because we all know that we have been branded inaccurately, racists, far-right bigots, but that is simply not the case. Today, Tommy will stand on stage, and I believe he is going to be sassier and bolder than ever before. We're being put in a pressure cooker, aren't we? This is truly unbelievable.
Yeah, people are fed up, and this is it. This is the ultimate them coming to the end of their tether and saying enough is enough. You cannot ignore us now. We are in the millions. This is the biggest ever. Tommy said it himself. They've got Parliament, they've got Whitehall, they've got Trafalgar Square. And I mean, people have come from all over the country. Tommy Robinson, each year, I think you mentioned this earlier, it's just going to get bigger and bolder.
Absolutely. And there are chants, apologies, Mum, if you're watching this, but there are lots of chants going on that Keir Starmer is a wanker. And it is hard to disagree with that, to be honest, because we have seen the statement that he put out recently is disgusting. Let's cut to the stage and have a look at what is going on the ground.
I believe this morning, where the Christians were being murdered and butchered in Nigeria, he sent in a special task force to take out the bad guys, and I believe they wiped them out. They were wholesale slaughtering Christians. So that's an amazing thing to do. God bless you for that, Mr. President. So here we are, defending our own faith in our own lands. And you have to remember, people, that the foundational building block for our nation, for Britain, United Kingdom, is Christianity. We are not a multicultural. The culture of these lands is Christianity. That is our very foundational building block. For we are Christians, and it is our forefathers, our ancestors, that fought and died in the fields of this nation, on the shores, everywhere. We fought the Nazis, but we have 1,000 years of kings and queens history. And the most important thing is, I hear people saying all the time, Christianity this, what culture, what culture? Let me tell you something. 1,000 years of Christianity, of incredibly brave Christian fighting men. And you have to think, where does that saying come from, this green and pleasant land? Well, I'll tell you why it's a green and pleasant land. And that's because it is absolutely soaked and saturated in the blood of Christian patriot fighting men and women that stood in fields with swords, shields, axes, pitchforks, and they defended their children, their land, their country from the rampaging, murdering hordes, invaders. I've just got to do the Lord's Prayer. So what I'm going to do is, I just want to start off with a little blessing. We're just going to say the Lord's Prayer just to throw out to all our Christian brothers around the world. So if you join me on this, we'll send a message and it'll be a fantastic optic. So if you can bear with me, yeah? So if you want to do this with me, please, God. You ready? Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you, people. God bless you. Thank you. Beautiful humans. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That you went through the breakup, the bereavement, the breakdown, the redundancy. They may be gone, but their spirit 100% lives on within you, and I hope this brings just one person comfort. I really, really do.
I want justice. I want to know that I can go to sleep at night and the person that burgled my house will never do it again because they're in jail.
Well, today is a good day for some and a bad day for others.
I don't trust anybody. I believe that the political elite it's them first, then us. It's their political career first, then us.
Yes, London! Now, contrary to Keir Starmer's waffle, we're not here to spread hate. Quite the opposite. We're here because we love our country. Keir Starmer called us all far right. And once again, He got it terribly wrong. Look around you. This isn't division. This is what unity actually looks like. This is the Britain we remember. The Britain that we want back. We're sick of being lied to. We're sick of being gaslit and treated like children. We're a sharp, proud nation. We can smell the bullshit a mile off. The cat is out the bag, and we can see exactly where this country is heading. We didn't vote to be replaced. We didn't vote for life to become unaffordable. We didn't vote for our children to feel unsafe in parks or for our elderly to sit cold in the winter. None of this was ever in Labour's manifesto. We want a safe Britain, a prosperous Britain, a harmonious Britain, a Britain that actually feels like Great Britain again. And when the government refuses to speak for the people, then the people must speak for themselves. And that is why we're here today, to send a clear message. Enough! We want our country back. We want Great Britain again. And the more we stand together, the more we speak up, the sooner Parliament will have to listen. Because they work for us, not the other way round. Let's have a beautiful day. Let's show the world a positive, peaceful and proud Britain. Stay calm, stay strong, stay united. Together, we will take our country back. Thank you!
18 British women raped.
You tell me why I wasn't arrested. I'd have been arrested. I believe we need to protect the British public. I'm from Luton Town, you're talking about racism.
The prison officer actually opened up my door and said, "Do not leave this cell, your life depends on it."
50,000 British Muslims downloaded a terrorist manual in our country. 50,000!
But New Year's Eve, 100 women. Some of them raped, some of them robbed. Look, can I ask you a question? Have you read the Quran?
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Show some respect.
Have you read this for
people? The reality is, this is a war. These people are waging war on us for time. This has gone on for 1,400 years. This is nothing new.
Look at that. Look at that beautiful sight. Are you watching Keir Starmer? This crowd, that helicopter goes from here for miles, miles. Today, I want to ask you all something. Are you ready for the Battle of Britain? 2029, we have an election. We're not asking anyone to go out and fight, but this is the most important moment in our generation. If we don't send a message in that next election, if you don't register to vote, if you don't get involved, if you don't become activists, we are going to lose our country forever. So I'm asking, what will you sacrifice? What will you give? Apathy has led to a government like Keir Starmer. He was elected off 9 million votes. 20 million of us didn't vote. If we stood up and said how we thought of the ballot box, we wouldn't have had open borders. We wouldn't have been betrayed. We have to get political. We have to get involved. I'm not going to tell you which political party you need to join. We're a cultural movement. I'm going to tell you that you have to join a political party. I don't care if it's Reform, if it's Advance, or it's Restore, or it's a Conservative Party. We have to locally get involved in politics. All right, who do you want to be? I know what you're going to say. I think I can hear Restore. But we cannot go home from this event and go back to sleep. We can't, okay?
Locally, we have to get organised. That's why I'm saying join your local political party. Get involved as an activist. We saw the election results last week. Congratulations to anyone who become an activist for reform and sent that message. Congratulations to the Patriots that have just shocked Keir Starmer. But the message has to be, unless we get organised, unless we get ready, then there's going to be no answer. But violence is coming to us. It's already here. Hostile communities have been imported into our nation who are not going to integrate, they're not going to assimilate. It's heading to a clash. We can beat that through the ballot box, but we have to wake up the 50% that don't vote. I see that as our job, as a cultural movement, to get the people registered to vote, to get them active, get them ready, and how many, show me now, I know you're activists, because you've travelled here. You've travelled from far and wide, spent your money, you've come to London to send a message. Do you know the most beautiful thing? The entire world is watching us right now. Oh, the labels, do you know Keir Starmer's video yesterday? He still thinks we're 5 years ago. Because that worked 5 years ago, Keir. The scaremongering, the racist label, the fear-mongering, the far right. It doesn't work anymore, does it, people? Gone over, ain't I, lads? I'm so on everyone. I want to introduce, we're going to have a fun day today. We're going to send a message to the world that we decide how we behave. We have united. Look at those flags. Look around you at those flags. Look. It's the most beautiful sight I've seen in central London. Okay? Next up, I want to introduce you to someone now. That building is full of 649, right? Maybe 645 traitors to this country. Traitors. Who remembers during COVID the outrageous behaviour of this government? One man, one politician didn't remain silent, and for that he faced the full state and weight of the British establishment and the British media. I want to introduce you to Andrew Bridgen.
I want to update you on the status of my defamation case against Mr. Hancock.
Mr. Speaker, after a pandemic which saw considerable excess deaths, we'd normally expect a period where there'd be less than the expected number of deaths. This agenda is being pushed by charities. It's happening across the Western world all at the same time.
So I asked the House, it's time to take the politics out of our science, and we need to put some actual science back into our politics.
MPs must be able to debate important issues in the public interest, which shows the public cares deeply about government COVID policy, vaccine harms, and the right to speak freely about such issues.
Show your appreciation for the one and only Tommy Robinson. It will not be lost on anyone in the crowd here today that our country has been going seriously wrong for a very long time. And that is ably demonstrated by the fact that we now live in a society where those people who do the right thing try and protect the public and the public interest. And it doesn't matter if you're raising awareness of rape gangs predating our children, whether you're trying to raise awareness of the net zero hoax, which is making us all colder and less free and poorer, or whether you raise questions about novel pharmaceutical products that were pushed to the people as safe and effective when they were anything but. You're going to get the same treatment in this country. You will be cancelled. You will be smeared. You will face lawfare. You will face financial hardship. But if you're in that house over there and you go along with the false narratives and you spread the lies and you spread the hate and you spread the harm, you will be protected.
ladies and gentlemen, this is not a sustainable way forward for our country or for any other country. We're in a situation where lies are becoming the truth. Hate is love, and war is supposedly peace. This is not sustainable, and we need to turn it round. It's as if there's a war been declared on you, the people. And I will tell you now, from first-hand experience, you're very lucky. You've got the best politicians in the world that money can buy in that place. And war is when the government orders you to fight its enemies. A revolution is when you understand that the government and those who control the government are the enemies. And what we need now is a peaceful revolution. And the only man I know currently, I think, who can successfully lead that peaceful revolution is a man called Rupert Lowe. The establishment hate him, and we've got to stand behind him. But to sort out the problems in this country, and they are immense, they won't be sorted out quickly, you need to get involved, as Tommy said, in politics. And I know many of you are disillusioned with politics. I'm disillusioned with politics. I understand it. But when you abdicate responsibility for your own lives to the corrupt politicians in there, we end up in the lamentable state that we find ourselves today. If we join Restore Britain, get active, we can end this dystopian madness, and we can end it quickly. When the people are united, we can never be defeated. And this dystopian future is across not just our country, but across the world, unfortunately. And I would ask you also to support the campaign to free from prison a very brave lawyer in Germany, a man who's been in prison for nearly 3 years now, and he's a political prisoner. Free Rainer Fulmich. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. God bless you all. Let's have a peaceful rally today and unite the nation. Thank you very much.
So right now, during my imprisonment over the years, there's one man, many were invited, but there's one man who's politically spoke up. I think he's a great leader. I've watched him, he's become a friend. I want to introduce Ben Habib.
Hello, United Kingdom. Before I speak, I want to ask you a question. Keir Starmer is? Keir Starmer is? Keir Starmer is? Great, we're all agreed on that then. This country, I've only got 3 minutes. I've only got 3 minutes. I have a few things to say. This country has been run under extreme forms of governance for the last 30 years. They like to call us the far right, they like to call us the extremists, but actually the people who've been running this country for 30 years are the extremists. They're the ones who look down upon you. They're the ones who look down upon the flags you hold. They're the ones who have taken down our borders. They're the ones who think that bringing in foreigners to our country and replacing British people is a good way to govern this country. Actually, what they want to do is end the United Kingdom. That's why when Keir Starmer did his great reset speech the other day, he couldn't help himself. He just couldn't help himself. He described all of us I'm so excited I turned my mic off. But the real extremists are the people sitting in that building there. Now, Tommy very kindly posted on X an open invitation to the leader of the Conservative Party, the leader of Reform UK, the leader of Restore Britain, and myself to come and speak to you today. The only leader amongst those four who accepted his invitation is me. Now, I'm not going to say...
Right, use that.
I'm not going to judge the leaders of the parties who didn't turn up today, but they judged you when they decided not to speak to you. They found you not to be worthy. Just remember that next time you go to the polling booth. They rejected you. You didn't reject them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, next. Do you know for years, do you know how many celebrities, whether they be actors, footballers, boxers, do you know how many of them have been in my contact since the time of the English Defence League? They agree with us, they support with us. But many of them have never spoke out. They're too scared to speak out. The next gentleman is an actor who spoke out and they tried to destroy his life. They went for him, he didn't back down. He's become a dear friend of mine, a loyal friend, Laurence Fox.
I wanted to share some news with you. 5 years in the making. Sadiq Khan and Keir Starmer and the rest of the people selling our country down the river. We all know what the meaning of the word racist means in this country. Everyone does. And I would say that the wicked are so organised, they're so well protected and defended against for their position. It's a great and wonderful country, and I admire and I respect this country, and I fight for it, and I fight for my children, and I fight for everybody else out there. I came out, and I always come out fighting, that this is our home, and we have nowhere else to go. Rule Britannia, United Kingdom. See you there. Look at you all! Can I please have a very large roar for those people here who love their family? Yes! Can I please have a very large roar for those people who love their country? Yes! You're all far-right, racist, bigot, extremist bastards. Right, so listen, very quickly, because I want to be quick. On where we're all standing, this is hallowed ground, right? This is the history of our country. Whenever we have overcome a massive, massive nightmare in our history, people have stood and honoured those who came before us to make a better life for our children. And that is all you are trying to do. The change is in with you. I am honoured and I'm flattered to spend time in your company. And when these arsehole, cretinous, fucking wankers, like that twat who needs to get out of his building, these people, they don't understand the soul of this country. The soul of this country is not about black or white, yellow or red, left or right. The soul of this country is we believe in ourselves, all right? And we have to, the change is within us. Okay, so I am, all I want to say is, actually I want to read a bit of the Bible. Right, so this is from Ephesians, and then I'll be off. And it's so true about, Keir Starmer is not an evil man. It's what Keir Starmer represents which is evil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. You are the soul of this country. You are the future of this country, and I am honoured to be part of this country. Thank you very much. Freedom! Oh, I'm singing now. No?
You can join the band, Laurence, any day. Hello, London! Are we in the house? You guys look beautiful out there. We want to sing one thing together before we get into this first song. This is our land. This is our nation. We are proud of it. And we know that this country is built on one thing, and that is the Lord Jesus Christ. It's Christianity. Raise your flags in the air, raise your crosses in the air. We will never back down. And I want us to just sing this together. Christ is King. 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 Come on! So this song is a song we wrote especially for today. It's the anthem of today's event. It says that the United Kingdom is God's kingdom, and He's always on our side.
Welcome back to Outspoken. No spin, no bias, no censorship. You are in the home of true independent news. So if you are joining us now, Dan Wootton hasn't put a wig on and a red shirt. It is me, Lauren, the Insider. So I am bringing you the exclusive coverage today. We are seeing extraordinary scenes in London today. We have seen David Lammy come out and put the most disgusting tweet out to Royal Patriots. I'll be bringing you this shortly. And we have also seen Keir Starmer ultimately label Patriots as racist thugs. This was the day the establishment did not want to happen, but nothing can stop this movement. And you beautiful people joining me from all around the world, we are united. We have spoken. People want their country back. In a constitutionally Christian country, it seems to be a crime to say Christ is king and hold up the flag. Today is a day that is a nightmare for Slippery Starmer. We have seen Ryan Bridge, the founder and organiser of Raise the Colours, arrested earlier in the day. The way that the police approached it looked to be very heavy-handed. We know two-tier policing is happening. We have seen there are pro-Palestine marches where facial ID is not happening, but, United Kingdom Patriots, those far-right agitators, yes, it's all being pulled out for that. So the mainstream media have been served the optics they needed to brand this as an aggressive event. Simply not true. So today, Tommy Robinson has, despite the fact, by the way, Starmer blocked 11 far-right agitators, Tommy Robinson has pulled it out the bag, as we all knew he would. So he has brought in the likes of Laurence Fox and Liam Tufts so far to talk. And it's very interesting, much like Tommy, Laurence Fox has had the entire mainstream weaponised against him. The establishment went for him. There's a common theme. When you don't fall in line with the narrative, they come for you. But, here we have the problem. There are millions of us, and we are not bad people. So hit that subscribe button. If you value what Dan Wootton has built with Outspoken, he has no tech backing. There's no billionaires pulling his strings. We can say what we want, when we want, and how we like to. Unlike the British bashing corporation and unlike Sly News, we are giving you the real story, and this coverage speaks for itself. So hundreds of thousands of patriots have come out in support of Tommy Robinson. Yesterday, some people that were on the fence about going saw Starmer's disgusting statement. And they thought, do you know what? We'll go actually, because you're annoying us so much, Starmer. So Starmer has said, we are in the fight for the soul of this country, as more extremists blocked from coming to the UK ahead of the Unite the Kingdom march. Unbelievable, really, isn't it? I mean, goodness knows how many people have arrived in Dover today that are likely to be male, unvetted migrants. Let's cut to Laurence Fox and see what Leo is saying with him on the ground.
Hey, I'm Leo Kearse. I'm here at the Unite the Kingdom rally reporting for Wootton Outspoken. And I'm here with my old friend, Laurence Fox. Laurence, how you doing?
I can't hear a word you're saying on the bar. We might have to wait until the music stops.
Here we go. There's an intermission. We can do the interview now.
Let's just go.
Laurence, I'll be the man. I'll lead.
Why?
So how are you doing today?
I'm so happy.
Yeah.
I'm so happy to see these people. I am so happy that David Lammy tells us that we're all far-right extremists and racist. And yet, look, there's a lady who happens to not be white, praising Jesus. And you look to this. I am so honoured to be part of it.
And what do you make? What do you make of the atmosphere today? Because Keir Starmer assured me that this was all going to be far-right thuggery and was going to be drunken hooligans. And you're the only person I've seen drinking a beer.
I know. I got given a beer by the security guys, and I want to say now that I feel very offended that it wasn't a 0 alcohol % beer. No, if you look, which I'm sure you've done, there are people from all different ethnicities here, and they just believe in our country.
Yeah,
and that's what matters to me.
Yeah. And are you feeling unity here, or are you feeling division?
Well, after the guy that tried to stab me and sell me some weed. No, it's unity. There's children. Look, there's a kid over there sat down. Like, there's families. This is our country. This country I grew up in.
Yeah.
This is the atmosphere of the country I grew up in. And that's the country I want back. And we're taking it back, motherfucker.
Yeah. And what do you want? What do you want to get from this march?
What?
What do you want to get from this march? What do you want to happen? Do you want Keir Starmer to go?
I want Keir Starmer out. I want everyone here who doesn't vote to register to vote.
Cool.
And then that's what I want.
Okay,
and then I want to have dinner with you at some point.
We're gonna next weekend. We're having dinner together.
Are you coming?
Yeah, I'm coming.
We love you.
Yeah. I'm really. This is the first rally of these that I've been to, and I'm really.
What do you make of it?
What?
What do you make of it?
I'm really surprised.
So if you weren't aware of the tweet that David Lammy put out, let me bring this to you. The Unite the Kingdom march organisers are spreading hatred and division. They do not reflect the Britain I'm proud of. Peaceful protest is a fundamental right and one I will always protect. But if protest turns violent, we will act swiftly with extra court capacity in place. Well, David Lammy, you better head over to the pro-Palestinian march because all is fine and calm at Unite the Kingdom. We are seeing Ricky Doolan, the pastor, on stage. He is wearing what is, ultimately Starmer's nightmare, a Union Jack jacket, and he is a Christian. I mean, Starmer will be an absolute meltdown over this. But we have seen Ryan from Raise the Colours arrested earlier today when he arrived at Euston. And let's not forget as well, the mainstream want you to think this is an aggressive day. There are banners saying Christ is King. There are banners saying Jesus is the light. And we are also seeing families, people that have travelled from all around the world to be here to back Tommy Robinson. Tommy Robinson is the establishment's worst nightmare. Never, ever in their nightmares could they imagine he would amass this much support. And it is just growing. People are waking up, and they are waking up rapidly. I'm keeping an eye on the chat, and you are all very much saying Slippery Starmer must go. He's hanging on for dear life, isn't he? We've had enough. We don't want you, Slippery Starmer, and we want our country back. So if you weren't aware, Starmer released a statement yesterday, and He said, "We're in the fight for the soul of this country as more extremists blocked from coming to the UK ahead of the Unite the Kingdom march." One of these, far-right extremists that weren't far-right extremists was Ezra Levant, the founder of Rebel News, Tommy Robinson's old boss. And Ezra has been to every single event that Tommy has held. He has backed Tommy for years. I reported in court alongside Ezra last year when Tommy was in for the terrorism charges that obviously weren't terrorism charges, and he was cleared. But this is what Starmer doesn't want. He is panicking. He's panicking because the optics of this cannot be denied. They can try and do their deep state tactics, but hundreds of thousands of people have spoken. The flags are stunning. And Tommy has more clout in Washington, D.C. than Keir Starmer will ever have, because he is a laughing stock. So it says 11 foreign far-right agitators intent on coming to the UK to spew their extremist views have been blocked from entering the country as the Prime Minister takes action to protect British communities from vile hate. We'll just pause here a minute, everyone. Starmer's the one that's literally importing and allowing our borders to put our women and our children and our communities in danger. This is what we are seeing. This level of gaslighting is something I have never seen, and I worked in the mainstream media for 20 years. Now, if you are not subscribed to this channel, hit that subscribe button. We are so close, Outspoken viewers. We are at 699,277. If we can get this up to 700,000, and we are going over to Andrew Brigden now, who is with Leo on the ground at Unite the Kingdom 2026.
Hey, we're here at the United Kingdom rally, reporting for Dan Wootton Outspoken. I'm here with Andrew Bridgen, one of the OGs of cancel culture, somebody who's getting cancelled years ago. Andrew, how are you doing today?
Yeah, well, it doesn't feel like I'm cancelled today when you've got an audience of 1.2 million and, 2 million online. It's brilliant.
I mean, do you think there's been a big change in the last few years, since COVID, since people were getting cancelled through accusations of either not following the science, in your case, or accusations of racism or far-right thuggery that are generally pretty unfounded? Do you sense a change in public perception?
I think the Overton window has changed with regard to COVID-19 and the vaccines, and indeed the lockdown measures. It's changed on net zero as well. They're losing that argument and just smearing people. The public have wised up. They've wised up. They're not going to fall for that anymore.
Yeah.
And as MP Rupert Lowe says, I don't care.
Yeah.
You can call me a racist, I don't care.
Yeah. What did you make of this week when Keir Starmer was calling everybody far-right thugs and racist for attending this rally? He was banning speakers.
Well, it's his way of doing it, and he desperately would like trouble here.
Yeah.
And there might be 1.2 million people in the crowd. If one person has a fight, that's all the mainstream media want to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, don't give them those headlines. They're the best bunch of... I think this is the 5th one I've been to. It's the best people I've ever seen.
Okay, brilliant. Okay, back to you in the studio, Lauren.
Far right will be patriotic.
Far right for being patriotic. Well, I have a question for Piers Morgan. If this is a far right racist extremist event, then what the fuck am I doing here? The establishment, Piers Morgan, Keir Starmer need to learn that us patriots are this country's last hope. And rather than waking up to this fact, they would rather sit there and police when and where the English people wear the English flag. Let me make something very clear. If seeing the Union Jack makes you cross, respectfully, pack your bags and get lost. Support the country you live in, or go live in the country you support. But apparently I'm a white supremacist for saying this. Yes, apparently I'm a white woman who went overboard on the sunbed. But the reason why the left have to use such insanity is because they're fearful. They're fearful of unity between black and white, Persian, Asian Christians, and they are fearful of seeing the English lions rising up, taking their country back as they should. The English have had a long history of never bending down to tyranny. They defeated tyranny, so never forget that. Now, I also want to add that the left also believes that I would have been attacked at this event because I'm an ethnic minority and I'm a black woman. Patriots, are you okay with me being here? ITV and BBC, I hope they clip that up. The UTK message is very, very simple. If you come into a country that's not indigenously yours, respect the customs, respect the culture, respect the people. Don't come into a country and start forcing your religion and your calls to prayer and your free Palestine. Speaking of free Palestine, where was that energy for Iran? Where was that energy for the Nigerians who have been massacred for 2 years? Where was that energy for the genocide that's currently happening in the UK, where we are seeing the English being demographically replaced? But as I look at this view, I must say I'm extremely, extremely inspired. And I'm seeing all these beautiful patriots. And this is what Britain should look like every day. And I want to encourage every patriot to never stop waving the flag. Because when you wave the flag, you're not just waving a fabric. You're waving the most important symbol in the world, which is the symbol of the cross. The symbol of our Lord and Savior's sacrifice so that we can all have salvation. So I encourage you all to use your salvation not to live a fearful, individualistic, selfish lifestyle, but to instead have a lifestyle of community. Fight for your family, fight for your community, fight for your country. Because whether people like it or not, every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess that Jesus Christ is King of Kings, Lord of Lords of the United Kingdom. Thank you so much, guys.
Right. So, we worked with the police in the negotiations for this event, and we had an event up till 6 o'clock. So we had every speech to every minute with songs, all scheduled, all worked. After Keir Starmer and Sadiq Khan met with the Gold Commander yesterday, you all saw it on TV, they cut 30 minutes off our event, which means the schedule's changed. We've been trying to work to it, so I've been rushing everyone, trying to fit everything in so everyone gets a chance to speak. Because last time, 6 speakers travelled to talk, they prepared, and they didn't get a chance. So we're hopefully going to work through this pretty fast. Now we've got another video from a gentleman again who was here last time. He was meant to be speaking. I'll just introduce him now. It's Tamer Hassan.
First of all, I want to say how sorry I am that I can't be there with you all this time round. That being said, I think I speak for all of us. We are fed up of the current establishment trying to divide us. We are fed up of what's going on in our country today. We are fed up of being divided. We are fed up of the two-tier policing. We are fed up of everything that's going on in this country that is wrong. We're fed up of the fabric and the values of Great Britain being ripped from beneath our feet. I'm a born and bred Londoner, and I love my country. I come from an immigrant family, and we're here. We support everything and all the values of Great Britain. That being said, Keir Starmer, your time's up. Sadiq Khan, you have destroyed my beautiful London town. It is now time for all of us, every corner of Great Britain, to come together, link arms and unite against what's going on. Again, Keir Starmer, your time's up. Sadiq Khan, your time's up. I want to introduce you to a friend and brother of mine who you all know. A great man who's going to help change this country and put the great back in Great Britain. Let me introduce you to your next London mayor. Please, give him a huge welcome. And don't forget to vote. Mr. Ant Middleton.
Bit of a change with the schedule. We're still trying to get the right Starlink for Ant at the minute. Ant sat somewhere, we're trying to connect with him. So we're going to carry on and bring back to Ant Middleton in a little while, yeah? Who wants Ant Middleton as London Mayor? Who wants to see strong men put back in there? Right, next up. For too long, people have been too scared to speak their opinion because of the attack on free speech within the workplace. For example, we have seen doctors and nurses supporting Hamas, Hezbollah, terrorist organisations. They don't lose their job. One British nurse dared to speak up and she just shared something on social media. She can talk about it. She lost her job. Right now we're fighting with lawyers. We're line in the sand has been drawn. Amy's case is the battleground. Amy, get up here, darling.
Hello to the world. I never ever thought I'd be standing here in front of you amazing, amazing people. I lost my speech at the pub, so I'm just going to do it from my heart. So my name is Amy. I was simply somebody who worked for the NHS. I was very, very good at my job. I love looking after people. So I became an incredible healthcare who worked with a medical emergency team and with acute medicine. But it all changed one day when I shared a post on Facebook regarding illegal immigration. And the post that I shared was actually from the government, so it's factual. But that day I lost my job. I was sacked for gross misconduct and I was called a racist. I am not a racist. I've got friends from every nationality, from everywhere around the world. They all agree I am not a racist. And the man that made me feel proud today, the man in the green beret, stood here, made me come out on this stage and made me feel proud. So I lost my job for exercising my fundamental right in a free country. The right to speak, the right to ask questions, the right to have an opinion. To be clear, this was never around my patients. This was never in the hospital setting. This was me at home with my own personal views. So recently, a judge has declared that I can have a discrimination case. So I hope that you all support me. Thank you so much. Please follow my pages and support me. I've got a long way to go. This fight is not just about me. This is about 1.5 million people that work for the NHS. We are all silenced. My friends are not allowed to attend this rally. We are all silenced. Do you think that the police force here don't want to speak out? Of course they do. It was like I was. We are not allowed. We're not allowed to speak out. So probably 3 to 4 million people in the public sector are not allowed to speak out. So I've been silenced, I've been restricted, expected to stay quiet, even when the country is on its knees. Especially the women and the children in this country. I've never seen so much horror. I've never seen so much rape, murder, our poor women, our poor children. Why are we allowing this as British people? When I grew up, we played on the streets. We went in when it went dark. We was all safe. We are now not safe. We can't have this anymore. So, one moment. My legal fight will continue, and it will not be easy, but every message of support, every person who shares my story gives strength to my fight. Because when one person stands up, it matters. But when thousands of people stand together, it becomes impossible to ignore. So, this is not just for me, this is for the future of our country, for our children, for the freedom that generations before us sacrificed. And many of my family are in the army, and they do not agree, but they're not allowed to talk either. So, I ask you to follow me. So, before I leave, I want to say, this is our moment, all right? This is our moment. We never forget where we come from. We never forget those who came before us. The men, the women who built this country. Our grandparents of generations. The people who fought and sacrificed everything for our country. When we are divided, we are weak. But when we are united, we are very, very powerful. So, because we are the strength of Britain, if we forget that, we will lose everything we are meant to be. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so nervous, guys. Thank you.
This movement has always been about ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Ladies getting up, standing up, taking the fight. Next, we have been in a culture war for a long time. When we set up Unite the Kingdom movement, it wasn't set up by Tommy Robinson. It was set up with multiple people coming together, brainstorming, thinking about how we can create a cultural revolution in this country. One person who's been leading the front of the culture war for many years is up now to speak to you. A good friend again, an important role. He's faced everything, the attacks, the censorship. Cole Benjamin.
Blowing. Oh, it's everywhere, isn't it? I come to you today as an emissary of good tidings. You are witnessing the very last Labour government that will ever exist. When we began this 2 years ago, we did not know that it would get this big. It was 5,000 people began here. And look at it now, man. This is the cultural revolution we've been looking for. This is the revolution from the bottom, moving up. And I have said at every one of these rallies, we are going to find representation, we are going to find our political voice, and now we have it. We have got to a point where we have a politician who, when he's called a racist or a sexist or whatever magic word they want to use, has magic words of his own. He has 3 powerful words that you should use in your own life. I don't care. They only have the power that we give them. We can choose differently, and we are. They are on borrowed time, and they know it. We are inevitable at this point. Everywhere we go, we've been winning staggering victories. And I've got some good news. Rupert Lowe has declared for Makerfield. The battle is on. The war is going to be won. We are coming. You can see that the fear has already crept into them, because even before the rally, Keir Starmer was attacking us. He put out a video, he put out an article, he put out numerous statements calling us all hateful, calling us all this or that or the other. What are the words? We don't care. We are coming. We are going to win. We are going to take it all. We are going to fix this country. You don't care how hateful you think it is, that the mums and dads of this nation do not want to pass it down to our children in the state that we find it. It must be fixed and will be fixed. Thank you so much.
Do you know what? I'm actually going to slow down now. I've been so stressed about this event. I know how much it depends on it. I think everything we've gone through, all of us have gone through. I've got friends who surrounded me today who stood with me from the start with the English Defence League, lost their jobs, were smeared. Many people have lost their jobs and been attacked, and everything has led to this moment. So it's an important day. I moan a lot. If you listen to my podcast and my interviews, I moan a lot. I feel sorry for myself. Yeah. There's one woman who's been through as much, lost her home, been attacked, been cancelled, was labelled the most hated woman in Britain. And I've watched a change in myself with the public, and I've been blessed to watch the change of love shown to this woman. We have a message for you now.
My name is Katie Hopkins, and I want to thank you all for being at the Unite the Kingdom rally today, whether you're here in London or joining us from overseas. Welcome to Great Britain. I want to say a few things to you, if I may. I see you and I see our capital city, and it looks, for the first time in a very long time, like the place that I remember, and our capital city, and a place that we can all call home. And I'm so proud of you all. I want to say to you all a few important things. Firstly, I am so sorry that we have the cretins and the cockwombles in Westminster that we do. Calling you names, calling you labels. None of that is true. None of those labels are you. I know what you are, and you are the very, very best of us, and you are the very, very best in Britain, and I'm proud to be part of you and with you. You know, for too long, great British people have felt like they are second-class citizens in their own country. And for too long, our elderly have been at the back of the queue, and that is not acceptable. We are told that diversity matters, but funnily enough, diversity comes in any colour as long as it's not white. We are told that we need to be tolerant, but it turns out the people who preach tolerance are the most intolerant of all. And we are told that we live in a great multiculture, that we have multiculturalism, and we don't. We have an imposter culture that doesn't want any part of ours, and we're still expected to tiptoe around it. And that needs to stop. Really.
And there's all two quick this way.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go. You have the great British spirit in your souls. There's hard work in there. And you have a great British sense of humour. And God bless you all for that. And importantly as well, you have a great British lion heart leading you in this United Kingdom day. And that is Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, it's not
You know, you are not alone. We are many, and we are stronger together, and together we will unite the kingdom.
God love her. Hear it for Katie Hopkins. As we said, for too long we've been led by weak men. We need strong men.
When you press the trigger for the first time, you can become like a dog on a bloodlust. Frustration creates anger. Anger creates violence. I've been to combat, and heavy combat. I would never insult a World War I and World War II veteran by saying that I've been to war. Those poor fuckers went to war.
Ultimately, all you're doing, you're trying to survive. You're being plonked into this chaos, into this world of the unknown.
If we are of all cultures, that means we are cultureless. If you're hostile against our British culture, you do not belong here. It's death by 1,000 cuts, and this is where I come in, mate. No more.
Right, we should right now be going live to Middleton. Can you hear us, Ant?
Yes, Tommy, can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, mate. We're looking at you. What message have you got for London, Ant? What message have you got for London, for Great Britain?
Listen, mate, I am currently at Everest Base Camp and I'm taking my 17-year-old son to the summit of Mount Everest. English pride, British pride. You know, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want everyone to know what we produce out of England. We produce young leaders. We produce stoic individuals. We are leading with absolutely everything that we do, and we must never forget that as an identity. I'm coming back to serve, mate. Once I've come from the apex of the world, from Mount Everest, my duty has always been to serve. Before, it was to serve my country and my queen when I swore back in 1997. Over a decade of service to the highest of standards. And right now, even though I've got this media career and I'm sitting pretty on my hands, I cannot allow that to happen, especially with what's going on in the UK, in Great Britain and in England, and more importantly, what's happening in London. With the two-tier police system. I will come back, mate, and I will rattle London until it wakes up. I promise you that. When I come back, yes, I promise you that I will. I was honest to God, I was born to serve. And ever since I've jumped into the media world, there's been something missing. And it's 100% service to my country, service to my people, and this time it's service to London. There's three things within my manifesto. A lot of people say, "Ant, you live abroad, you're currently doing your own thing," and I am. But when the time comes and when I return, I've been working on my manifesto, and the three things that I've been working on is zero tolerance policies when it comes to London. Safety and security is what I'm good at. I'm an SME when it comes to safety and security. Zero tolerance policies, deterrent policies, but the most important one, which I think should happen across the board, is accountability policies. Now, let me tell you something. When people vote me in for Mayor of London, and when I become Mayor of London, I will be the action man mayor. I will be on the streets of London on a weekly basis with the people, with the victims. I will turn up, and you've heard this right here in front of millions in London right now from Everest Base Camp. I will turn up to every fatal stabbing that happens in my city. And what I mean by that is every fatal stabbing that happens, I will turn up and I will hold people accountable. I will hold the certain borough that happens. I will hold the police HQ accountable. I will hold councillors accountable. I will force them to communicate, and I will put them on a strike system, because no one is held accountable. Everyone shrugs shoulders. Everyone blames it on religion, on culture, and we're absolutely sick of that. Everything will fit under our British cultured umbrella, and that includes our law and order. And we will not waver from that. It will be British, it will be English. And again, please come and enjoy yourself under our British cultured umbrella, but you will adhere to our law and order, you will adhere to the law of the land, and you will respect our values, our culture, our principles, and our traditions, and they will come above any other culture or religion. And I will enforce that the moment I take office in London.
Will you vote for Ant Middleton for London Mayor? Will you become an activist to help Ant Middleton become London Mayor? And God bless, bro.
And what I think is really important before I leave you guys, what I think is really important is that we take back that position. The capital of our city, England, the capital of England is London. It needs to be run by an Englishman or an Englishwoman. Full stop. We need to take back our identity, we need to take back our culture, and we need to take back our national pride. And that is what I plan to do. So please, everyone, the London Mayor, the next London Mayor elections and the next general elections are the most important elections of our lives. Make sure you vote for one of us so we can take back that position, we can take back our country, and we can take back our capital.
Get to the top of that mountain.
and I'll be back down with my young leader's son, Gabriel, and we will show what we can produce out of England. Take care, guys. Have an amazing day, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ant Miniman. When we hear about open border mass immigration, this one is for the Gary Linekers of the world. No, there's a real cost to open border immigration. I'm going to bring you up now a very brave lady who faced the real cost of this. Rhiannon White was 27 years old when she was butchered 23 times by an invader from Sudan. Give her brave mother. Do you know, whenever I see these people murdered, I see children raped, I see these mass killings, I think, where are the parents to speak up, to use that opportunity to warn the rest of the country? Your doors are not safe. They're bringing in criminals, rapists, murderers. Do you know, last year in the United States of America, 66% of the murders were by illegal immigrants. That means 66% of the murders didn't have to happen. We need our own ICE. Europe needs its own ICE. Get these criminals, round them up, and get them out of our country. Siobhan White, darling, and the rest of the family, are you coming up, girls?
What we have already received from everyone has been unwavering. I have made some of the truest friends while navigating the most difficult part of my life, all of whom have been raising awareness for Rhiannon. I am the mother of Rhiannon Sky White, a beautiful, selfless 27-year-old woman who was brutally murdered in October 2024 by an illegal migrant. Rhiannon had spent the day working in a hotel. Unbeknown to her, she was being stalked. She was followed to the train station where she was waiting to return home to me. But instead, I received a phone call that changed my life forever. Rhiannon has left behind a little boy, her siblings and me, her mum, a big extended family. We couldn't hold her funeral for 4 months because she was no longer Rhiannon. She was classed as evidence. Rhiannon was stabbed 23 times with a Phillips screwdriver. The main injury which caused her death was to her brainstem. Less than 90 seconds this monster took to attack her, leaving her fighting for her life on a train station platform. If she had survived, she would have been blind with brain injuries and no quality of life. 11 weeks he was in this country when he unleashed his unprovoked frenzied attack on my daughter. And to celebrate his achievements, he then went and purchased alcohol, returned to the hotel and was caught on CCTV and mobile footage dancing and laughing with lights in the background, which were emergency services trying to save her. 15 months of fighting for justice in court, where from day one he denied everything, calling the forensics liars, and denied he could speak English. He lied about his age, giving the same generic birth date, the 1st of the 1st. We don't actually know his real age. He refused to do any bone density tests. And when the Home Office went to speak to him, showed no remorse, slouched in his seat and kept saying, "Thank you for the questions." During the trial, we found out he was untreated, HIV positive. He was denied asylum in Germany and Italy. My question is why? Arrested in Germany, but no further charges. Yes, he was given a life sentence, minimum 29 years, probably never be released. But we were given a life sentence where we had to sit at Rhiannon's bedside for 3 days watching Rhiannon diminish and hold her hand as her life support was switched off. How many more women, children or even men have to keep going through this? Sexual assaults, rapes and even murdered. This needs to stop. This sham of a government needs to start looking after the British citizens of this country. We have enough with the people of our own country committing these crimes. We don't need any more of these illegal invaders. Shut the borders, detain them and send them back to whichever country they are from. Stop giving them a home in a hotel or a HMO and benefit money. Keir Starmer, where do I even begin to discuss this abhorrent excuse of a leader of our country? He has failed us. He has failed my daughter, Rhiannon. I believe she would still be alive today if this disgusting excuse of a man had not been in control. This isn't about race or colour for us as a family. This is about us wanting to stop these crimes happening. I am currently working on a Rhiannon's law to be put in place. So if this government is to keep allowing these illegal invaders into our country, we fight to detain, medical checks, ID checks, tagged and stopped and allowing them to walk our streets freely. We are going to leave a legacy in Rhiannon's name for her son and other children going through the same loss as he is. Her little boy wants to be a brain doctor when he grows up, so he can help people like his mum. No 6-year-old child should ever be thinking this way. We as a family have set up a GoFundMe page for the children left behind, rhiannonskywhite.co.uk, for children who may have lost their mothers this way, the way Rhiannon's little boy has, or mothers who lost their children in similar circumstances I have. Every single penny donated will go to helping and supporting these families. So to help us ensure this is possible, please can we ask that you donate anything you're able to. And if you are financially unable to contribute, we ask that you please share her story. Everything we do as a family is for Rhiannon, her little boy and the children left behind. The reason I don't want this monster's name is mentioned is because he's not worthy. This is Rhiannon's story. We will continue to say her name, Rhiannon Sky White. Thank you.
We'll make sure we share that website with all of you. Make sure you support them. That murder did not have to happen. She shouldn't be dead. They don't care. That's the reality. They do not care. How many more of our daughters have to be taken? As we leave that, I want to go. What a brave family. What a brave family. None of us can even imagine what they've gone through. Imagine what they've gone through. That's the real cost. The reality of open border mass immigration. That's the reality. I want to talk to you about the darkest stain. The darkest stain in British history. When an invading army of men were brought into this nation and raped and pillaged their way through it at the full acceptance of that place and our police force. When we look, if you've watched our investigation, when I started talking about this first in 2004, it's what we call grooming. We're talking about a rape jihad. I want to give you some numbers for the world that's listening. And you know what? These crimes would never have been allowed to happen if we were a proud, strong nation. Because men would never have allowed it to happen in their towns and cities. We lost who we were. We become disorganised. We lost our spirit. We lost our identity. And men took advantage of our communities and that we hold the dearest to us, our daughters and our women. I want to talk about Telford. The reason I concentrated on Telford in my grooming gang investigation, if you haven't watched the documentaries, we have a very brave lady here today who led the march. Nicole is here from episode 1. A brave lady who led the way in highlighting these crimes. In Telford, there's only 1,000 Muslim men in Telford. 1,000 Muslim men. That town, they raped, these are the police's numbers, 1,000 children were raped and 5 were murdered. 20% of the Muslim men in that town were identified by the police as being involved in the rapes. That's one town. One small town that no one had really been to or heard of, that only has a 1.7% Muslim population. What do you think it's like in Birmingham? What do you think it's like in Luton? The other town you've heard of is what? Rotherham. Rotherham only has 3.7% Muslim population. There's none there. And there's none there, but yet they raped 1,400 children. I don't want you to think about the numbers. I want you to think about the children. Now, they thought they'd bring community cohesion by hiding these crimes, by covering up for these crimes. If 1,400 children were raped in the small town of Rotherham, and each one of those children has 4 family members, that means that 10,000 people were directly affected in that town by the rape of the Islamic community on our children. One lady has led the campaign. She has led to the front. She's come through as the face of the survivors of this scandal. Let's introduce that.
This was happening all over our town. Majority of them were Pakistani Muslim men.
7 men have been charged with more than 40 offences in connection with a major investigation into child sexual exploitation in Bristol.
I just turned 14, he was 24, so he's 10 years older than me. He would pick me up from school, I'd have my school uniform. This was happening all over our town. Majority of them were Pakistani Muslim men.
Now this inquiry is about truth, exposure and accountability. I'll be leading the inquiry myself, and I'm proud to be working alongside an incredible team.
Children as young as like 10 and 11 years old, and the authorities were turning a complete blind eye.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've come here today to talk about the gravest injustices of British history. Throughout the United Kingdom, since as early as the 1950s, children have been groomed, tortured, raped, trafficked, impregnated, criminalised and murdered. Families have been destroyed and ripped apart by gangs of men and women. Children were raped by dogs. There was poured petrol on, forced to dig their own graves. Scriptures of the Quran were read whilst gangs of men raped them. They called for Lucifer while they placed children in microwaves, ovens and freezers. Now that is only one part of the story. Professionals that were paid to protect did absolutely nothing. They didn't just do nothing, they were involved. Police officers held cock nights where groups of police officers raped children and then handed them back to the gangs of men, while social services turned a blind eye. Politicians were also involved, and children were sacrificed for votes. Jahangir Akhtar was a Labour politician. He made a no prosecution deal with rapist Arshad Hussain and PC Hassan Ali. They was making deals with rapists. And let's not forget how the minister, Jess, resigned this week, and very rightly so. They said no to a national inquiry, and of course they did. This was happening under a Labour government and a Tory government. The Tories don't get off lightly either. Now people, the government are bringing in third worlders. And people have asked me, Sammy, why aren't you talking about the white offenders? I do, but guess what? We've got enough white offenders. We don't want no more. Labour politicians have threatened and tried to sue me. They've tried having me arrested for telling you all about what's been going in our country. Raja Meyer is currently trying to sue me. But let me make this very clear. to Keir Starmer, to Jahangir Akhtar, to all the politicians and the police officers that are trying to stop people like me from exposing this, you will not stop us. MP Rupert Lowe has started his inquiry. Our report will be published in a couple of months, and we are going straight for the government. We're going to name them, we're going to shame them, and we're going to prosecute them, and they're not going to stop us. Now, I'm fortunate enough to be able to stand here today, and I'm fortunate enough to say that I sent my rapist to prison for 35 years. There are thousands of children in this country that have had no justice, no platform, and no voice. I just want to mention, before we go into a minute's silence, Lucy Lowe, Laura Wilson, and Jodie Sheeran. They're not here today. So when we go into that moment of silence, please think of them and keep them close to your hearts. And I just want to acknowledge every single victim in this country, not just victims to the gangs, but to the victims that were abused by the church and the priests, the children in care homes, by family members, by online. All the victims, I want you to know that this wasn't your fault. You're not to blame, and the state will be held to account. Is that right? Let's start the 1 minute silence. Thank you, everyone, and have a great day.
Let's have some more patriotic music, yeah? Come on, Britain. It's 4 nations, 1 kingdom. And if you see the singers here, we have Star in the red and white for England and Northern Ireland. We have the green and white for
I'm here at Unite the Kingdom rally, reporting for Dan Wootton Outspoken. I'm Leo Kearse, and I'm lucky enough to be here with Based and Bougie, who just gave an amazing speech on the stage. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you doing today?
I'm good, and you made some great points in your speech about how the media and Keir Starmer and other people have smeared this crowd as racist far-right thugs. What do you make of it? Have you got a message for those people?
It's absolutely ridiculous because last year there was like 23 arrests and Notting Hill Carnival has like 500 arrests. Yeah. The pro-Palestine marches have like another 800 arrests. So what exactly is threatening about this event? Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. What are you hoping to get from this event? What message do you want to go to the politicians?
My message is that patriotism doesn't equal to racism. Just because you're proud of your country and proud of your heritage, it doesn't mean you hate every other culture. Not only that, every other culture gets their day of celebration. You get the LGBTQ Pride Festival, pro-Palestine, Notting Hill Carnival, Eid, Diwali, and nobody bats an eye. Nobody calls Notting Hill Carnival racist because they don't want to celebrate African culture. Nobody calls Eid, it's racist because they don't want to celebrate Christianity. It's ridiculous. But the minute an English person wants to just wave their flag with pride, they're being demonized. They're just goes to show that there's something very special and sacred about this culture that they're trying to destroy. And I think what they're trying to destroy is just Christian principles.
And are you sensing, like amongst your followers and amongst the general public, a sort of change, a shift in attitudes?
Yeah, so when I first started, it was quite difficult. Like, people just couldn't understand what I was doing. But because I'd proven my point time and time again, with facts, with statistics, with events, with street debates, now people are like waking up and realizing, okay, not only that, but there's also a Christian awakening. And when people wake up spiritually, they also wake up with wisdom and understanding. So I think that ties in with why people are now, you know, shifting more to this side.
Right, I mean, and are you a Christian yourself?
Yes, I am, yeah.
And has that informed, has that sort of driven your desire to come out here and speak out on your social media?
Yeah, the Bible was clear, love thy neighbor. If it was a Muslim, if it was a Sikh, if it was a black person, I will defend them. But right now, it's the English race of people that are continuously being victimized more than any other race. I mean, look what happened with the grooming gangs. No one stood up for them. So that's why I try to go out and stand for those who are oppressed. That's my Christian duty.
And what do you think people should do? Anybody what should do to help save the country and turn the country around?
Just speak out. Use your voice, use your online platform to speak out. Not only that, attend these events to show that we're not going anywhere. And yeah, just speak out.
Brilliant. Okay, based in Bougie, where can people find you on social media?
Instagram _based in Bougie, X based in Bougie, YouTube based in Bougie, Facebook based in Bougie.
Okay, brilliant. Thanks so much for talking to us. Lauren, back to you in the studio.
Welcome, everyone. You are joining me, Lauren, the Insider, on Dan Wootton, Outspoken. That was an amazing, amazing appearance by Based and Bougie. I love that woman. She is a friend of Outspoken's. But in an extraordinary move, someone that isn't a friend of ours, Patriots, is Piers Morgan. Oh, yes, he just couldn't bear it, could he? The fact that Patriots actually care about the country. The fact that, you know, he said he'd swap us for a tikka masala, hasn't he? But we know he hates Tommy, and I would actually argue is a little bit jealous of Tommy Robinson. So he has put out an extraordinary tweet, hasn't he? I would show you it all, by the way, from my computer, but he's actually blocked me. We'll come on to that in a minute. But he said 50,000. Whoa. So that's 2,950,000 fewer than Robinson claimed were on his last march. Poor Tommy. That's utterly humiliating. Hope he's okay. Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan is more establishment than the establishment. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, let me tell you why Piers Morgan blocked me. It was because I appeared on Dan Wootton's Outspoken and I called Piers Morgan, I think it was a grifter, and said I would stand with Tommy Robinson any single day. I love Tommy, I love Patriots, and I am on the right side of history, as are all of you that are tuning in to this live stream because you have a moral compass. The mainstream media, they're up to their dirty little tricks, though, aren't they? Trying to pretend there's only 50,000 people here. So we've got Piers Morgan attacking Tommy Robinson because he's jealous. Piers Morgan, could you imagine Piers Morgan getting anywhere near this amount of people in together in London? It would never happen. He could only dream of this. So let's have a look at this aerial shot, okay? We are seeing hundreds of thousands of Patriots. There is no way we are only looking at 50,000 people. Not a chance. So you can see here on screen, the streets are full, absolutely full of Patriots with flags. And the mainstream media are silent on this, aren't they? So they have been saying, Tommy Robinson march, police make multiple arrests as tens of thousands join rival London protests. Well, we've all got eyes and we can see exactly What is going on? There are so many of you out there. There are so many of you joining in the chat. But we knew that two-tier would be weaponized. We knew they would make up numbers. They said there was 50 to 100,000 last year. Simply not true. We've heard some very, very powerful speeches. Sammy Woodhouse, who has said the establishment have tried to arrest her for simply telling you what has gone on. You won't get the truth from your mainstream. You will get it here, though. This is a fully independent news channel. And come on, subscribers. We're at 699,852. Can we get to 700,000? Right now, hit that subscribe button while we are live. And let's watch that go.
Anti-grooming gang, by the way. I don't think there's any pro-grooming gang campaigners. And Sammy, you've just given a rousing speech about the grooming gangs. And I think one of the things that came across in your speech is the sheer scale of this issue, with over 1,000 girls in Telford, 1,400 girls in Rotherham. I mean, these are huge numbers for individual towns.
Yes, this has been happening all over the country. You know, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of children, and I think a lot of people over the years haven't realised the scale of it. So I've been very vocal on this now for 14 years, and I think people think, you know, this has only happened in Rotherham, in a small town. And, you know, I keep banging that drum and saying this is happening right across the country, and not just to little girls, but to boys as well.
Oh, Jesus, they're doing boys now as well, at the Bachabazi that they have in Afghanistan. This is...
Boys have always been abused, but boys are very much forgotten about. So I think it's really important that when we're talking about abuse, that we give you know, them a platform too.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even realise that. I mean, this is this sort of shows, you know, the negative impact of importing, you know, really quite alien, medieval, misogynistic cultures that quite often have a tight-knit clan-based system, and see people outside the clan as sort of less than human. And for a long time, anybody talking about grooming gangs was dismissed as, you know, a racist. Do you see that changing now?
Unfortunately, I think we're always going to have some people that like to, you know, call us racist, try and deny it's happening. I don't care what people call us.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to keep on saying it. It's a fact. It's been happening. It's been proved in a court of law.
Yeah.
You know, we've just got to keep tackling this issue because it's never going to go away.
Yeah.
It's not a thing of the past. We've got to keep on fighting.
Amazing. Well, Sammy, thanks so much for the work you do, and please keep going. All power to you.
Thank you.
Back to you in the studio. Cheers. That was brilliant. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't even realise.
I bring you greetings from the United States of America. It is such an honor to be with you today. It is really an amazing thing to see you all stand up, and I come here to stand with you shoulder to shoulder because of people like Tommy and people like you that have shown the courage to speak and stand when so few will. Thank you. You have truly paid a price for refusing to ignore what is obviously happening all around us. You refuse to not see what's happening to our streets and to our daughters and to our women in the streets. And it means something as an American to see you stand. And I just want you to know there are millions of Americans all across the other side of the world that see you, hear you, and are praying for you and are standing with you today. I want to make it clear why I am... Thank you. I will tell you that I am here today, like you, not to stand against anything and hate, not to stand for hatred, but to stand for the most revolutionary idea in human history, that all men are created equal, and not because of a king or parliament says it, but because we are all endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Those rights cannot be taken from us by government or religion. No ideology can take them away. They are life and liberty and the right to speak your mind and to speak truth. The right to worship or not worship according to your conscience. equal justice under the law. These words come from our American Declaration of Independence, but they were born here on this soil. They were born here in England, the meadows of Runnymede with a Magna Carta. They were born in the English common law that said even the king is not above the law. In the covenant faith of the Scottish people, the stubborn independence of the freeborn Englishmen who said they will never bow to a tyrant. These are the principles that built the freest, most prosperous civilization the world has ever known. And Sharia law cannot abide by it. Every daughter and every son under the law. And where Sharia law advances as a parallel system, our hard-fought rights retreat. And history has shown it time and time again. Our shared failure on both sides of the Atlantic is that we forgot where our rights come from. We have treated liberty as something automatic, something in the air that we breathe, instead of the sacred inheritance that needs to be taught and defended and lived by each and every generation. But that forgetting has opened the door. But the good news is, the uniting hope is that it's not too late to remember. We can, beginning now, teach our children again that those God-given rights, those truths are what makes us free. We can demand that every person that comes to our shore or the shores of any country in Western civilization, or those who are already here, that they must live under the same equal law that protects every citizen. They must live under the same equal law that protects every citizen. One standard for every man and every woman. And if we can do that, then we'll restore what made the worth of the West worth restoring and defending. Great Britain and the United States, we are not separate stories. We are not. We are branches of the same tree, the tree that is rooted and the law. If we stand together on that foundation, not in anger, but in clarity and the courage that you are showing today just for standing here, then our children will inherit not decline, but they will again inherit a brighter future, a civilization where every person can come here and walk these streets in safety, speak freely, and pursue happiness without fear. That is our fight. That is our inheritance. That is what will unite all of us and renew the West. I am so happy to see all of your flags all in front. We have been told that we should be ashamed. We are not ashamed of our heritage. We have learned from our mistakes. We are proud that our shared heritage changed the world, healed the world, and fed the world. And as our President Lincoln once said, with malice toward none and charity toward all. Let us remember truly who we are. Raise your flags and raise your voices. As our President George Washington said at the beginning of our nation, let us raise a standard that the wise and the honest can repair. The event is in the hand of God. As the scriptures tell us, as for me and my house, we know who we serve. And as our current president, Donald Trump, might say, make England great again. God bless you. May God help us save our shared republics and civilization. God bless you. Thank you for standing.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you. Next up, we've for too long been labelled as people talked, and I always thought we were just a working class movement. We get called thugs from poverty background. Right now I'm going to introduce you to a speaker who is an incredibly successful gentleman, runs a huge business, and they are everyone from the bottom to the top in Great Britain is pissed off. We've all had enough. The next speaker has helped a lot with making this day possible, so I want to have a round of applause in thanking him, because it wouldn't have happened without his support as well. So Gary Harvey, come up here, sir.
Right, good afternoon London, good afternoon England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales. Good afternoon to the whole of the United Kingdom. I truly love you, and that's why I'm here today. I've taken the chance to put my head above the parapet for the sake of the business. The businesses in this country are on their knees at times with this current Prime Minister that we have. Well, I feel insulted to actually call him a Prime Minister. I want a little bit of participation by the audience. So I'm going to say a few things here. So I was quite intrigued when our Prime Minister, when he first got in, he turned up, he had a sharp suit, he had his glasses, he had his brill-creamed hair, and then he continued on to be an absolute wet week. What he decided to do was he'd go over and he made out that he was going to be some sort of statesman for the United Kingdom. How wrong he was. He was a fucking embarrassment. And I'm sorry I swore there, but that's how I feel. Last year I got on the stage with 2 minutes, and I thanked Tommy from the bottom of my heart for those 2 minutes, because I was throwing televisions out of the window every time I saw Sadiq Khan and I saw Starmer appear. That's what I like to hear. I want to hear a cheer when you like it. I want to hear a boo when you don't. So, he then sent over the king. He had to do something. He'd lost all credibility and has. And then we see Keir Starmer, right? Oh yes, oh yes. We see Keir Starmer write the King's speech for him. And I watch and cringe as I see the King spitting that speech out and thinking, why am I here? Well, I wrote my own little my only little bill that I would have had the King say in his speech. First thing he would have said is, no more DEI, no more ESG, no more identification. It's absolutely a travesty that we're actually considered that in business we can't look after people, that we need to have DEI and everything else. It's an absolute bloody insult. Now, the next thing is here, Keir Starmer and Ed Miliband. They talk about net zero. I'm not talking about net zero. I'm talking about net zero migration. That's where we need to be. In previous governments, they've been asked, how many? 100,000, 200,000? We had almost 1 million when we had Boris Johnson in power. That needs to stop, and we literally need to have zero. And I'll tell you again, the reasons why. I'm sure many of you come from small towns like I do. Back in the 70s, our population of our town was 12,000. Do you know what? We had 2 hospitals with accident and emergency. We had hospitals that could give birth to children. My brother was born there. We had a full-time police station. We had a full-time fire service. Roll forward to what we have now in my town. No hospitals, no police station. And a part-time fire service. It's an absolute disgrace that the government continue to build houses with no infrastructure. And for sure, I'm sure we're all pissed off with the potholes. I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to have to just say the betrayal of the British people is so clear now. When you look at the Brexit vote, I personally voted for Brexit and I believed in democracy. Unfortunately, that is not what Keir Starmer believes in. And by stealth, he's slowly giving everything away, right the way from the farmers and the fishermen. Now, what I would like to say to you all is, Donald Trump got it exactly right about Keir Starmer. He said, the man is no Winston Churchill. But you know what I see here? Tens of thousands of Winston Churchills. And we will not surrender. We won't. It's not acceptable. This speech comes from the heart, comes off the cuff, and all I can say is I bloody well love you all, and I'll probably get slaughtered as a businessman for being up here, but I'll do it all again next year.
Thank you, Gary. Now, what a state did we get in when it even become an issue to say there's 2 genders? How many genders are there? They are polluting the minds of our children. They're confusing our children. They're creating a generation of weak and confused and mentally unwell children. I have personally watched as one woman stood up. And do you know when people stand up? Many people in this movement, I've watched them come and go. Okay? After the last 15 years, I've seen new leaders rise, and then I've seen them fall. Some of them disappear. Not many stay the test. Not many face the absolute abhorrent attacks. I've seen one woman who did. Let's play.
This is your chance to come and stand with us in saying that we are not okay about the direction this country is taking. We are not okay with leaving this country in a worse state than we found it. We are not okay in a future for our children and our grandchildren that frankly does not look so bright. That we are not okay with the rise of Islam and the grip that Islam seems to have over authority in this country. We are not okay with that. If not you, then who? And if not now, then when?
Good afternoon, London! Okay, so I decided to speak out a while ago about men in women's spaces, and I came out with a very simple thing, which is no woman has a penis! And weirdly that needed saying everywhere, and I want to say to you all, they are afraid. They are afraid of all of you. And quite frankly, they should be. But I want to say, look, it's not too late to save this great country. It's not too late to save your children from the absolute nonsense they are teaching them in schools. It's not too late to get men out of all women's spaces. It's not too late to get Islam out of our classrooms. It's not too late to get Islam out of that building. It is not too late to get Islam out of every single official office in this country. And more than not too late, it is absolutely vital. If we want to save this country, we have to remove Islam from every single place of authority. If you want to save this country, you can do it. You have the hero Tommy Robinson leading you, but you need to be the Tommy Robinson in your lives. You need to get into your kids' schools and ask them, what are you teaching my children? Ask them, where are they going to the toilets? Do our children have a single-sex space? You have to go into your councils and you have to ask your councils to deliver single-sex services. You have to ensure your councils are not bringing in hundreds of HMOs into your small towns. You have to vote these bastards out. So, small things you can do. Bring back the school nativity. Go to your village fetes. Support your local business. Save your high street. You can do it. It doesn't need a leader always. You have to be the leader in your own lives. And one final thing you can all do is unite the kingdom.
What a great style she has as well, yeah? Every time I look at her, that's what I think. What a beautiful style. Right, do you know, I have just seen the aerial footage from today. I've just watched the helicopter footage from today. Wow, Britain! We are here in our millions, right? Now I want you all to watch this next video. You're going to get shown pictures of people. I want the strongest reaction you have when you see that image. Please, I want to see how you react to each individual you're about to see. Let's go. All the way to Trafalgar Square, let's go. Let me hear it. USA! 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 Let me tell you why. I've just got back from America, okay? I was shown so much love there. Let me tell you why it's important. Why that man is important as well. Every single time, there is a higher power that is working right now in this movement, in everything that's happening. Every single time I'm in a corner or I've been knocked down, something picks me up every single time. In 2024, I think, I was in Spain. I was in a very dark place. Liam Tufts was out babysitting me pretty much. Liam travelled out there, spent months with me trying to pick me up because I was lost. At that time that I was lost, Elon Musk bought X. He turned my account back on. That was a moment when I was down. He picked us up as a nation and said, go get them. Wake up your country. Unite your people. Let me tell you a story when we went to the United States recently, okay? I went there 6 weeks before the event. We thought we had secured funding for this event, yeah? We've had to beg, okay? We thought we'd received funding for this event. Then we got the knockback that money wasn't coming. We had 6 weeks to go. Richard Inman, if you're here, I'm sorry. To my team, I'm sorry. I ranted and I raved. I've just walked in there to my team, to Aidan, who's put a lot of this together, and I've given him a fist bump because I have been stressed, I have been ranting, I've been probably a nightmare to be around, okay? But that's what it was like in America. I found out one day that we didn't look like we had the money, so I've gone in a group chat and I've said, why are you all moaning about what people are saying online? We haven't even got an event. We've got no screens, we've got no event. It's not going to have the effect. The momentum is not going to be there. I travelled that day to Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee. 15 years ago at the start of the English Defence League, there was a gentleman called Bjorn who was from Canada, and he set a meeting up with me in London, and 5 state senators flew over from the United States. This is 15, 16, 17 years ago. And I met a gentleman there, and his name was Andy Miller. A very nice man. I met him multiple times. We went out for dinner. And as I was in America, I thought, you know what? I'm going to go see Andy Miller. So I'd arranged to meet him for nothing other than dinner. Yeah? So we find out one day there's no funding. We think we're lost on the event. 6 weeks to go to the biggest event we've put on. I fly into Nashville, Tennessee. I go to dinner with this gentleman, Andy Miller, his wife, and some friends. And I sat there and laid my heart out. I said, we are building something that we've built for years. The country's ready, they're awake. And we're fucked, okay? We can't put the event on. I sat there, do you know what he gave? 200, he sat there, he'd had a few beers, yeah? He'd had a few beers. He said, Tommy, I'll give you £200,000 for your event. And I knew he'd had a few beers, and I was like, Andy, I didn't go there for that, yeah? That is a higher power, okay? The next day, I said, that's Jesus, okay? Andy Miller is a devout, staunch Christian, okay? Now, it went from that meeting, I went straight in the group chat and said, it's fucking on. It's on. We're putting on this event. We're going to succeed in this event. Andy messaged me the next day. He must have woke up with a hangover. And I was thinking, is he really going to give this money? He was pretty drunk, yeah? I thought, is he going to give this money? And he texted me, he said, did I agree to £200,000 or $200,000? I said, Andy, just what? He said, I'm going to send you $200,000 to the tech company, these guys. I was like, oh my God, here we go, get the team ready. I went straight back in the group message and said, lads, we're going to make history in 5 weeks, yeah? I then travelled. If it wasn't for my trip to America, if you're watching this as far away as Trafalgar Square, you wouldn't be watching it. You wouldn't be seeing it. You wouldn't be hearing it. I then went, there's been a lot of accusations against me, and a gentleman called Bob Shillman, okay, who I'd never met. But everyone says, because he used to give money to Rebel Media, who are a media network, and I was employed by them in 2015. So I thought, you know what, I'm in America. I'm going to go see Bob Shillman. And I went to see him, and I said, for the British public, Bob, will you help? And Bob Shillman donated $100,000. This event would not be happening if I didn't go to the United States of America. You would not be watching it. That's a higher power. But you know, more than anything, it wouldn't be happening without the individuals, you, who put £5 in, £10 in, £20 in. And there was a lot of criticism. You're always asking for money, yeah? Yeah, look what we've just put on. The biggest event in British history. Just 3 years ago, We were deplatformed, we were censored, we couldn't speak to any of you. There was no momentum, there was no movement. Country was broken. Look where we've come in those 3 years. We had 1,000 people watching our films in Telford. That Telford documentary this Christmas was watched by 40 million people. We have just taken over our entire capital city with Patriots. There is a spiritual and cultural awakening happening right now. Something huge is happening in this beautiful country. I want to thank one man now, okay? Who none of it, people, this isn't United Kingdom doing this. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for one man who didn't choose the life or the money. He chose to fight for humanity. He chose to fight for the most important thing we have, and that's our free speech. So right now, for 60 seconds, I want the loudest roars and a round of applause to Elon Musk. Elon. Thank you, Elon, on behalf of Great Britain. Now, certain people are trying to take our speech, and certain people are fighting for our speech. The ripple that's come out of the United States, this is why it's so important. The most powerful government in the world, right now, they're fighting for you. Let me play this next video.
Controlling who and how many people enter our countries, this is not an expression of xenophobia. It is not hate. It is a fundamental act of national sovereignty. And the failure to do so is not just an abdication of one of our most basic duties owed to our people. It is an urgent threat to the fabric of our societies and the survival of our civilization itself. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. An alliance is the alliance that we want is one that is not paralyzed into inaction by fear. Fear of climate change, fear of war, fear of technology. Instead, we want an alliance that boldly races into the future. And the only fear we have is the fear of the shame of not leaving our nations prouder, stronger, and wealthier for our children. We should be proud of what we achieved together in the last century. But now we must confront and embrace the opportunities of a new one. Because yesterday is over. The future is inevitable. And our destiny together awaits. Thank you.
Although Keir Starmer may have messed up the special relationship isn't between them and the United States, it's between you and the United States. Again, I spent time there. I sat with members of Congress giving a presentation. They are wide awake, okay? If America falls to Islam, we've got no chance. But I don't believe they will. They're awake. They're already setting up. And there's some important individuals who have come out of the United States, none greater than Charlie Kirk. It was our event. It was our event in September. Our event in September, just days before, where he was murdered, assassinated. Do you know when I was on solitary confinement last year, there was no prouder moment when I sat there and I rang my son, and I'd ring my son, and my son would play the recordings of interviews. And Charlie Kirk gave an interview in the United States where he called on Donald Trump to sanction the British government for their unlawful and unfair imprisonment of myself for playing my documentary. So to Charlie Kirk, I've always been an admirer, okay? We want now, there should be an international Charlie Kirk Day once a year where we come together and we recognise that man as a martyr. They feared Charlie Kirk because he awoke a nation. He captivated the next generation. He brought them back to Jesus. He gave them faith. He got them involved in democracy again. Right now we're going to have a tribute. Mike has flown from the United States of America. He's wrote a song. Mike, this is beautiful. This is a somber moment to the United States of America, to Charlie Kirk's family, to his wife. We loved him. The world loved him. Let's honour him.
What advice do you have for me as I move into adulthood in order to become a more informed and involved citizen?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here.
Talking to your neighbor ain't the same. Now we lost the voice of the age, gunned down in a murderous rage. I don't want a civil war, no. Only God knows what it's for, though. If you're gonna say his name, Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain. Now, Lord, bring revival to the land. Christ is Lord on the lips of every woman and man. A widow cries out, I forgive you. Now men, let's go fight. If you're gonna say his name, Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain. Gonna say his name, Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain. If you're gonna say his name, Charlie Kirk died a martyr, not in vain.
We've got another song now. In honor of Charlie.
Events as they unfold and reporting back on the vibe, and I'm here with Siobhan White, the mother of Rhiannon White, who was horrifically murdered in a savage attack that I'm sure you've heard about. She's just given an incredible on stage. Tell us, basically summarise what you said on stage.
Yeah, I just explained about Rhiannon's murder, how it was committed by an illegal migrant, and how I blame Starmer. And so here now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the tragic thing about it. Borders closed for COVID, for example, which killed relatively few healthy young people being murdered. Like your daughter, and I mean, would you like on the grounds of public health?
Yeah, they need to be stopped. I mean, the thing is, he's embarrassed himself, Starmer, because he stopped people coming today. He's banned them, so why can't he ban people coming in?
Absolutely. And what do you make of Starmer calling the people here, calling people like far right?
He's an idiot. It's not about multicultural people here.
Yeah.
It's about trying, like,
happen from this rally.
Order stopped, sent back, and something needs to be done.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with your mission.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Siobhan White, and we now have Kelly J. Keane. A famous gender realist, a biological reality activist, I'd describe you as. How are you doing, Kelly?
Yeah, I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. I was a bit upset when people on stage were saying that women can't have a penis, because I identify as a woman and I've got a penis.
I know, well, I mean, you can have one in a jar if you want, but generally speaking, don't wear it.
Somehow I've got a feeling you've got a penis in a jar back home. Do you feel it's interesting to see the sort of trans, the gender reality activists who were campaigned to get women like me out of women's spaces, who campaigned to get women like me out of women's sports, now sort of also embracing other sort of realist views, I'd say. Do you think that's what's happening now?
Yeah, well, yes and no. I think there's a lot of women that still won't talk about the fundamental threat to women and girls in this country. They'd rather just not talk about it, but I think it's. I think the trans stuff was an existential threat for women, and I think Islam is annihilation.
Yeah, and talking of existential threats to women, I mean, if we look at the rate of offending, sexual offending and violent assaults by illegal migrants, I mean, Annunciata Rees-Mogg posted statistics that said that illegal migrants or asylum seekers make up 0.08% of the population in Dorset, but commit almost half of the sexual offences, which is shocking. I mean, this is the mission to close the borders is really part of a women's rights movement as well.
Well, it should be. Whether it is or not is another issue, but of course it should be. But women are still quite afraid of being called racist, and I think embrace it, and then you can talk about whatever you want.
Yeah, be an embracist, not a racist.
An embracist, I like that. Yeah, I'm an embracist. I mean, there's only so much they can call you Nazi, bigot, racist, white supremacist, or whatever. But I just don't want women and girls in this country to lose their liberty because it's too unsafe.
Yeah, absolutely. And what do you make of Keir Starmer and other people in the mainstream media coming out and calling the people at this rally, calling people like you, far right thugs? I mean, I haven't seen you smash up anything yet. I haven't seen you throw pints of lager in the air.
Well, he doesn't want to smash the gangs, does he? He wants to smash this gang. He just. That's quite a good line. I just think they're afraid because, and what I hope these people realise behind me is that history is made up of them. Like the movements and the revolutions, they weren't started by people in Westminster. Yeah. It was people that finally had enough. And I just hope that everyone realises that every single body that made it here today will make a difference. Like even my postman has come, from the West Country. It's incredible. And what Tommy Robinson has managed to do, I don't know if anyone else could do it. Yeah. But he's like, he's very much like extended members of my family, and so maybe maybe everyone knows a Tommy.
Yeah. And what do you want to happen as a result of this rally today?
I want everyone to understand that they have the power to do something small, each and every one of us, that will make a fundamental difference. So that means go and find out what your council's doing. Find out what your school is teaching. Find out if your school's got a trip to the mosque. Like, make a stand. Bring back nativity into schools, which as an atheist is a bizarre thing for me to say. But, you know, these tiny little bits of culture that get sneered at by the middle classes, we have lost them because we've allowed to feel embarrassed and ashamed by them.
Yeah.
So I want people to stop feeling embarrassed and ashamed of our culture and our heritage and bring it back.
Brilliant. What a fantastic message. Well, Kelly, thank you so much. Thank you so much for talking to me. And where can people find you on social media?
At the Posy Park or on Twitter is where I'm most active, or X, sorry.
Brilliant. Thank you. Cheers. Getting back to you in the studio, Lauren.
No spin, no bias, no censorship. I am Lauren the Insider. You are watching Dan Wootton Outspoken. A huge thank you to everyone that is joining us. The chat is going off. There are thousands of you, and we have done it, Patriots. We have hit over 700,000 subscribers. Today is a day where we feel uplifted, we feel seen, and we feel heard. We are no longer shamed. We will not be silenced, and you are watching the only independent news channel. I know GB News and Talk TV are trying to pretend that they're covering this march, but they simply are not. They censor Rupert Lowe, they censor Tommy Robinson, and what does that mean? It means they censor your news, really, because why would you be censoring key voices? Now, the march is spanning miles. The mainstream media are losing their mind. It's fabulous. But you have been getting all of the coverage here. The speakers are telling you exactly what you will never hear from the establishment. We are seeing history be made today. So many of you are saying you are filled with joy and hope. It is very easy to wonder, do our voices make a difference? Will going to a march make a difference? Yes, it will. Today, we've come together, and you can take this very strongly away with you. This movement is going nowhere. This is unbelievable. The lad from Luton has done what no politician has ever done, and it is the rot in Parliament that has led to this happening. We have seen, though, a very exciting move. Rupert Lowe has tweeted about Unite the Kingdom. He has said glorious with flags. We'll be bringing you the picture of this shortly. Flags, there we go. A flag of Restore and the Patriots in the background. This is what we want to see. But the only leader that is actually there is Ben Habib. So Tommy did invite all of the political parties to attend, but we have seen Sarah Puchin from Reform there. We're wondering, have any other MPs and party members been hiding anywhere? Obviously, they don't realise that they could be getting a huge amount of support by turning up, because this is a march of real people with real problems that have moral compasses. So it's about time. I'm afraid we need to be seeing a lot more people from the political arena turn up. So there have so far been 11 arrests. We are not being given details regarding which side they're from. We all know, though, don't we, Patriots? We don't need to say more on that. So police have said up to 11 have been arrested for a variety of offences. But we are also seeing the mainstream media smearing everyone already, and they are going in heavy with the police optics, who are in riot gears. Today has cost £4.5 million when it comes to policing. Extraordinary, really, those police that don't seem to be able to smash the grooming gangs, as Keir Starmer is always telling us. So, because our children have been failed, that means Patriots, they come out and they are voting with their feet. Starmer has to go. He has failed British children. Our children are not statistics. Our children are not there to be tossed in the gutter for votes. No, we the people, we have rejected this, and safeguarding the future of our children is paramount. So today is a day where we can smile, Patriots. You are joining me for unfiltered, uncensored coverage of what is history. This is the kind of day that we will teach our children about. This is what happens when the people are not listened to. So be gone, Starmer. We're done with you. We were done with you a long time ago. Living under the tin pot dictator is a very, very tough life at the moment. So here we go. We're seeing Sly News breaking. The legacy media are squirming. If they watch millions, I'm trying to read that, of people march towards Parliament Square. But here we go, Sly News, the news channel that will never, ever tell you the truth. They simply cannot, because their narrative is written before. And so many of you have joined us from the start of this stream, where we saw Ryan Bridges, the founder of Raise the Colours and Raise the Flags, arrested. We saw the full force of the law be put against him. You have seen how peaceful it has been today. So many of you are joining in the chat. Lovely to see you all just looking down at it. And thank you for being here with us. This is such an important day. And I want to take a moment as well to thank Dan Wootton for setting up Outspoken. Without Outspoken and without X, we simply would not know what is going on. We are seeing so many citizen journalists on the ground reporting in real time. There is a reason you do not get the truth from the mainstream. The government issue DSMA notices, and that is a notice whereby parts of your news can just be whipped out and tossed on the floor so you never get it. So you're getting propaganda. So this is why Dan has created this platform, and you have made this possible. Everyone joining from all around the world. This is a movement. There is something going on that can't be stopped. If you are, there we go, look at that. If you're a believer, if you're a non-believer, wherever you are, this cannot be denied. Look at these scenes. Starmer couldn't arrange a piss up in a brewery. And here we go. Tommy, the lad from Luton, has got hundreds of thousands of people out on the ground. They tell you that the flag is divisive. They tell you the flag is racist. No, it is not. The flag is part of who we are. People are coming in their thousands. They are saying, we do not want Sharia law. We do not want halal meat. We do not want the Islamic takeover. We say no to the burqa. It does not make us bloody racist to say that. Do you know what it means? It means that we want to protect our constitutionally Christian country. If you want to come in legally and you want to assimilate, that is brilliant and you will benefit from that. If you want to come in illegally, not assimilate and cause division, we say no. But Keir Starmer, we've seen, has weaponized every bit of power he has. And look at these scenes. It is unbelievable. So we're going to go back to the main stage now, and we've got an access all areas pass to what's going on.
Highlight what is happening in Ireland, and we have a great affinity with the UK and with London. I've worked here, my father has worked here, and all our generations, and we've integrated well with the English and all the British people. We've had no problem. They love us, we love them. We marriage both sides, no problem. Yeah. So I'd like to thank you and thank everyone in London today for turning up for this massive show Tommy's put on. So well done. When I got elected in 24 in Ireland, I took up this flag, my flag, the Irish flag. And I was attacked, like you've been attacked, by the media for waving my flag in my own country. A disgrace. They want to get rid of nationality. They will never get rid of it Because I says, when I die, I want that on my coffin. And in Ireland, it's funny how things have gone. They've took all our resources, our gas, our fisheries, our seas, the biggest seas probably in any island in Europe. We've a massive seas. They've taken everything from us. But what they have in Ireland is a lot of American factories. And what I'm coming today is to ask Tommy to do me a favour, and for a favour for the Irish people. This was given to me by the elders of Ireland. It's a letter to give to President Donald Trump to highlight what is going on in Ireland. It is a disgrace. In every little village, 400 men arrive in the dark of night. We don't know where they've come from. This is in every little village throughout Ireland. And it's not like England or Britain. We have vast populations. We have small 1,500, 2,000 in these villages. 400 men dock up from God knows where, mainly Muslim men. And it's a big worry. Our women can't walk the streets at night. Our children, can't let them out to play. It's a massive worry. So Donald Trump, if you're looking in, please do something for Ireland. So I'm not going to hold you on here. As Tommy said, we have a couple of minutes, a lot of people to go through. And we need to unite those flags. That flag and all the flags, Scotland, Wales and England, come together, please. It's a united front is what we need. Because the threat is Islam. And it's a massive threat. It's coming right through Europe. It's been pushed. 500,000 now, we say, coming in through Spain. It's just nuts. The men of this country, fair play to you, you're standing up now. We're standing up in Ireland, and we'll all come together. Well done, UK. I'll let you go.
We are in a war of propaganda, a war against the establishment, and we have to use every resource we have. A new character. Have you seen any of these AI characters that have come to fame? Have you seen any of them? You've been watching them. We've got a performance today by the Node Project. I think they're here, even though they're AI. Are they here? Let's play this. Come on.
Breaking news today, far-right rapper Danny Bones is set to make an appearance at the Unite the Kingdom event in London.
Danny Bones, the extremist rapper linked to the Node Project, is rumoured to be attending the rally later today.
Sharon Osbourne's support for far-right musician.
Who is Danny Bones? AI far-right rapper Danny Bones.
The shadowy agency, the Node Project.
The Node Project's registered address is the Icelandic Penis Museum.
An opportunity to demonetize online misinformation.
Danny Bones is a threat to democracy!
Good. You made it. The fact you're here means something. Because most people gave up a long time ago. Most people stopped caring, stopped believing, stopped thinking this country was even worth saving. But you didn't. You came here because you still love your country. England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland. The people of these islands built something together, something real, something worth protecting. And look what's happened to it. Communities destroyed. Everything that made this country feel like home, slowly stripped away, piece by piece. And every time ordinary people speak up about it, they're mocked, smeared, called names that have lost all meaning by the same people who helped create the mess in the first place. But listen to me, this country is not dead. Not while people like you still exist. Not while people still care enough to stand together and say, we're not giving up on our home. Because hope is dangerous, and that's why they fear it. I will never give up on my country, because this is England.
This is England. Don't ask why I'm England till I die. Stick on the telly and they're telling me it's falling. Country full of racists, fascists and they're marching. The streets are saying that it's Britain that we're mourning. Benefits are rampant, the borders are opening. Streets are boarded, the prices are soaring. Crime unreported, the crisis ignoring. The rich getting richer, the poor get extorted. I'll paint you the picture of broken, distorted England. This is England. Don't ask why I'm England till I die. Services crumbling, taxes are rising. No free speech, why the gov bring their lies in? What am I to think, is it really surprising? Struggling at work and I'm barely surviving. NHS striking, poverty is spiking. Everywhere you look, see a British flag flying. I hate to confess that I'm seeing pride die in England. This is England. Don't ask why I'm England till I die. This is England. Don't ask why I'm England till I die. This is England. Don't ask why I'm England till I die.
On Danny Bones, yeah? Even the AI characters are on our side in this battle, yeah? Did you watch this video? Let me show you a video. Did you watch this recently? Let's have a look.
Preacher of the gospel. I am a preacher of the gospel. Watch this. Watch this. There is no offence being committed here. None whatsoever. None whatsoever. Listen, listen. You repent and believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you'll be saved. You repent and believe on the Lord Jesus Christ and you'll be saved. You know what? This is an utter disgrace in this nation. An utter... I've not assaulted anyone. No, no, no. I have not assaulted anyone. Take these off now. Take these off now in the name of Jesus. You people should be ashamed of yourselves arresting a minister of the gospel.
Who's fed up of this? Arrested for preaching the gospel on the streets of the UK. Have you ever seen any of the hate preachers of Islam getting arrested by the police? They arrested him because they wanted to stop him preaching the gospel to a few people on the street. Pastor, get up here and preach the gospel to millions.
Hallelujah! Jesus Christ is King! Hallelujah! Jesus Christ is King! Hallelujah! Jesus Christ is King. Listen, people, preaching the gospel is the answer for this nation, our great nation. Jesus Christ was born miraculously. Jesus Christ lived his life miraculously, healing the sick, opening the eyes of the blind, raising people from the dead. He's alive forevermore. Come on, he's alive forevermore. He's alive forevermore. He died on the cross. It was miraculous. But the most miraculous thing, they put him in a tomb. But on the third day, he rose from the dead and he's alive forevermore. Come on, give a shout for Jesus. Give a shout for Jesus. Give a shout for Jesus. King of kings, Lord of lords, your Savior, my Savior, Tommy's Savior, your Savior. Lift your hand and pray with me now. Everybody, Patriots, pray with me now. Let's pray. Say, Jesus, I believe you died on the cross to save me. Right now, Jesus, come into my heart. Come into my life. Wash away all my sins. by the blood of Jesus. I confess with my mouth what I believe in my heart. Jesus Christ now is my Savior, my Lord, and the only King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Come on, give it up here for Jesus.
Love you, Tommy.
Well, he certainly took his 2 minutes, didn't he? Go on, lads. Trying to silence him didn't really work this time, did it? The next gentleman is one of the first that stood up. Do you know when we first started our activism with the English Defence League, the church stood against us. In fact, the Church of England still stands against us. But something's happening, and it's not happening inside the churches. It's happening on the streets, it's happening in lakes, it's happening across this country. There's a man that carries, when I listened to him talk at his first speech, here, it was his first speech, I felt something. An aura is around this gentleman. Bishop Dower.
They asked me to give you this. I stood backstage. I have a speech prepared. That's what we think of that. Today we stand in the shadow of a building that has defined our laws, that has defined our nation, that has defined our lives. And today, the inhabitants of that building defy the very Christ whose truth built this nation. But today, thousands of people gathered in our capital city and millions watching around the world are sending a clear and present message. We will be silent no more! This nation trembles. Its people cry out for answers. And our government are too cowardly to answer. But today, we stand, a nation united, a people gathered under the banner of the cross, and we tell Keir Starmer and the Labour government, your days are numbered. For there is one truth that has held this nation for over a millennia. That truth is simple. Christ is Lord. He is Lord over Crown and Parliament. He is Lord over this people. And we, the United Kingdom, we will claim our nation once more. I have said it before, and I will say it again. This nation owes this man a debt we cannot imagine. But today, with again thousands standing in attendance, we are showing him that we are behind you and we are behind the United Kingdom.
I just watched the aerial footage. We wasn't sure. We put screens from here to Trafalgar Square. It's full to the brim. Which means a mile down there. People are watching and listening. The work and effort that went into securing this and planning it. Thank you everyone who made it possible. Do you know, too many times we've had a lot of Christian speakers here. We're a Christian nation. Why do we keep seeing demonstrations for Palestine in our nation? There's one today. When Christians are being butchered and massacred across every Middle Eastern nation, one nation more than ever, there's a genocide happening right now. It's been happening for years in Nigeria. We will not remain silent while our Christian brothers and sisters are being raped and pillaged in any country in the world. So that's why now the BBC, the media, the Church of England and the bloody Pope Why are you not speaking up for the Christians of Nigeria? Right now, we have a bishop who has flown in here to speak to the world about what's happening to his people. Bishop Juan from Bokaro in Nigeria. The platform is yours, sir.
Praise the Lord. I am excited being in your midst this afternoon. And I want to thank God for the privilege given to me to come to speak to you. I want to thank my brother Laurence for giving me the invitation to be here. And to thank all of you for the warm welcome that I have received since arriving here. My name is Joan Zumbes, and I'm the Anglican Bishop of Bukuru Diocese. The gospel came to us from England specifically. So I am at home, right now at home. But it will seem as if our parents have abandoned the faith and left the faith to us in Nigeria. And as a result, we see situations that are beyond our capacity to contend with. For years, protractedly, the church in Nigeria has been under severe persecution. Christians in Nigeria are persecuted in different ways, different dimensions. Communities which are predominantly Christian communities are daily attacked. People killed. That's the situation we live in Nigeria today. So Christian persecution in Nigeria, you know, it's a reality because the Bible tells us that the church is a body, it's a single body but with different parts. A part of your body in pain leaves the whole body in pain. Yes. Around the central part of Nigeria, the persecution is rife. Boko Haram has not left Christians at ease in Nigeria. ISWAP has not left Christians at ease in Nigeria. Militia groups, the Fulani herdsmen, have not left Nigeria, left our Christians in Nigeria at peace. In fact, banditry, kidnapping every day, personally, an attempt has been made on me to kidnap me. The Lord saved me that night. Fulani young people had come to my house, attempting to break into my house. They couldn't just get in there. At the end of the day, with AK-47, they had to leave because they couldn't just penetrate my house, and then went to my next door neighbor and kidnapped him and took him away. Now, so there are brothers in the West, particularly those of you in England, the United Kingdom. If you do not stand with the race of the persecuted church, I want to assure you, friends, that what is happening to us is not static, it's migrating. The truth of the gospel has made you who you are today. You dare not abandon the gospel. You need the gospel. The gospel that has become part of your culture. It's ingrained in you. No one should come and rob you of that culture. It gave you all of the privileges you today enjoy. So please, it's my desire, my prayer that you hold on to that gospel. Never let it go. May Christ reign in your life. May Christ reign in England. May Christ reign in every single community in England. Thank you very much for the privilege. God bless.
I'm Trinity Clothing isn't just a brand, it's a call to action. It's for everybody out there watching that believes in either Christianity and or Christian values to rise up, Wear the brand, stand together, unified, and make a difference to the West.
Ash on the altar stone, 3 marks in the dark. Cold iron in my palm, a vow with a scar. Rise, rise from the low. Bind my breath to the glow. Iron Trinity, hold me home. Iron Trinity, guard my soul. Iron Trinity, threefold flame. Iron Trinity, speak my name.
So as an evangelical Christian, I've looked around for the past few decades and I've seen the slow and sly decline of Christianity and Christian values in our culture. Christianity is founded in strength in body, strength in mind, strength in spirit. This is what Iron Trinity looks to restore in the West. So whether you're a devout Christian like myself or whether you just believe in the solid, strong foundations of Christian values, this brand is for you.
Bind my breath to the glow. Iron Trinity.
So visit Iron Trinity Clothing today and support something bigger than ourselves. Get involved in the community and let's re-establish those Christian values in the West.
That lad there is a friend from my school days, okay, a dear friend. So if you can support him, do. Do you know why it was important for me to have a Nigerian pastor up here? Do you know on our first ever demonstration with the English Defence League, first ever, do you know what our banners read? Nigerian Christians, victims of jihad, we stand with you. The first ever demonstration of the English Defence League carried banners letting Christians in Nigeria know we stand with you. That's when I went down the rabbit hole and found out 3 churches were blown up on Christmas Day and it didn't even make our BBC News. I'm going to hand you over now to what I think is the most beautiful song I hear you girls sing, or your band sing, Ricky. Go.
This land is built on the solid rock that is the Lord Jesus Christ. And right now, we are going to lift up our voices in worship of that God. Our forefathers knew that this was important.
Right now, Antifa have turned up. The mainstream media want you to think that you, the Patriots, are the problem. But Antifa have turned up and there are riot police, there are horses. And interestingly, you will see in this, they are all wearing masks. It was the facial recognition software that has been used by the police against people at Unite the Kingdom, where you will see no masks. And these scenes we're seeing here are shocking. So having been to the march last year, I can tell you that it was Antifa that were absolutely aggressive and descending to cause chaos. So here we have the police horses and a heavy, heavy police presence pushing them back, trying to keep them away from Unite the Kingdom, because the unity is what they don't want. I would question who has sent these people, where are they from, and what are their motives? There have been 11 arrests so far at Unite the Kingdom and the pro-Palestine march. We haven't been given the exact breakdown of it, but you can clearly see Antifa have turned up with one goal: to cause division, to cause problems. And here we have Tommy Robinson has created a sense of unity that no one else can do. So the establishment are panicking. Let's go to that clip again and have a look, because the crowds are starting to gather now around. And like Ant Speaks on X says, facial recognition technology is being used specifically to monitor the UTK march. I've not seen a single mask or any attempts to conceal identity among those attending. The same can't be said about Antifa, as they can be seen in this clip. Why is that? There is panic. Starmer is hanging on for dear life because it's not going as the establishment wanted it to, is that there's no angry louts, there's no aggressive patriots, because that is not what Unite the Kingdom is about. Today, you have seen on screen, there have been people, victims, women, survivors that have spoken about how the establishment has tried to arrest them for speaking out about how they have been failed. We will not be silenced anymore. Patriots, wherever you are joining us, welcome. I am Lauren the Insider. Dan Wootton has not just put a blonde wig on and a red shirt. It is me, a friend of Outspoken's, and Dan is with his mum abroad celebrating her 70th birthday, but I am here to keep you company. So hit that subscribe button, and thank goodness for independent journalism, because if you looked at the mainstream media right now, you would see they are branding us all as far-right thugs. It's absolutely disgraceful. Never think that by supporting this movement, it doesn't make a difference. The Overton window has shifted rapidly. We've seen Rupert Lowe come out today as well, tweeting about Unite the Kingdom. This is a big step forwards. Ben Habib is still the only member of a political party that is at Unite the Kingdom. We are waiting for confirmed numbers of how many people are attending or are there at the moment. Piers Morgan has obviously had to have a little jibe at Tommy Robinson. He's so jealous, isn't he? Whilst Piers Morgan just creates a channel based on rage baiting and never, ever amplifying the struggles of patriots, Tommy Robinson has said to him, "No, Piers, stop lying," because Piers Morgan tried to pretend that there was no one out at Unite the Kingdom. I mean, is the man blind? I know he's stupid, but can he seriously not see this? So let's go over to Leo so you can see all those people on the ground.
Oh, we're live! I'm here. My name's Leo Kearse. I'm at the Unite the Kingdom rally, and I'm joined by Hannah Kirkpatrick to talk about how the rally's going today. How do you think it's going, Hannah?
Oh, well, I've currently got goosebumps from the beautiful Christian music. Like, you can see them, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's such a beautiful day, and especially after, I don't want to call him our Prime Minister, but after his disgusting, dangerous display this week. This is so beautiful, and whatever they try to incite us to be, we have shown today we are not what he says we are. Like I said in the video yesterday, we are you. We are the people that run this country, the backbone of this country, and that man does not speak for us. But you know who does? Tommy Robinson.
Do you think Keir Starmer's attempt to sort of shut down the rally by banning speakers, do you think that's backfired on him?
Massively. I mean, it's gone in our favour. I think that the more authoritarian our government becomes, the more people wake up and are less frightened in their local communities and their jobs, you know, even in their own mind, to say, this ain't right. No, these people are me. These people are not racist. Do I look like a far-right thug? Do I? No. Hello. My parents aren't far-right thugs. My friends, the people I speak to, I had appointments this week with beauticians and hairdressers. And, you know, I used to be a little bit, I won't say anything yet. And yesterday I was like, well, I'm having my hair done because I'm doing filming and I'll be at this amazing event in London. I didn't say what. Oh, what is it? I thought, F it. And I said, but I'm going to I love him, and I had that reaction everywhere in my week. I'm not afraid to say I support Tommy Robinson.
Are you seeing a sort of a wider change in public perception of this movement? Because it's funny, speaking to like a middle class posh woman the other day. It's not you, another one. And she was coming here, so yeah, it looks like things are changing. But
they absolutely are changing. We have one man and us to thank for that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Do you know how many people right now are watching this?
Bishop Dewar, thanks.
It will be inspiring to stand up.
How you doing? All right, buddy. Good to see you, man. All right.
The time is now. I watched a French group of ladies.
I'm here at the Unite the Kingdom rally, and I'm joined by Bishop Dewar. How are you today, Bishop?
I'm fantastic. I'm a little hoarse now, obviously, after my speech, but yeah, it's been a wonderful day. And look at these people. It's incredible.
Yeah. Can you summarise your speech for the people watching on Dan Wootton?
If I could remember what I said, I would definitely, because for anybody that was watching, they will have seen, when I took the stage, I threw my speech notes away, but we proclaimed the Lordship of Christ. I reminded Keir Starmer, mate, your days are numbered.
Are you seeing people return to Christianity, with what's happening in the country? Are people come back to, the true Christianity?
Oh, it is unbelievable. And the establishment, the Church of England, the government, all of the statistics, they're all saying, Christianity is not growing. There are thousands and thousands of people here that believe in Christ, and that number is growing every week.
Yeah. And one thing that surprised me is how the Church of England went so wishy-washy. Because, I guess it's maybe it's the Catholic Church that did the Crusades. But I think more people would be interested in the Church if it still had that sort of Deus Vult mentality,
Well, there's a reason we've been called the Church Militant for 2,000 years. And the wokerati in the Church of England seem to have forgotten that. But the Church is awake. The people are rising up. And Christianity is stronger than it's ever been.
Nice one. And what do you want to happen as a result of this rally? What change do you want to see?
I'd like to see a change of government. I'd like to see a change in the way we interact as people. But most importantly, I want to see people regain their identity of what it means to be a Christian and be proud of being British and not ashamed of it, and tell this poxy government and the nonsense they're doing, like I said in my speech, we will be silent no more.
Yeah. And who would you like to replace the government? Would you like Wes Streeting to come in, maybe Andy Burnham, or would you like a complete change?
No, I think I'm going to throw my hat in as well. Why not? Be interesting to see a bishop's mitre thrown in the kettle for her. Why not? I couldn't do any worse than them.
Well, it'd be interesting to see somebody who can actually stick to a value, stick to a principle for more than 5 minutes. And also, what do you make of Keir Starmer's comments that this is, a far right rally, that this is bigotry, this is racism?
Our Prime Minister, our Prime Minister is trying to create the narrative to cause the violence so that he can bring in all manner of laws to try and crack down and stop protests like this happening, because he's desperate for the country to think of Keir Starmer, the hard man of British politics, and he's a flipping wimp.
Nice. And do you think Keir Starmer's going to be out? How long do you give Keir Starmer till he's out?
Do you know what? Labour will do what they always do. They haven't got the guts to stick the knife in, so I think Starmer's going to be around for another couple of months. Who's his number one challenger? A guy that's just telegraphed his entire moves to a by-election that he's not even predicted to win. That's how stupid the Labour Party are. Let's tell the whole country how political we want to make it, and then wonder why they didn't vote for us.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Bishop Dewar. Thanks for joining me. Brilliant. And so we're here at the Unite the Kingdom rally with Carl Benjamin. Look, he's just popped out. My mate from Laurence Eaters. Carl, how are you doing today?
I'm really well, man. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. And have you spoken already?
Yes.
Nice. Damn, I missed it. I must have been getting a packet of scampi fries.
If it helps, I was just threatening Keir Starmer. So,
What do you make of Keir Starmer's, attitude that this is just a collection, a gaggle of thugs and racists and all the rest of it?
Really, I think we need to say thank you to Keir Starmer. he's the best recruiting tool the right has ever had. No one has done more for the right than Keir Starmer. And I'm not even sure what more he could do either, to be honest. You know, oh, look at all those racists. Don't go and hang out with them the day before the rally. Oh, yeah, thanks, Keir. That works, actually. Look at the size of it. Yeah. That really put us in our place, Keir, you know.
And are you seeing a sort of change in not just public attitude, but also the attitude of the censors and the gatekeepers? Because I remember a few years ago when we'd be doing YouTube videos or whatever, we couldn't even say Tommy Robinson's name. We had to say Romy Tomlinson.
Now he's got his YouTube channel back. So, yeah, no, there has definitely been an attitude shift. Couldn't say why, but I guess it's just the mood of the systems. But, yeah, no, one thing I find really interesting, though, about this whole thing is that Keir Starmer did put out a video against this rally the day before. Well, what that does is normally they ignore us, right? And it's the whole thing here. First they ignore you, then they fight you, then you win. And we're in their fighting us stage now. Brilliant, because that means we're about to win this, right? And what Keir Starmer has done is embroiled himself in a public debate about morality with Tommy Robinson. So, yeah, Keir, you're not going to win that, actually, right? And it's not because Tommy Robinson himself is like some brilliant debater. It's that there are millions of people who hate you and disagree with your morality. No, I don't want to just give up my country. I don't want to just have it sold out. And, you know, like he literally said, we want the silent majority to just be quiet. It's like, no, sorry, this is our country, we're keeping it, and frankly, like I said in my speech, I think we're looking at the last Labour government ever. I think it's done, I think the party's dead, I don't think they can come back from it, even if they get Andy Burnham or whoever else. I think they're cooked. And so brilliant, brand new horizons await.
And also, when Keir said he was banning speakers from coming here from America, from coming here from Poland, and these are legitimate commentators, journalists, politicians, elected politicians to the European Parliament. He's revealed that when they let people in, it's a choice. They can control the borders when they want to. So when these men come over and kill Rhiannon White, when these men come over and rape children, go to primary schools, that's a choice. They're deliberately doing that.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing is, it's always been a matter of will. It's never been, we just don't have the manpower to secure the border. No, everyone knows that we do. We actually still have a navy, diminutive as it is now. It's always been a choice, and okay, fine, exercise your political will. It's like almost everything that Starmer's doing is actually a magic tee-up for a really right-wing government. It's like, right, we're going to mess around with the age of voting. Oh, are you? You're going to look at 16, just fiat on your 35% vote share, are you? Well, on our 35% vote share, 45-year-old married men who own property, suck it, you know. We're going to just deport and prevent coming into the country whoever we want. Oh, that's good. I'm glad. Good to know that we can just do that. We're going to abolish the House of Lords. Oh, that's good. We'll just do whatever we want. He set loads of great precedents we can use very aggressively and should, frankly.
Yeah. Carl, thanks so much for joining me today. Cheers. Thank you.
We are so nervous. I'm pretty sure our hearts are beating louder than them speakers.
Than them speakers. We aren't politicians, we are not activists, we're just mums. Ordinary women who never ever imagined we would one day feel compelled to stand on a stage like this. Like so many women, we've reached a point where speaking up feels less frightening than staying quiet. But for many, attending an event organised by our good man Tommy here can threaten livelihoods, destroy reputations, and even put families at risk. Now that should concern every single person here, because people should not feel afraid to peacefully stand beside their beliefs that they hold, especially when it concerns children. Imagine how many more people would be here today if free speech truly felt protected. We know there'd be at least 11 more speakers, right, Tom? But we mustn't be afraid to speak harsh truths. The country we grew up in is no longer recognisable. Walking through town on public transport when your children are out with friends Even going about normal daily life comes with constant worry. That instinct telling you something isn't right. People call us racist, paranoid. They say that we're making it up, but we all see it, we all feel it, and the statistics, they don't lie. So in the year ending 2025, there were over 209,000 sexual assaults recorded, and that is just in England and Wales alone. 10 years ago, that number was just 85,000. Now, that's around 570 people every single day. These aren't just people, that's someone's daughter, someone's mother, and someone's sister. 71,000 are victims of rape. The trauma reaches far beyond the victim, destroying families, relationships, trust, and lives forever. That's not the full picture. Research shows that most sexual assaults are never actually reported, often because of fear, shame, or feeling they won't be believed. We mustn't forget, though, that the public are not being given transparency in the breakdown of these offences, and that lack of clarity fuels mistrust. These figures demand honest scrutiny, because without a clear picture, how are we supposed to change anything? Without transparency, there can be no accountability. And while all of this is happening, our men and boys, they're facing another danger. Over 50,000 knife crimes last year. These are not just numbers, these are people, someone's son, father, brother. We know violence exists across all races, all backgrounds, and all religions, but that reality should never be used as a reason to ignore growing risk. It would be ignorant not to acknowledge that these rising statistics have occurred alongside staggering increases of migration. Over 70,000 illegal crossings have taken place through Kent ports alone since Labour come into power. Let me put that into context for you. That is nearly 4 times the capacity of the O2 Arena, or the equivalent of 140 Crowborough camps. Ordinary people live with the consequences, while those clowns over there, responsible, hide behind security, privilege, and press statements. They take our taxes, they dismiss our concerns, and they expect silence in return from us. It is not racist to speak honestly. The fact is, many of these men arriving come from cultures where values towards women and children are not just different, they are completely incompatible with those of our own. That's just a reality. Pretending otherwise puts our children and women at risk. Now, women and children, they are the beating heart of any nation, okay? They should be protected at all costs and put first. Not our government, though. And that is exactly why groups like the Pink Ladies now exist. At the end of the day, this is very simple for us. If we see danger and we stay silent, what does that make us? If we know something is wrong and say nothing, then we are failing at the most important thing that we will ever be in this life: mothers. The traditions we are trying to hold on to mould the foundations this country was built on. Christian values run deep in our laws and our way of life. We believe it is important to protect that heritage and pass it on. We want children to grow up proud of where they come from, not taught to hate it, not made to apologise or feel guilty for actions taken by people long before they was even born. We want them to say the Lord's Prayer in school. And we want them to take part in a Christmas nativity without fear of offending. Identity and culture matter, and it must be protected at all costs. Without shared values, strong communities and secure borders, we lose the country we grew up loving. So we're asking people today, don't just walk away from here and forget. Stand together, speak louder, back each other. Be proud of who you are and be proud of what you believe in. This is no longer about right or wrong, left or right. This is about right or wrong. Because we are tired. We are tired of innocent people being hurt, working hard, paying their taxes, and no longer feeling safe. We are tired of constant failures from governments, both past and present. We miss the country we grew up in, summer evenings with family and friends that feel safe, children laughing in the streets without fear, traditional fish and chips down on that pier, seaside towns full of life, neighbours who actually know each other, and communities that feel connected. So despite the labels, despite the mockery, despite the intimidation, we are the Pink Ladies and we will not be silenced. Because if we don't speak up now, we leave our children a world where they cannot. Across Europe, women are facing the same dangers. This is why we are standing shoulder to shoulder with our sisters across Europe. Women like the collective Nemesis in France, together raising our voices, impossible to ignore. This will be starting in Dover on the 4th of July. A day when America celebrates its freedoms, we come together to fight for ours. And we ask you to stand with us. Because this is not hate. This is love. But love for our children, love for our land, a future shaped by our own hand. Silence is easy, but silence is wrong. And if we stay silent, everything we love will be gone. Thank you. Thank you, London. Woo!
She nailed it with that speech, did she not? Are you inspired, ladies? Are you going to join them on the 4th of July, ladies? Do you know what? 2 years ago, women were still too scared to speak out. That's the change. That's what's happening. Those who were silent are no longer silent. This is ordinary mothers throwing themselves in the way, ready to take the hit, because they know it's the right thing to do. Silence is no longer an option. As I've said, ordinary people doing extraordinary things. Let's play the next VT.
I myself was a victim of migrant crime along with my family, and I feel that the implications of unvetted men coming to our country is a danger.
Proclaiming our British culture, standing united as a kingdom, united in Christ and as patriots together.
And members of my community are looking to me to help them and give them answers, and that's really what I want to do. I want to have good from this. I think people are looking beyond the surface now. They're looking at how things are being spent by the council, myself especially.
We must stand together for a people's revolution, where we unite and say no more to this useless, weak government and say yes to us, the people.
Unite the kingdom! You're probably wondering who I am. Well, I am a mother, I am a wife, and I am a patriot of this country. And I have had enough of this weak, pathetic government. All we do is abide by the law of the land, and we protect our families, and instead they're invading this country with illegal men who are raping and murdering our women. I live in Braintree and we have the largest airbase in the UK. We are the government's dirty little secret.
We have 1,200 illegal men who are sexually assaulting our nurses at Broomfield Hospital and raping teenage girls in HMOs. With our base, it used to house servicemen, military and police. And they were told to leave the base as it was going to become a prison. This was a lie. All those people were turfed out and instead illegal invaders were let in. Do you think that that's okay? I've got a message to the armed forces. We see you, we hear you, and we respect you for what you've done. I'd had enough, so I decided to set up with a group of people in my town, the Braintree and Wethersfield protest group. These are families just like all of you that are worried about the safety of their community and of their children. Together, we documented truth. We exposed, with the help of BB Media, that they were taking the migrants to our community hospital and testing them for TB, with people sat in the waiting room who had cancer. Do you also think that that's okay? Not only that, but in our group, we have legal migrants who are saying this is not the country they signed up to. Is this the country that we know? No, because it's being taken from us. You need to hold your councils to account. You need to hold your MPs, this government, this pathetic government. Not only were the migrants housed in our base, but they've been bussed into our town, 300 to 500 of them. And do you know what they're getting? Breakdancing lessons. Seriously, breakdancing. Not only that, they're getting art therapy. How many people here are waiting for mental health treatment? Exactly. Good men in this country need support, mental health support. And these men coming over on boats are getting it handed on a plate. 2 weeks after coming across that border illegally. I've had brave whistleblowers reach out to me. NHS workers, police, even pilots of the planes. Can you believe that? Reaching out to me. This government has let us down, but not only that, so did the Conservatives. It's a cycle of privilege. We've got men in suits telling us how we should live our lives. They don't know what it's like to live your life. They pretend they do, but instead they rip you off. They take your money and they are abusing you. They're letting your women get murdered, your women get raped. Children are having to go to school and we're having to worry if they're going to be attacked by a terrorist. Now, I'm telling you, you need to save your communities because the police are not going to help you and this government certainly isn't either. So if you can take anything away from today, when you go home, think about what you're doing in your community. If you see something happening, report it, but you tell everyone in your town. Because if you don't, the lives of children are at risk. Please stand up. It will save lives. We're seeing amongst us today a people's revolution. There is mass awakening happening. We all know, we can feel it. So when you go home today, don't forget this feeling. Patriots across this great nation, we are united. I would like to congratulate you all for being brave and coming here today. I'd like to also congratulate Tommy and his team for what they have achieved today. I'd also like to congratulate my community for standing with me and coming out and showing everybody what's really happening to them. I'd like to finally say, let's give a massive applause to all of us, so loud that Keir Starmer, the wanker, can hear it in number 10. Thank you.
Keir Starmer's a wanker. Right. Can I ask you all something? Do you enjoy the mixture of speeches with music? You do? These are entertaining days as well, right? We come together, we're entertained. There's one character I saw rise to fame on social media who I found very bloody entertaining, okay? I call him Bacon Boy. He's a South Korean, Scottish Korean. But he also has another bloody talent. Right, go on, son. Yep. Have you seen the Scotty interview when he turned up with the bacon? Let's get this place moving.
Too uncensored. Outspoken. I said uncensored Patriots because I was just doing my research on Piers Morgan, who is anything but uncensored. And he has gone for Tommy Robinson again. And in this extraordinary move, do you want to see what he said? He has clapped out at, apparently people haven't turned up to the march. He said, "Your country stayed at home, Pinocchio." And that was in reply to Tommy saying, "We want our country back. Millions are in attendance." And Piers Morgan is not a friend of the people because he replied, "Your country stayed at home, Pinocchio." And then we see the BBC have said there's 50,000 people, with Sly News being a bit more generous and giving an extra 10,000, rounding it up to 60,000. This simply isn't true because the crowds have stretched from Euston all the way to Parliament Square. That is miles and miles. And breaking now, the Met Police have confirmed the rally has proceeded without any significant incident. Interesting though, we see Antifa turn up with face coverings, so facial recognition will be about as useful there as it will with a burqa. Not at all. But Patriots are not covering their faces, and we can see on screen now, this is the counter-protest full of radical lefts who are, I think, there just to cause trouble. Interesting, the mainstream media have totally focused on Tommy Robinson. They're utterly obsessed, aren't they? They're obsessed with us Patriots. But today, the news has gone all around the globe. You've heard from survivors of the grooming gangs. The police failed them. The government failed them. The care system failed them. The mainstream media covered it up. You are hearing from the people. There is a movement that can't be stopped. Drop in the chat. How are you feeling if you are there? How is the mood on the ground? It looks electric, and we are going to cut to Leo backstage with Free Speech Shell.
Hey, I'm Leo Kearse. I'm here live on the ground at the Unite the Kingdom rally, reporting for Dan Wootton, Outspoken, and I'm joined by Free Speech Shelley, who I believe you're into free speech. Is that right?
That's right, I am. I'm a firm believer in it.
Yeah. And you just gave a rousing speech on stage about, how we need to stand up and think about what's going to happen to Britain, what's going to happen to the children, in particular the girls of Britain. Yeah. Do you want to just, summarise that for people watching at home?
Yeah, you know, we've got to protect the girls because at the end of the day, there are rapes and murders happening all over the country, and we know this happens with British men, but it's happening with migrants, and it's being ignored and it's being buried, and it's not okay.
And one place that women aren't being murdered or attacked or anything is at this rally. Have you? What do you make of this rally? Do you feel safe here? Because we were told this is far right thugs.
I feel so safe here, and the far right thug stuff is ridiculous. I mean, I'm not a far right thug. I don't have a criminal record. I'm a mother. I work. You know, I'm doing this because the government aren't protecting women and girls, and they're also not protecting men. I mean, regardless of migrants, we have a knife crime epidemic. Boys are being slaughtered on our streets. It's not okay what they're doing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, do you think? What do you think of the difference between what the mainstream media says about this movement and what you can actually see with your own eyes?
The mainstream media would like to portray this as a racist event. It's not a racist event. There are people from all different walks of life, different cultures, different colours. All they can see is a moral compass. They believe that this shouldn't be happening to our country. They know the government's doing bad things to us and everyone's standing together. And the government want us to be afraid. That's why they use the racist word, because then they think people will not come and people won't be involved. You know, what they've done to Tommy is the biggest miscarriage of justice. And finally, people are seeing Tommy for who he really is.
Yeah. Do you see public perception changing around this movement, around Tommy Robinson, and also around, you know, issues like grooming gangs, which for a long time people were scared to discuss or address?
Yes, I do, and I think people are being more heads-on about this and hands-on. They're wanting to get more involved. They're looking at things differently. They're looking at the grooming gangs, and they're actually starting to hold people account that should be held account. You know, it is frightening for people to question something they've always known, like the establishment, or question a police officer when they're taught to believe in them and that they'll trust them. But we have to do that for things to change.
Okay, Shelley, thanks so much for joining me today, and I hope you have a great day. Cheers.
Thank you.
Okay, we are live at the Unite the Kingdom rally, reporting for Dan Wootton, Outspoken. It's a really fun event. It's like I wasn't sure what to expect. I did think there would be some thuggish elements in the crowd, but I haven't seen anything like that. I have seen some footage from the counter protest, the far left protest, and the Nakba, the pro-Palestine protest, which is happening in London instead of Palestine for some reason. And that's where the violence is, as far as I can see. Anyway, thank you.
USA! 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 USA!
Today I've walked with some of you here, and as I was walking, one sign really crossed my mind. There was a sign today that said, "We did not vote for open borders, digital ID, two-tier policing, higher taxes, loss of free speech, pedophiles in politics, higher cost of living." Now your media will call you far right, and your prime minister will call you guys dangerous. But the ideas of freedom of speech are not dangerous, or the idea that you want to know who your neighbor is does not make you dangerous. It means that you have common sense. We live in a world where common sense is becoming somewhat abstract to have. A lot of people don't have it these days. In the United States, we let an entire state commit billions of dollars in fraud because we were afraid, our politicians were afraid of being called racist or Islamophobic for speaking out against the fraud. Here in the United Kingdom, you guys had young women be raped by gangs of men, and your politicians allowed it because they're afraid of being called a racist or Islamophobic. That does not make you a racist for speaking truth. No one should have to worry about where their tax dollars go. No one should have to worry if it gets spent into fraud or not, because we should have the confidence in our politicians. We shouldn't have to worry that our daughters are having to be careful who they go around, or a young woman in Scotland who is 12 years old shouldn't have to walk with a hatchet at the playground. And I've been coming here to the United Kingdom for some time now, and each and every single year these marches get bigger and bigger and bigger. I think it is time that your Prime Minister and that your government takes heed to your words and takes heed to the caution that you guys are giving them, because change is inevitable here inside of the United Kingdom, and it doesn't need to be done because everyone should have the right to say what they want and have the freedom of speech. And may God bless you all, and thank you, Tommy Robinson. Thank you.
Right, lads. Something is happening across this nation. People ask, what does a demonstration do? What difference does this make? You see, since we started this, I've watched something develop in Britain. I don't know how many of you have seen this. Young men are meeting. They're meeting in parks. They're supporting each other. They're praying together. And they're getting physically fit. Now, I reached out to some of these men. I'll be honest with you. They're not political at all. I don't know if these gentlemen voted Labour, yeah? But I've watched what they're doing, and it is the most important thing right now for British men. We look at Poland and you see tough men, don't you? You see men getting fit, you see physically fit men, and they're strong. We've lost our strength. Britain, we've lost our strength. And what I see developing in these parks across the UK, I see strength. I see real British men going back to their roots, of strong men, of Christianity, of faith. Let me play you a little VT for these gentlemen.
Proverbs 27:17, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. That's exactly what we're doing on this field. It's not just here, this is a movement. We got men training in Hertfordshire, Hampshire, Stoke, Manchester, Glasgow, Teesside. These are growing all up and down the country. We want men moving, men training, men being better, men holding each other accountable, holding each other to a high standard. That's what we're missing in society, in this country. Men have lost their way, and here we're bringing it back, teaching men that what society's normalised is wrong. What we're doing here is right. It's good for men. Men need men. We say it all the time. The British Army has a system, the buddy system. Look out for your mate. He looks out for you. Check in on your mate. Don't speak to him for a week. Message him. Call him. See how he's getting on. See how he's doing. There's random fellas here that are meeting up that never met each other before. That's what we're doing. We're coming together as a community, as every other.
We're not here to depress you. We are here because we have found something that works. When men move together, when men breathe together, when men pray together, something changes and something heals. Now as men we fall trapped to social standards, to going out on the weekend, gambling, getting on it, and it's killing us as a nation. We need each other. Men need men. Hold each other to a high standard. Hold each other accountable. And listen, what we are giving men on that field is faith. Faith in God. Faith in themselves. Faith in who they are. We are changing lives on that field. And to anyone out there who feels alone, you're not. Trust me, you're welcome on that field. Every single one of you. We are the Men's Social Network, and this is just the beginning. Fucking proud of you, lad. Proud of you. Men and women. Proud men and women of the United Kingdom. Thank you. Thank you. Tommy, thank you for this opportunity to speak about something that we're passionate about. And that's men helping other men. Ladies and gentlemen, around the country, you're going to see a movement up and down this country, in the parks, in the fields. You're going to see men coming together, helping one another. Me and Tom use our background in the Men's Social Network, our background in combat sports, our background in being British soldiers. And we use this, we put the guys through it, we put them through physical exercise, we then go through breath work, we then go through a sharing circle, and we get these guys talking to one another. So the last thing on their mind when they leave the park is doing something harmful to themselves. Find your local Men's Social Network, get involved, be part of the brotherhood, and be part of the tribe. We've got two options as men.
We can sit there and we can just talk about our feelings, or we can take action. And when we take action, that's when we see change, and that's when we see results, and I can't emphasize on that anymore. And for anyone that's out there right now that doubts if there's a God, for every one of you in the audience, I want you to look to the person to your left and to your right. Take in their beautiful eye colour, take in their beautiful skin colour, look at the vibrance in the trees, take it in. And if you tell me that's not come from a creator, then you must be crazy. Well, thank you for your time today, and thank you, Tommy.
Right, lads, let me tell you how important it is what they're doing, yeah? Men, are you ready to get fit? Are you ready to become the best version of yourself? As men, British men, we need to get fight ready, because a fight's coming to this country. These men are not holding meetings in parks to talk about immigration. It's nothing to do with politics. So don't join there and start going there to talk about politics. But men, go on that QR code. Form a community in your towns and cities. And let me tell you, in the next 12 to 24 months, the world's going to look on and they're going to view British men as the strongest men. British men coming together, forming alliances and getting ready for the battle of our lifetime. Right, Keir Starmer, someone's got a message for you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank God for King Sobieski. He stopped Muslims in Vienna.
Once we freed our nation from the communism, we knew what the freedom is. So when we are called far right, yes, I am far right, because righteousness, conservatism is the value I believe in.
We are talking about a law, international law and Polish law. We don't want any illegal migration in Poland.
Conservatism is the value I believe in. So when they call me that I'm very far into what I believe, I'm proud of myself. Zero illegal migration equals zero terror attacks.
Right. Dominic! Let's hear it for Dominic! Kia, did you forget about the internet? Dom, what have you got to say to the British audience here? They love you, mate. They love you.
How are you, far-right agitators? How are you? How does it feel to be a patriot? How does it feel to be together? Raise your voices, lions! Raise your voices again! He can ban me, but he cannot stop you. He cannot ban you from voting. He cannot silence you. He cannot cancel you. And I am with you. I will always be with the British lions. Always. With the British women. With the British children. With the British families. I will never leave you. And I will help you to be safe. To create a big nation. Safe nation. Brave nation. I am with you, patriots, with your children. And when your grandchildren will ask you, Grandpa, how did you stop this madness? You will proudly answer, I stood with Tommy Robinson. This is what you say in 20 or 30 years. You will say, I took to the streets. I fought for the Christian Europe. I fought for the safety. I fought for you because I love you. Raise your voices again. Show your power and unity. Raise your voices. Yes, this is our power. He could ban me. He will not cancel you. And believe me, there will be a day. I will be back. I will be back, and I will be fighting with you on the streets, protesting because this is our right. Don't let anyone to take your rights. Do not let anyone to take your dignity. Do not let anyone to say that you're an agitator, you are far right. No, you are patriots who love your country, who love Europe. And God is my witness. This guy who banned me is gone. It's a matter of time. So be happy now. Fight for unity. Fight for your country. Vote. Be active. Support Tommy. And then in 20 years, you will say, I won because I was brave. So again, it's stop. Come on, Tommy.
Hey, Dominic, how many? Tell us how many. How many?
Zero illegal migrants. Remember, be like Poland, be brave, stop wearing dresses, put on an armor and fight. God bless you all.
Thank you, Dominic. God bless you. I'll catch you soon, brother. I'll catch you soon. Love ya. When Keir Starmer says in the news that he banned 11 far-right agitators, he banned solicitors, he banned journalists, and he banned elected politicians. None of them have got any convictions or even criminal arrests. To the people of Europe watching this, the battleground has been chosen as our capital city in London. The country that has decided, you know, if we were watching any other European country get these numbers out, do you know how jealous we'd be? We are leading the way, Britain. Europe is watching us. We are showing them what unity looks like, that we're not afraid anymore. So our message to European patriots, join this movement. I see a day when all of us take to our capital cities together as a day of European uprising. Let's have a look at who Keir Starmer banned. Come on.
And on free speech, that has long lived in this country, free speech. It's one of the founding values of the United Kingdom. And we protect it jealously and fiercely and always will. And we will bear down on any limits on free speech. We have had freedom of speech in this country for a very long time, and we will always protect it. We've had free speech for a very, very long time in the United Kingdom, and it will last for a very, very long time. In relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there. Firstly, I'm strongly in favour of free speech. We've had free speech in this country for a very, very long time, and we protect it fiercely. We've had free speech for a very, very long time here, so we're very proud about that, and we'll protect it.
Keir Starmer. I've got. The next gentleman who's about to perform here has become a friend. He's not just become a friend. The name of his song is very important. Civilian Soldiers. Every one of you in this fight is a civilian soldier, okay? And Jamie has not only come here to perform, but he also helped to fundraise towards this event. So Jamie, take the stage, son. Rock 'em.
Hello, London! What an honor it is to be here today. This is absolutely amazing. I am so thankful to be here today. Today,
I'm at the United Kingdom rally with Ricky Doolan, who's just performed on stage. Ricky, how are you doing?
Very good, Leon. Nice to see you. And beautiful. What a day.
Yeah, isn't it just? I mean, I'm really surprised by how, I shouldn't say surprised, but, you know, Keir Starmer partly hypnotised me to think that this is going to be far-right thuggery. I haven't seen any thuggery so far. As a Scot, I'm almost disappointed.
No far-rightery, no thuggery, no whatever he said. I mean, a lot of nonsense, isn't it, really? It's propaganda. I think the public are waking up to that more and more every year. You see, he did a massive publicity thing for us, and people that maybe wouldn't have came here today, they're here today. Even people that probably have not been associated with the United Kingdom or Tommy Robinson, they came because of that infringement on freedom of speech, the infringement on human rights, and he did a job for us, but I think he's been exposed more and more, you know. It's a beautiful day, man. People are in good spirits, people are united, enjoying themselves. It should be treasured, this thing.
Yeah. And what do you make of Keir Starmer's attempt to smear everyone here as, far-right racist thug? Do you think it's properly backfired on him?
Well, I think it's backfired on him, but I don't believe he's doing it through ignorance. I believe he's doing it through strategy. It's strategic. Remember, they're pushing their kind of globalist vision of a one-world culture, and they don't like proud, patriotic Brits getting in the way. So, of course, the best thing to tell all of the public is that we're far-right thugs, then allow more millions to come in, tell all of them we're far-right thugs, and he's really weaponising the public against Patriots, and it's definitely backfiring, but I think he knows what he's doing.
Is he also, do you think, trying to cling on to power in the Labour Party by signalling to Labour voters, the last remaining few, and signalling to Labour politicians that he's, the man to take on,
Yeah, the imaginary far right. I think even his peers are seeing through it. Was it Wes Sweetin that stepped down, and I think everyone's tired of him. He seems defiant, very defiant, as not to step down, but I think everybody sees through Keir Starmer. He'll go down in history as one of the worst prime ministers in our history, I'm sure, and he's got the receipts to show that.
Who would you like to see replace him?
Well, I would like to see somebody conservative in nature. I love Ben Habib. I love Rupert Law. Once upon a time ago, I loved Nigel Farage too. And, nobody's far away from redemption. But I believe that Nigel and Rupert, just like what Ben Habib has done, needs to embrace this crowd, needs to embrace these people, because we are the British people. And we don't want to be alienated. We want to be together. And I think them three guys, them three parties, them politicians, there'll be no choice but to unite at some point soon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, perhaps that would happen if they got to a general election. And, I mean, we're seeing so many great people speaking on stage. It's a shame that people were banned, including, like, Dominic Czarcinski, like a Polish politician. I can't believe that people who are obviously legitimate and obviously, should have the right to come here and are also going to leave after a couple of days were banned.
Well, this shows you that Keir Starmer's not just working on his own, because if he was just working on his own and not with the globalists, then there'd be outrage. That elected politicians, European politicians, who carry diplomatic passports, some of them, are being rejected from Britain. That should be an outrage. But the fact that there's no outrage from the European Union or any of these governing bodies shows you that he's working on their side, probably with their approval, and that's why he's so confident in what he's doing. But it's a joke. The people see through it, and we won't let it go. We won't forget.
And do you think this is a dangerous time? Because the government and the establishment are wounded. Their support amongst the population is at an all-time low. The legitimacy of the establishment hangs in the balance because people aren't being listened to, so people are using direct action and other means to be heard. So do you think this is a dangerous moment? As the establishment is weak, it could lash out and start rounding people up and arresting them and kicking in doors and stuff.
Do you know, at one point I thought maybe that's possible, because the action that Keir Starmer's took, like weaponising the public against us, banning people from coming in, it's extreme. Yeah. It's really extreme. So would he go a little bit further and start rounding people up and water cannoning people and things like that? It's very possible, because that's the communist playbook anyway. And we all know Comrade Starmer is certainly of that ilk. So it's not from outside of the realms of possibility, but it would certainly raise a massive red flag, probably higher than it has around the rest of the world. You never know. Donald Trump might come in his helicopter, pick up Keir Starmer and take him away and save us all. That'd be a nice ride.
Yeah. And as a Christian pastor, have you had much backlash from were you in the Church of England or has that organisation sort of criticised you for speaking your mind and speaking out like this?
Well, after the last one, September the 13th, the Church of England came together with a bunch of other people and leaders and different characters, and they went to the media and put a press release out condemning the Christian cross being raised in the United Kingdom. I mean, it's ridiculous. So Jesus Christ is being promoted, and supposed Christian leaders have a problem with it. It's ridiculous, and they tried, but it didn't go very far. And I think anybody who's a true Christian will see that United Kingdom is a force for good, and it's a force for Jesus Christ to reach the people, and it's happening.
Yeah. Well, Ricky, thanks so much for speaking to me today.
Appreciate
it. Appreciate it. Cool.
God bless those from Northern Ireland who have turned up here today. Do you know you've all turned up here today? And the biggest risk we face today, you might lose your job. You might get called a racist. You might get condemned by your neighbours. That's the risk. And many people fear that in this country, right? So I want to take a minute now for everyone here to think about this. The biggest fighters that I've witnessed in our generation, I see so many of their flags flying here today. It's the people of Persia. Okay? And I don't care about any criticism from our detractors who talk about other flags being at our demonstration. Okay? I want to recognise that those women and the men, but the women in Iran, they don't come out to protest worrying about losing their job. They come out knowing they're going to be executed, and still they come out. Still they come out. They come out to stand against exactly what we're uniting against. A supremacist, tyrannical ideology which has enslaved them. So I want to take a minute now. The IRGC is not the Iranian people. The Iranian people are rich in culture and identity. And there's so many of them here today. We support them. We do not support a terrorist regime. I want to bring a flag up now, and I want every one of you to give it a round of applause to the people resisting tyranny, to the people fighting for freedom in Iran. Get that flag on the stage. Let me see a round of applause. Apparently the flag's been up. Let's have a round of applause for the fighters in Iran, yeah? They're fighting, they're dying. Let's recognise them today. Whilst their families can't get in contact with them. They're brave, they're fearless. And right now our next speaker was part of forming this movement. He was born in that country. He fled that country. Mayor Tusi, get yourself up here, sir.
Colour, it's not about that sort of things. There's a lot of people who want to protect their tribes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have some breaking news for you guys.
Big thank you to the British Patriots, the Jewish community, the Americans and everybody who is supporting the Iranians.
Obviously, we're expecting more arrests to be made, but it seems like in a very rare situation, the United Kingdom is making more arrests than even the United States.
Dear BBC executives, let me teach you. The IRGC are the Islamic occupiers. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Anti-Semitism is wrong. And Greta Thunberg is not the Messiah. She's a very naughty girl.
Hello. Before we came here today, they said that Keir Starmer's government have implemented new facial recognition systems. They're so new, they're from China apparently. Get you from all angles, high quality, so I thought I'll wear my good suit, do my hair, make sure
everyone make their ways.
But Keir Starmer, a lot of you guys literally today have been criticizing him, saying, what is he, divisive or a bad leader? That's the one. No, Keir Starmer has single-handedly united more people against himself. We got the Scots and the English. We got the Americans and the Canadians. We got the Iranians and the Jews. Even the French are here. I don't know who let them in, but but we've seen this before. What Keir Starmer is doing here today, declaring war on every single one of you. Why do you think he's doing it? It's quite simple. It's not abnormal. We've seen it before, especially if you're Iranian. When a world leader or a government starts to be in decline, they start a crisis. In dictatorships like the Islamic Republic in Iran, they create external enemies, start a war. When it comes to domestic issues in the UK, Keir Starmer creates internal enemies, that's you guys. So, he can introduce new measures in the name of national security. For the past 15 to 20 years, I've spent many times telling the political establishment, do not turn Britain into another Iran. We've seen it before. The coalition between the left and Islam, not going to work out well for you guys, especially if you're a liberal. It's time to fight. It's time for this movement to continue to grow, because this is not really just about England anymore. When Tommy started this sort of stuff 20 years ago, it's not even about the UK. It is about uniting the kingdom. It's also about uniting the West. This is why we are here. Support each other. We live in a globalized world. Fight them where they are.
Right, lads and lasses, ladies and gentlemen, we're tight on time. I want to get a couple of things in, a couple of points in. Coach, get here, come on. I want to thank one of our sponsors, StopSecrecy.org. It was an American in Paris who wrote a letter to a Welshman. Yeah, one of ours, Richard Price, in 1789, about the founding of the United States of America. Thomas Jefferson wrote, wherever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. Deep state is only as deep as their secrets they keep. Join StopSecrecy.org to uncover your government secrets. That's their litigator-in-chief over there, Coach from the United States of America. Thank you, Coach. Thank you, bro. Right. I want to play one tribute song quickly now and then get Jamil. No, let's get Jamil first and we'll end it on. Right, I want to speak. We get lots of criticism, yeah? The borders are open. Everyone's had enough. But there are many hard-working migrants who come to this country, who are in this crowd now, who are here to be part of Britain, to integrate and assimilate and love this nation. Jamil, come on, get up, darling.
Hello, London! Let's make this very quick. Well, over 2 decades ago, I arrived in the country as a student. After university, I was hired by the university itself. Came here legally. Study hard, work hard, respected this country, laws, culture, and the people. And today, I stand here before you, not only as someone who lives in Britain, but as someone who is genuinely grateful to call Britain home. Because this country has given me opportunities, has given me safety, dignity, and perhaps most importantly, it treats me very fairly. Despite everything, and we are constantly told every day, I can say honestly that in over 20 years living in this country, I have never suffered discrimination. I have never been put aside. And as a foreigner, you even allow me to speak with my Brazilian accent. So Great Britain, please don't ever let anyone tell you that you are not great. You're much greater than you ever dreamed of. Thank you very much. I've got Belle.
Hello, London! How are we doing today? We all look beautiful in our united flags. Oh, I bet Keir Starmer's excited to see that, isn't he? Right, listen up, Keir. You're making an embarrassment of yourself, mate. You might as well resign now. But in all true honesty, thank you all so much for coming. It makes the biggest impact on the world than I could imagine. And being here, thank you, Tommy. It's all because of Tommy Robinson. And seeing us all in these colours gives me hope and pride in our nation that we can do this. We are all patriots and we stand together. Remember, we are 4 nations, 1 kingdom, and we will not be silenced. And we'll show this nation, we will show Keir Starmer what we are made of. Thank you all!
Right, everyone, we're running out of time. We're going to have one more song, and then the lads and lasses from Ricky's band. They're going to finish on 2 songs. They're cutting us off. But I want to say a massive thank you to everyone. The next tribute I want to do is an important one for me. I wasn't able to talk about it 2 years ago.
I say goodbye to someone who's been with me for my whole damn life. You gave me courage and the strength to stand and fight for all that I know is right. So how do I say goodbye? Oh, how do I say goodbye? Oh, how do I say goodbye?
That man would have took a bullet for me. I know he would have done. So it's his anniversary in 2 days, all right? God bless him, right? Everyone, thank you for your behaviour. You've done yourself proud. You've done your country proud. We need to get ready to fight, people. When fights come in, let's end it on 2 songs. Thank you. God bless every one of you, man. One more person. Where's Rostodon? Get up here, Rostodon.
Rostodon has walked 350 miles from Scotland to unite the kingdom today.
Ross has been on a walk from Scotland. How much do you raise, Ross?
Well, before Kia blocked the internet today, about 9,200 plus gift aid.
Where can people support it?
If you go to Rostodon on any social media, it's in my link. It's a Just Giving, so it goes straight to the charity.
Thank you, bud. Thank you. Oh, I've got to try and fit this more thank yous in. Do you know, today wouldn't have happened. So many people have put so much in. The security team who have been with me for years, they're all volunteers. Kaz, come up here. Kaz, Carla, Ginger, Tony, get up here. No, these ladies have volunteered. This would not have happened without them, okay? Kaz, thank you, darling. Yes, they're gone. Carla's here. Right, it wouldn't have happened without them. So many things come together to make this day possible. With every one of you have made it possible, yeah? So thank you, ladies. Thank you, gentlemen. Aidan, who's in that room there, has been a godsend to our team. I hope you like our journalism. I hope you like where we're going as a direction. That's mainly thanks to the gentleman in there. The skills he brings to it, the organisation he brings to it, we couldn't do it without him. Thank you, everyone. The band, you've been beautiful. Again, yeah? Beautiful. Finish it on 2 beautiful songs.
All right, we want to do one that we can all sing along together. So Unite the Kingdom is more than just an event and a movement. We're a community. We're brothers and sisters. We stand together and we know this one thing, that we'll never walk alone.
When you walk through the storm, hold your head up high.
As I am joined by the Governor of Free Speech, Dan Wootton. Dan, thank you for joining us on your show. I'm keeping your seat warm.
What an incredible day, Lauren. Thank you. Thank you to all of the Patriots who've been tuning in. Thank you to Tommy and the incredible Patriots who have spoken on stage. I don't know about you, but I feel completely inspired. Sure, we've got a big battle ahead, but that was quite something. Lauren, little bit of breaking news, though. We are just told that the police have actually now showed up to shut down the Unite the Kingdom rally. And I think that does tell you something of what Tommy Robinson is dealing with, because this has been a pitch perfect event today, Lauren. There has been no trouble. It has been professional. Tommy has kept calm throughout, despite absolute provocation from our despicable, corrupted Prime Minister, Slippery Starmer. And yet the police have to show up to shut the event down because it may have gone a few minutes over. Who gives a damn? This is a celebration. So I just think it is worth noting that, Lauren. That is the reason why Tommy is having to wrap up.
Well, this is all for the optics as well. We obviously saw early in the day when Ryan from Raise the Flags was arrested That set the scene, didn't it, for the mainstream media? That was the narrative they wanted. And I just want to take a moment as well to say I am so proud of every single person there, because it's not easy. We see that two-tier policing. We are treated like children. We are tax-paying adults that are treated in the most disgusting way. And it's not easy not biting back. And Patriots they've done us all proud. You know, we've been here for hours watching the celebration and the kingdom really uniting. Now, Dan, it's interesting. We see the police have said there's been 31 arrests. They won't disclose all of the information yet, but they've said both protests have proceeded largely without significant incident. But this simply isn't true.
No, Lauren, exactly. Because, of course, we always knew that it was going to be the hard left infiltrators, the Antifa mob who set out to cause trouble rather than the Patriots. But can I just say for one moment, that number of arrests, even if it was at Unite the Kingdom alone, is utterly incredible. I mean, the Notting Hill Carnival, which Sly News reports as some sort of hippy-dippy festival of love and peace, had something like 500 arrests a year and multiple stabbings. It's like, I am absolutely going to celebrate what was a day of Patriots. And do you know what I'm so happy about? I am so bloody happy because we proved Slippery Starmer wrong. When he suggested yesterday that it was going to be millions of far-right thugs on the street, let me tell you something, Prime Minister. Far-right thugs would have caused a little bit more trouble, a little bit more violence than we did today. So we have completely smashed the Labour Party narrative, which I think is really important. And Lauren, it has been an incredible day of politics as well in the United Kingdom, because there have been two significant moments in terms of the future of Slippery Starmer as Prime Minister. I think both of these announcements were timed to coincide with the Unite the Kingdom rally. And I just want to update Patriots on what has actually gone on today. So the first piece of news, which I know you've been reporting, Lauren, is that Rupert Lowe has said that he will stand a candidate versus Andy Burnham in this big by-election that will decide the future Prime Minister of the disunited kingdom. That is significant because a lot of people had been hoping that Restore Britain would step back and allow this race to be a true face-off between Reform UK and Labour. That's the first thing. The second thing is that Wes Streeting, who resigned from the cabinet this week, has made his first remarks during the Unite the Kingdom rally, where he yet again attacked Tommy Robinson and the Patriots who were flying the flag today, and he announced that he will be running in a Labour leadership contest in the future. So it's on. This is not going to be a coronation of Andy Burnham, even if he does go ahead and win this by-election. Now, why is that significant, Lauren? Because he wants to cause full-on division. The other thing that he announced as part of this speech during UTK today, which Sly News covered, is that he wants the United Kingdom to rejoin the EU. So trust me, when I say Labour, Lauren, or Liber, as I like to call them because they're full of lies.
We're just cutting to Tommy now, Dan. Stay with me. We will come back to you. Over to Tommy on the ground.
Just made Keir Starmer look like a wanker. His accusations yesterday look so... He needs to lose it. He's got to go. He accused all these beautiful people of being racist extremists full of hate. They're just fed up. And they could have come here with anger. And they haven't. They've come here in a great attitude. You saw the smiles, you saw the attitude. It's been beautiful.
In closing, Tommy, I know you've got to go, but Unite the Kingdom as a movement has been moving forward and forward and forward. What plans do you have for the rest of the year?
We have plans for politics, media and culture. The three things all work together. Separate things that move together but work together. I think the most important thing for British men is to get fit and healthy and get ready and start concentrating on who we are and who we are.
I think these two want a quick picture, quick. Has he done it?
What do you think, Leo?
Yeah, I thought it was considering what Keir Starmer said, I didn't see any of those things. I didn't see any far-right thuggery. I didn't see any racism. How do you think it went?
I think it was beautiful, boss. Nice. So I think it was beautiful. I think the crowds, you see the fun, you see the smiles. the atmosphere. Beautiful, beautiful.
And what do you want to come as a result?
I want this to inspire and let people know they're not alone. So what has to come is people need to get political. I'm not part of any political party. They need to join political parties. They have to. They have to. 50% of people didn't vote at the last election. Now, I don't know why. I look at the political parties. I think, why are you not trying to reach them? 20 million didn't vote. If those 20 million become political, he won on 9 million votes.
Yeah.
So we let him win. Yeah. So those people I see as part of our movement or part of our goal over the next 3 years is to get them political. I don't care if they join Advance, I don't care if they join Reform or join Restore. They have to get political. They have to. They have to get registered to vote. I think everyone needs to go and get people registered and get them ready for what is, I think, is going to be the battle for this nation in 3 years' time.
Yeah.
Maybe before. I hope he goes, but I think we had to have him. We had to have a Labour government. But people need to wake up, and I think that something like today, there's nothing negative about today, man. You're giving people a sense of belonging, a sense of identity. You're giving them a hope. And that can captivate people. And I think what you're seeing happen in the parks, you're seeing people join churches, you see, all of this is part of something huge, far bigger than Tommy Robinson or even the United Kingdom that's happening in Great Britain. And it's not stoppable, I don't think. I don't think now what started is stoppable. And he tried yesterday with that. Maybe he stopped some people coming, but with his attack, that was an attack on the people of this nation. And they could have replied with anger, but they didn't. They come out with smiles and flags.
Well, I've heard so many people say they're here because of that attack, because they've been galvanised, because Keir Starmer's clamping down on free speech, stopping legitimate journalists and commentators and politicians from speaking at this event. It seems to have backfired. Do you think the establishment is weakening, and do you think it's dangerous?
I think the establishment is collapsing. Their power's collapsing, the media's collapsing, it's all collapsing. Now we were there, we were the enemy, and they made us not just the enemy of the state, but they made us the enemy of the people for so long. We're not the enemy of the people anymore.
And on stage you were talking about a battle for Britain. Do you think there's a battle coming?
I think the biggest battle of our life and our generation is coming. And we either win in 3 years' time or we lose our country, or we leave no solution but violence. So we can do this democratically, and that has to be the solution. But I think if people don't get a democratic answer in 3 years' time, and they have that much apathy that they just sit there, then I think things are going to go in a very dangerous direction in this country. The amount of anger we had with the groups around the country that are saying peaceful protest doesn't work over the last couple of months, when I'm talking to them around the nation, they want action. They want action. And I think that the election results and the hope that Reform just give them, I think all these things can give hope. Unless there's light at the end of the tunnel, we've got a dangerous situation. And I think this gives light at the end of the tunnel. So that's all it's about.
Fantastic. Brilliant. Are you seeing a change in public perception of you're getting like a really wide cross-section of society? People I've spoken to, nice middle-class women who wouldn't traditionally be, your standard sort of people who are going to be at a rally like this. People seem less afraid now of the old smears of racist and far-right thug and all the rest.
It doesn't work anymore, man. And I think anyone who's come here today is going to go home and say, that was a beautiful day. I hope, I don't know yet, but I hope the other TVs worked. I hope the sound works. I hope it all. I hope it worked. I hope it was a success. And I hope that people travelled to London and they had a good day.
And I saw Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan was trying to say, there's hardly any people here. Have you got a message for Piers Morgan?
He's irrelevant, isn't he? He is though, isn't he? He's a dinosaur, Piers. You fucking rest in peace, Piers Morgan.
You're in the French media. What do you want to say to the French people?
Stand up, we're with you. Right? We're all losing our countries. Now's the time to fight. Right? French people can't become a minority in their towns.
Wait. We're not going to.
With Dan Wootton, the host of your show. I am just keeping his seat warm. Dan, we just heard from Tommy there. That was awesome, wasn't it? I mean, what a day for everyone to be so proud of.
Absolutely brilliant. Great interview from Leo Kearse. But I thought we heard something pretty significant there, Lauren. I don't know if you agree, but Tommy Robinson saying that the next general election is really the last chance to save Britain democratically. That is significant. He thinks that there is a way to stop a violent resolution, but only if there is a significant vote at the next general election. And that ties in very nicely with what I was saying just before we cut to that exclusive interview with Tommy, Lauren, which is that I believe Labour as I call it, are actually almost trying to stoke a civil war, because the announcement from Wes Streeting today that he will run in a leadership contest expected to be versus Andy Burnham if he indeed wins that by-election, which is going to be the most significant by-election in British history, is that he wants to take us out of the EU. I mean, Lauren, let's just think about that for a moment. We only voted on that in 2016, right? And it was the biggest democratic referendum in history. And the elites have tried ever since to overturn it. So the point that I'm making, Lauren, is that what Tommy said there was very, very significant. There is one more election to save Britain democratically, and this is going to be a battle for the heart and soul of our nation. And I'm sorry, Slippery Starmer, Sadiq Khan, you fucked up today because you painted a picture that there was going to be violence on the streets, that there was going to be thuggery, that there was going to be some type of extreme right-wing takeover of London, and we proved you wrong.
Yeah,
you have lost, and we proved you right today.
And you know what, Dan? We are fed up of these parasitic elites taking our money, treating us like children, not giving us the proper news. And, you know, Tommy today has shown this can be done peacefully, and it is going all around the world. You know, we saw Starmer try and block people, from coming in the country. But this is unstoppable, like Tommy said in that clip, isn't it? You've known Tommy a long time. You went to visit him when he was in prison. Did you think it would rapidly grow the movement like it has? Because this is surely beyond Tommy's wildest dreams.
It is, but I also did think so, Lauren, because unfortunately for a lot of us, and I don't want to make this particularly party political today, but for a lot of us at the last election, we pinned our hope on Reform UK and Nigel Farage, because of course we do want to do this democratically, right? Of course we do. You know me, Lauren. I am like the least violent person in the world. I'm not a street violence guy. Like, I've always been very clear on that. I believe in democracy. I believe in delivery through changing our media systems. But at the same time, then I saw Reform UK start referring to Tommy Robinson supporters, people like me, viewers of Outspoken, true patriots, as that lot. And I was like, oh my God, these people who I thought were our hope might actually be just another extension of the deep state, might just be our enemies. Now, look, the great thing is with Unite the Kingdom is that we are shifting the Overton window. I know you showed my post on X earlier, Lauren, where someone on the scene at Westminster actually sent me a picture of Sarah Pochin, the Reform UK MP, watching the rally from Westminster. Well, was she in attendance? I mean, it's not usual, by the way, that MPs just happen to be in their offices overlooking Westminster on a Saturday. So I think with that, she is sending quite a message. There's the picture there. She is sending quite a message to Nigel Farage, don't you? Like,
yeah,
this
absolutely.
is the woman who wants to ban the burqa. And it's like, no, I'm not going to speak, but I'm going to be there. And at the same time, Rupert Lowe, I was very excited by this. He posted a picture from the event with someone who was flying the St. George's flag, and it was sort of intertwined with the Restore Britain flag with just one word, glorious. And again, that isn't exactly maybe the endorsement a lot of people would be hoping for, but it still seems significant to me, Lauren, that the Overton window is fast shifting.
It is shifting. I mean, look, I love Rupert. I would have really liked to see him there. I think that,
Me too.
and I feel really
Me too.
strongly about this, Dan. You know, patriots are good people. Outspoken viewers are the best people within the country and beyond. We are, you know, wanting to protect our children, our heritage. We want to make sure that we are passing something on to our children and grandchildren that is better. And I really take offence the fact that there weren't more political, you know, names there, because we aren't toxic. You know, I have long spoken and outed people that have called my followers toxic because it's, you know, too political. We are fighting for what is right, and we have moral compasses. And I really hope today gives a kick up the arse to politicians, because they have to get over this now. They have to go beyond worrying about what other people think, because it is that framework, isn't it, that has got us into trouble. People have to just go, have a moral compass, move forwards, and, you know, join with us, patriots. We are good people.
100%. There are no half measures anymore. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just going to be very, very blunt about this, Lauren. Kemi Badenoch, Nigel Farage, and Rupert Lowe should all have been on that stage today. Now, of course, you know that out of those three leaders, I think Rupert Lowe is by far the bravest. But at the same time, I believe he should have been on that stage today, because you heard the support from the crowd when Tommy Robinson mentioned the political parties. They were all chanting, "Restore, restore, restore." That would have been a hero's welcome for Rupert. That would have been a moment. And of course, he allowed that moment to go to Ben Habib, who was once again the only political party leader in the country who actually took to the stage. But remember, he is not an elected politician, which does make it more difficult for Advance UK, even though Tommy is a member of that party. But it's also the mainstream media too, Lauren. I mean, I need to look closely at this, but my understanding, tell me if I'm wrong, is that Sly News and GB News and Talk TV, while they were in attendance at the march, they were looking to cover trouble. They didn't cover what Tommy was saying on stage.
Yeah.
They didn't cover what the speakers were saying on stage. They didn't cover Siobhan White. They didn't cover the Pink Ladies. They didn't cover Free Speech Shell. They didn't cover Maya Tusi. So it's like, I'm sorry, I am sick of these half measures, Lauren, of sort of GB News saying, oh, we're going to support the people who are at the rally, but we're not going to support the rally itself. We're not going to support Tommy Robinson himself. I am sick of that.
Yeah.
There is no time for these piss weak half measures.
Absolutely. And we've got Leo, by the way, on the ground. So we're just going to throw back to him. Dan, I'm not letting you go anywhere yet.
Leo's been amazing. He's
been incredible. Work, Leo, over to you.
I'm here at the Unite the Kingdom rally, which is just finished. Everybody's been packing up. I think the police were hustling a bit to get Tommy off stage. And I'm here with Alan Miller from the Together Declaration. Alan, you actually went on the full march. What'd you make of it today? Do you have fun?
So I came, Leo, to have a look and talk to people. I came to the last one and did the same thing, and the first one. And you know what struck me? It was like being on a festival. I mean, so many things have been said in the mainstream media and by the Prime Minister. But what you get to see is that it's like a festival. You've got people of all ages from all parts of the United Kingdom, all different people, young, old, black, white, people that are proud to be British and that are just fed up with being called names. People are flying the British flag and the St George's, and they're really fed up. They're fed up with things like digital ID. They're fed up of being told that if they've got concerns about borders, that they're racist. They're fed up of being told there's not going to be juries, that they're not going to have people allowed to speak or facial recognition when other protests are not being treated the same way. Two-tier Keir and two-tier Britain. But it's also really inspiring to see people so happy. You know, some people were worried that there'd be some issues. People are really well behaved, and I think that's in stark contrast to some of the other things. I'm a lover of free speech. I think even people, when they say things that are reprehensible, we got to hear them and thrash them out. I think we've got to do a lot more talking. So I've been really, it's been a really interesting experience today.
Yeah, and do you think this the establishment's strategy of calling people names, calling people racist or far right, is starting to backfire? Because I got to be honest, you know, when Keir Starmer came out and said, oh, these people are racist and far right because they want to stop the boats, because they say we're turning into an island of strangers, that's exactly what Keir Starmer was saying not so long ago, and he just didn't do anything about those things.
I think it's also got to be recognised that Keir Starmer and Shababa Mahmood moved a long way. They were saying things more recently that 2 years ago people might have got arrested for on their socials. So this has obviously had an impact in the national debate and discussion. There's a big populist movement that's happening where new parties have formed and they're winning lots of elections. And people are fed up. You know, I did a rally at Trafalgar Square a couple of years ago, and they were calling us far right and racist because we were challenging low traffic neighbourhoods and ULEZ. The BBC then had to retract that. But you see, I think the British public is beyond it. A bit Teflon. They're like, you know, if we want to fly our flag, if we love Britain, we're not going to listen to this nonsense. But it's a dangerous thing. And we know that Keir Starmer, his mea culpa to come out, and what did he do? He said, we're going to get more into the EU, we're going to have digital ID, and we're going to ban people from speaking. It's absolutely tone deaf. The British public are fed up of it, and I think this is going to have even more of an impact on it.
And why do you think he's doing it when it's so unpopular? Do you think he's just playing to the Labour backbenchers who, I guess, in the coming few days are going to decide his future?
I think they just don't know what's going on. We did a debate recently which was with Labour Together, a different Morgan McSweeney was one of the key people there, and it was about digital ID, and they were astonished to hear the public. And you know, when Keir Starmer came out and everyone was clapping and he's smiling, he thinks that's the public. I think they just don't know. In Whitehall and in 10 Downing Street, they don't know what the public's all about. The British public's fed up with it, and we need to see change.
Yeah, they're going to get a big wake-up call. Well, Alan, thanks so much for joining me today.
Leo.
Thank you
very much.
Back to you in the studio, Lauren.
It has gone smoothly. There has not been the violence and the thuggery from the far-right agitators that slippery Starmer was so desperate for. And what a day when we can sometimes feel that it is all working against us. We realise nothing can stop this movement and we are united. So thank you everyone for joining us. It has been an incredible day. And Dan Wootton, I am waiting to hear if he will come back and join me. He just joined as well earlier in the day. And it has been myself and Leo Kearse today holding the fort. So thank you to all of you for making us feel so welcome. It's interesting. I just want to make the point as well. The mainstream media today, despite the fact that hundreds of thousands of Patriots have filled London and the event has gone without, a hitch. They have focused, the main story on the Sun and the Mail has been Fury no more. Venezuela Fury ties the knot in stunning 50-foot-long princess wedding gown. I mean, good grief. No offence to the girl, but really this is not the top story in the country. The top story is that hundreds of thousands of patriots are fed up of slippery Starmer. We've had enough. We are uniting. We do not want our country taken over by illegals anymore. We want justice for our children. There have been too many boys and girls that have been failed by the state. And we have seen brave whistleblowers like Sammy smeared, silenced, arrested. This cannot continue anymore. And so today was only possible because of every single one of you. You have supported this movement. You've supported Dan. And Dan, what does today mean for you? You set up, Outspoken. You are not backed by tech billionaires that are giving you propaganda to push out. Today is a big day for Outspoken as well, isn't it?
It really is, Lauren. And I am so grateful to you and Leo, by the way. So I have to say thank you to Leo Kearse. Thank you to Lauren. I've read the comments in the live chat all day long, and they have been coming in thick and fast. Like, look at this just now. Alex Reese has said, Lauren, you've been fabulous and you look stunning. Mrs. Taylor, 1980, Lauren, great job. You've done us proud. Susanna Pepperly, 3354, brilliant, Lauren. You were so good. Mick Equip says Lauren for PM. So look, people have loved the coverage today, and that has filled my heart. It's been amazing. But yes, this was always a very important thing for me. So when I went to see Tommy in jail before he came back with Unite the Kingdom, remember, he wasn't being released for a number of months. And I initially went there to break the news that Axel Rudakabana, the Southport terrorist, had actually converted to Islam and was practicing Islam behind bars. And that was initially the purpose of my meeting with Tommy. But of course, we started speaking about Unite the Kingdom. And Tommy very graciously asked if I would speak at the last rally. And I said to him, look, I'm a journalist. And for me, what's really, really important with Unite the Kingdom is that we have to actually cover this as a news event. And you're not going to get that type of coverage from Sly News or the British Bashing Corporation or GB News or Channel 4 or anywhere else. So I want to provide that with Outspoken, and we will do it independently. But obviously we'll need your footage of the event. And I'm so proud that I made that decision, Lauren, because for me, it's much more important that people can trust that there is going to be independent news coverage of this event that is not controlled by Tommy, that is not propaganda, but is going to tell you the truth about what has been going on at the event. And I'm really delighted because this is the second time we've done it now. And I hope that people feel that, as well as watching what has gone on stage, which is, of course, incredibly important. And some of those words were just so touching and so emotional today. And I was looking at the live chat, Lauren, when the Pink Ladies were speaking, and so many of you, especially the women in the Outspoken audience, were just in tears, were totally in tears, because that they feel what those mothers were saying with such visceral passion. And of course, we're all emotional when we hear the wonderful Siobhan White speak, a very, very good friend of the show, whose daughter Rhiannon White was bludgeoned to death by an illegal immigrant after being stabbed 23 times through the head with a screwdriver. And she has become a friend of mine, a friend of the show. And I was so proud of her up on that stage today. So in answer to your question, Lauren, that's why I think it's really important that we have a media ecosystem. And your channel, Lauren the Insider, and by the way, thank you everyone for subscribing and getting us to over 700,000 subscribers today. You know, I've been wanting that for a long time, so I am so grateful. But please also make sure you subscribe to Lauren's channel, Lauren the Insider, because Lauren is also a completely independent media operation. And a big part of what I've wanted to do with Outspoken is actually bring together in the United Kingdom some brilliant independent journalists. Now, of course, we have the GOAT, the dude who's been doing it before all of us, and we saw him speak on stage today, Maya Tusi of Tusi TV. And I saw a lot of you earlier in the day saying, yes, Tusi's been doing this a long time, and he absolutely has. But Tusi is the first to say that he is very much focused on geopolitics now, the situation in the Middle East, the situation in Iran, and he is doing an absolutely incredible job with reporting on that. But of course, there's a lot that we have to fight for back here in the United Kingdom too.
We do. And you know, Dan, today has made me really emotional because we've both come from the mainstream media and we know how that system works. And sometimes it's quite hard to break it down. But I think people are so awake to it now. We have seen how much of a role the mainstream media has played in silencing the truth when it comes to the grooming gangs. And obviously it is because of the grooming gangs that Tommy has, you know, become so famous, and he blew the whistle, and his work has been incredible. For me, I just want to thank you, because when I put my children to bed, I can't, and it makes me emotional because there are children that aren't safe in this country, Dan, and that's what it comes down to. And you give these people a platform. You give the Pink Ladies a platform. You give Siobhan White, you know, all of these people that the mainstream media not just silence, but they block and they smear. You give them a platform. And for me, you know, I don't do this for any other reason than it's just wrong to not do it, isn't it? It's wrong to not use your voice. And so we are seeing children still be failed. And so thank you, because, you know, if it weren't for shows like Outspoken, Patriots wouldn't get to hear these stories. And we must always, always support the whistleblowers, because our government and our police are failing children. We cannot let anyone in this country when we can't keep our own safe.
Well, so much of this is just about giving people a voice. You are completely right. Building a platform where these patriots have a voice. And it was really striking to me when Tommy Robinson earlier today was thanking Elon Musk, where he said, actually, a few years ago, his movement, Tommy's movement, had lost momentum because they were winning. The media class and the elite class were winning. And Lauren, that is true. It's one of the reasons why actually I went to GB News, and I was the launch presenter at GB News, because I believed that GB News was going to be different. And it was so important to try and shift the Overton window. I mean, remember at that time we were dealing with COVID and we were dealing with people trying to stop Brexit from happening. But thank God there has been a much bigger media revolution, which actually means the power is being put back to the people. And you know that I love the BBs of this world, and I love the Emma Speaks Freely of this world, and the Jack Hadfields of this world. You know, the people who are on the ground, Montgomery Toms, with their cameras, Will Coleshill, actually taking us to places that we previously would not have seen. And one of my jobs with Outspoken is to bring you all of these great voices so that you can discover them, follow them, know who to trust, and understand that there is a media ecosystem that is developing outside of the mainstream media, outside of GB News, outside of Talk TV, which really, unfortunately, has become controlled opposition. And again, I know there'll be a lot of people who say, oh, they do okay. They're better than the BBC. Well, I say to you, that's not good enough. It's not good enough. If they were not broadcasting what Siobhan White and Tommy Robinson were saying on stage today, then they're not worth a single thing. They are not worth a single thing. And I promise you, Lauren, I do not believe that we will get coverage of Tommy on stage on any of those mainstream media operators. Look, if I'm wrong, I will happily hold my hands out. Yeah. And I almost say this as a challenge to these media organizations. Why aren't you playing Tommy Robinson? I mean, Glenn Beck was there. That's one of the legends of American media, you know? But I don't have high hopes. So that was the importance of today. Of course, we couldn't do it without the Patriots who back Outspoken every single day. The most important thing you can do is subscribe to this channel, turn on the notification bell, alert people to our videos, because all we're really trying to do is provide an alternative to those big players. And just trust me when I say that those big players are doing everything they possibly can, Lauren, to shut us down, to silence us, to make sure that organizations like the BBC and ITV and Sly News have a monopoly on a platform like YouTube. So I guess that's my wider message. But look, God, I'm back live 5 p.m. on Monday. You're going to be with me, Lauren. And we have so much to discuss because we have to deal with this by-election, which is going to determine who the Prime Minister of this country is. So there is a lot going on. And I hope if this is your first time with Outspoken today, you can know that you can rely on us as a media source. And Lauren, really interesting, actually, I can tell you, over 50% of the people who were watching this special edition of Outspoken today were watching on their TV. And isn't that an incredible thing? Isn't that an incredible thing?
Well, do you know what? Just before we cut to Leo, I've noticed that all the mainstream media, you know, the legacy arseholes, they all just start now trying to do shows around a table with a microphone. I'm like, your mic's not even switched on, you know, they're desperate because, Dan, they do not represent the people. You know, their main story today was about Tyson Fury's 16-year-old daughter getting married, whilst we've got the biggest establishment cover-up of our lifetime happening, being exposed. They decide to focus on that. It says it all, doesn't it?
Everyone knows there is one story in the country today, Lauren. It is this rally, and they were just looking for negative headlines. So what's going to be fascinating, Lauren, is to see over the next 24 hours, do they just decide to ignore it and move on like this didn't happen? Are they going to try and create some type of negative narrative around it? Because look, we were ready. We were ready to cover it, Lawrence. If there was violence, we were going to be there. We were going to talk about it. But I did not see that. I have seen no evidence of it. And in fact, all I've seen is the police, and I say shame on them, very early on trying to stoke violence with that arrest of Ryan Bridge, who I think is a great man, who is behind the Raise the Colours operation. Now, what was that all about? What was that all about? But the question
we've also
is,
seen
why
Ryan
did
Bridge
you do it then?
be stopped, haven't we, from attending a meeting with Siobhan White because he's a problem to the establishment because he speaks truth. I have Leo backstage, my co-host, who has done a marvellous job today, giving us all of the backstage gossip. So Leo is now leaving. They are clearing the backstage area because the police were very, very strict on timings with Tommy. So today has been one day that we will never forget, a day made possible by all of you. Never, ever, ever think your voice doesn't matter. It absolutely matters. And the movement that is Keir Starmer's nightmare is just getting bigger, bolder and louder. So from me, Lauren the Insider, and my co-host Leo Kearse, as well as Dan Wootton, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have enjoyed the coverage, and hit that subscribe button if you aren't already subscribed so we can keep this news coming directly to you.